Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching. Welcome to Kit Plus TV, where we are here all day counting down to IBC 2023.
Yeah, it's another one of our marathon live streams. We've got a lot to get through. We don't want to hang around too long.
And we've got the introduction of the 5-minute egg timer this time to make sure we don't overrun.
I mean, it was a good networking place, the Zoom room, where everyone was waiting at the last session we did, but we want to avoid that this time.
Yeah, so we've got over 100 guests today, and we've got some special features with IBC in the studio as well with us, talking to their guests.
Absolutely.
She Talks at 1 o'clock, where Jenny and Gay, I've got 9 esteemed panellists to talk to. And we're going to hear some news from SSL as well during the day as well, who are supporting the show as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think we've got our first guest.
Well, let's set the scene.
And we've got to start with the top, really, I guess, haven't we?
Start at the top. Start as you mean to go on, eh?
Yeah. So we're going to welcome Steve Connolly from IBC.
Hi, Steve.
How you doing, Steve?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, very well, thanks. Very well. Good to see you both again.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a year.
It really doesn't.
No. So what's let's start. You know, how are plans going? We're nearly there. What can you tell us to start us off?
Yeah, no, we are nearly there. So I think the first of the team actually start travelling out early next week. Would you believe? So
wow.
yeah, it's coming up very, very soon for us. So yeah, all the plans coming into place. All looking forward to it. All very excited. So yeah, can't wait to get on site now as with the rest of the team.
Yeah. So one of the things exhibitors are always keen to know is how are registrations looking?
Yeah, going very well. I think I said this last year, actually. I don't know why it's always seems to be the case, but our exhibition space, our footprint space is up about 20%. So we've got about 45,000 square meters on the show floor this year. And registrations are tracking up compared to 2022 about the same rate. So, you know, if you take that into account, one could expect or hope to see about 20% more exhibitors, 20% more visitors attending this year as well. Obviously, hard to tell. We don't know how many conversions we'll get from those registrations, but at the moment, it's all tracking well. And I think you had 37,000 visitors attend last year on site. So I think you can expect upwards in excess of 40 to 45,000 potentially this year if the numbers continue to track as they are right now.
Cool. And we were low on a bit of floor space last year. We didn't have, was it halls 2 and 3 parts, or 3 and 4 were closed, weren't they? So have you opened up everything fully yet, or what's the change in floor space?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So yeah, halls 3 and 4 were closed last year. They're both open, they're both full this year. Hall 12 is extended to the full amount. Hall 5, Content Everywhere, is also extended to the full amount, and we've taken up more space in Hall 8 as well. So we're almost full to capacity with the current footprint, and anyone coming on site to rebook will see that the plans for 2024 go bigger again, and you'll start seeing the pavilions again from next year.
Are there any new exhibitors you'd like to highlight, Steve?
We've got a lot of new exhibitors actually this year, probably more so than most. I suppose the ones that stand out, or the biggest brand that people would recognise, would be LG. The first time they've exhibited at IBC, which is very exciting to see them back. But as I say, we've kind of got about 120 or so. We've got Samim Group, we've got Vivaro, Blue Digital. But we've also got some big companies returning, having had a short sabbatical, if you like. So the likes of Samsung, Tencent, and Panasonic will all be exhibiting this year as well. So yeah, delighted to see some new and returning faces this year.
And how about sort of features as well? Because you're always changing, you're always adding new features. Is there anything new this year that people can expect to see?
Yeah, we're quite excited about a couple of things. Last year, as everyone knows, was kind of a bit of a back to basics approach. We focused on just getting the exhibition right. But yeah, very pleased this year to be bringing back esports zone. Cool. Those of you may remember we did an esports showcase back in 2019. So we've got a kind of a free strand approach to gaming and esports this year. So there'll be an esports zone in Hall 8. There will be a series of esports tours where attendees can be taken on a kind of curated journey, if you like, around the 13 halls for to go and see companies that are basically specialising and offering services and software for the esports market. So there's a couple. We've got the tech zone in association with EBU that will also be in Hall 8. And we've got a new stage in Content Everywhere to kind of illustrate just how big that area is growing as well. So yeah, a few new bits to see this year.
Perfect timing, Steve. We're at 9:05. Your time is up, but we've got a sorry to cut you short, but we've got a full day ahead, as you know, and we'll be catching up with your team later on in the day anyway. So thank you very much for joining us. It's good to see you again, and we'll see you in Amsterdam.
Good luck for it all today. Thanks very much, guys. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our first exhibitor guest, I believe, is waiting. Ivy from Telycam.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
And
We're just waiting for her to come in.
We're waiting for her to come in, so we cut Steve short then.
I think Ivy was first on the show last time, wasn't she?
Ivy was first last time, and we'll be talking Telycam, PTZs, and the like. And I can see Ivy.
Hi. Good morning, Matt and Simon.
Good morning.
Lovely to see you again, Ivy. How are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking.
Good. So, Ivy, I'm turning over the sound timer. You've got 5 minutes to tell us what's going on at IBC with Telycam this year.
That won't get boring.
Okay. Yes. So we are very excited and looking forward to this year's IBC show because we are going to launch a brand new PTZ camera, the Explore SE. And the Explore series will be our flagship PTZ camera lines. And the SE is the first and also the standard version of the whole Explore series. The Explore SE will support a 30 times optical zoom and a 4K 60 resolution. It has various video output interface, including NDI-HX, 12G SDI, HDMI 2.0, USB 2.0, and also SFP+. We are adding the SFP+ connectivity because we think it will give so much more flexibility and also compatibility to our users. The Explore SE will also incorporate Genlock, so it will make a camera better fit into the broadcast production infrastructure and also helps the broadcasters achieve better synchronization of the video and audio. And speaking about the audio, the Explore SE will also have both a 3.5 millimeter line-in audio input and also an XLR mic jack. And it is also phantom power compatible over the XLR mini mic, so users can use professional third-party audio device with the Explore SE. So this video and audio connectivity makes this camera a very versatile camera. It can fulfill different requirements for project installations or live shows. And except for the video or audio output interfaces, it is also a feature-packed camera that has native auto tracking and 3D. You already know we implemented the auto tracking into our Vision Plus series, Vision Plus 4KN and N3, but we added some very useful customized features on the tracking. For example, users can now set up the initial position, the tracking pen tilt limitation, the blackboard area, and also the target loss time. And the tracking features is very, very easy to set up or to trigger, no matter you are using it from the web UI or the matched IR remote controller. So users can just start the tracking very easily, and they will be able to switch the tracking target as well. We believe it will give the users lots of freedom, no matter for the presenters, teachers, or pastors, or the technical staff that needed before to control the camera to follow the target. And except for the tracking, we have successfully implemented the 3D into our Explore SE to allow the camera sending the pan, tilt, zoom, and focus data to the master PC. We have tested our 3D with several VR and AR softwares, including Brainstorm, Unreal Engine, VisRT, and Aximetry. And it worked great with these platforms. So and because it also incorporates Genlock, the Explore SE will better work with the third-party VR systems because the real-time rendering requires very high quality, accurate, and synchronized camera data. So from all the specs and features I just mentioned, the Explore SE is really designed and made for high-end professional AV scenarios. For example, the sports, video production studios, live shows, VR and AR productions, of course, and the IBC show will be the debut of the Explore SE. And
Ivy,
we will be showcasing
Ivy.
this unit with our partner 3D Storm.
Ivy, thank you very much. I was just about to ask you, because the 5 minutes is up, where can people find you at IBC? What booth number?
Oh, okay. So we will be joining our partner 3D Storm at Hall 7C45.
Fantastic. And we're going to be spending some time on your booth as well, so we can get some more insight into your amazing products at the show as well. We're looking forward to that. Ivy, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you for having me.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Abby. Bye-bye.
That was perfect on the egg timer. It was perfect timing, 5 minutes exactly.
We've got to turn it now, though.
True.
Yeah. Right, so next up is we should have in the room, we hope, is Petra from Dot Group. And from memory, are they part of the IBM Aspera? Hello, Petra. Oh, we've got a mute already.
Petra, can you hear us okay, Petra?
I can hear you very well, yes.
There
Hello.
we go. Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you. Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. We're okay at the moment. We'll let you know a bit later on in the day how things are going. So let's, time is short. Give us a brief rundown about what Dot Group is going to be showing at IBC this year.
Absolutely. So we are the Dot Group, we are the data experts, and we'll be showcasing our unique approach to faster, cost-effective data transfers at IBC. Okay. Yeah, we've recognized the need for a fully integrated, cost-effective, and secure solution, like an option need in the market. Therefore, we have developed our own solution called Data Sprint, and it's built on IBM Aspera. And it's a powerful tool, basically, thanks to the IBM Aspera, which is recognized like a gold standard in the media and entertainment sector. So we use the best of everything and edit our own spin on it to make sure we've got one bulletproof, powerful solution. So it's called Data Sprint.
And so what makes this Data Sprint stand out? What is you just said that you've made it unique. You've got your own look on it. So what makes it unique?
Well, what makes it unique, so there are several aspects, but the main thing is that actually we provide unlimited volumes. It comes with unlimited users, but at the same time, the powerfulness of the IBM Aspera, which is behind it, which offers the most secure solution in the market for any file, any size, and any distance. So there is a patented transfer protocol behind it, which makes it super unique. And as a Dot Group, we have an experienced team of our engineers and colleagues who basically support this solution throughout. And we offer flexible deployment at the same time. And we offer the predictable costs, which we've seen that they've been missing, in the market, because it was not providing, let's say, unlimited, or it wasn't, the cost, the price tag was kind of, too pricey.
Yes.
So we have basically provided something that's affordable to anyone in the whole media supply chain. So even the smaller players or medium-sized players, even like the one-man band, can afford our Data Sprint.
It's very important, actually, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So what type of people are you hoping to see at IBC, Petra? And importantly, where can they find you?
Sure. So we want to see everyone. We want to be swamped and busy. So anyone, please.
Well, now you've made it available to everybody. You want to see everybody. Yeah.
No, but that's the beauty of Data Sprint. So that's kind of the one of the unique points. And we are in the Hall 5. So the whole our Dot Group team is at stand 5, A62. So we would like to see everyone. We also a European reseller for IBM Aspera solutions. Okay. So for already existing, Aspera clients, we offer like a free complimentary health check of their existing environment at the same time. So not only we obviously want to attract potential clients for data sprint and offer them this unique solution, we can also accommodate existing clients of Aspera and help them out.
Cool.
And on the top of all of this, one last point I would like to make is that we also, as a .group, support the IBM and Veset, which is the environmental and social governance suite, that helps to simplify, analyze, and report on the ESG data and drive the reduction of the carbon footprint, which is a big topic that's been coming up more and more. And
definitely. Yeah, sustainability is going to be a big issue, a big topic.
It's going to be, absolutely. Petra, thank you very much indeed. Safe travels to IBC, and we're looking forward to seeing you over there.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Simon.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Thanks, Tara. Thanks for coming in.
And I believe Neil Blake is waiting for
in the wings.
Axel AI, who...
Well, we've known the product for a number of years. There was sort of good asset management tools, and then connector and sort of automation tools and
online editing.
For online editing now, and here he is. If you want to flip your 5 minutes, you better do it now. Neil, good morning.
To see you. And your 5 minutes starts in.
No. It's great to see you guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it being on this event. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, it's
great. Okay.
Good. So Neil, give us a quick overview of Axel AI in a nutshell, IBC, and what makes your AI different?
Well, what makes our AI different is, we're going to be showing our speech-to-text tools with new languages, face, object, and logo recognition, and a brand new emotion recognition as well. But the key thing about Axel AI is it can all be on-prem. So customers don't have to send stuff to the cloud. You hear a lot of things about the kind of current AI in the cloud and accessing content that doesn't belong to people. So everything that we do can be on-prem. Anyone who's in an air-gapped environment or a military environment can use it. Some other stuff that's going to be new with Axel AI is we've got new higher quality browse files because everyone's shooting 4K and above, and also having the ability to switch between different audio channels so a viewer can pick what they listen to. We've also got a new drag and drop app, which allows us to integrate with virtually any other third-party application. So users log into Axel, they find the stuff they want, and then just literally drag and drop it into the app they're using. Another big thing is Axel Edit, our AWS-based editor. So we've got tighter integration between Axel AI on-prem, allowing for file transfers. One really, really cool thing is Atomos have partnered with us. So they've launched Atomos Edit, which is a white label version of Axel Edit. So their customers can upload content directly from their Atomos recorders to Atomos Edit, allowing the production teams to start reviewing content as soon as it's uploaded, which is really cool. So imagine shooting something in Paris with somebody in London and Berlin and New York all being able to review the content as soon as it's uploaded. So they could be cutting their dailies while everyone else is on set and feedback or share anything with the director while it's there. And that also allows for full collaboration. So a producer and an editor can be working on one sequence, or two editors could be working on different versions of the sequence, which is quite cool. We're also showing Connector, which is our workflow engine. It grows from strength to strength. We're adding new modules the whole time. And we're going to be talking about the actual workflows that people are using. So, for example, one of our popular workflows is to take small segments of a very large file, like a football match, and then deliver small segments to the remote user. So they end up working with the high-res original content without having to download the whole file, and also they don't have to worry about relinking. Another interesting use case is data reporting. So we've got one particular use case where the customer does a search for particular content. It tells them how much media they've got in a particular catalog or in an archive. This is appearing in a custom web browser interface. They can then create a PDF, which they can send to their billing department, and then they can bill their customer. And also things like deduplication. We've got a deduplication workflow in Connector. So we can provide a report to the user of the duplicate files they've got, so they can then review them and find and deal with the new files. And of course, our third parties gets more and more important. So we've got more and more installations with the likes of Archiware and Zendata and Speechmatics and Seagate Live and Simply and Adobe and QNAP, just to name a few. I could go on for hours. So that's really it. We're in a new spot this year. We're still in Hall 7, but we're in stand A56, which is right next to where Avid and Dell are.
Fantastic. Neil, thank you very much. We're actually talking to Atomos a bit later on, aren't we, at 3:55, actually, if you want to hear about Atomos. And,
I will tune in.
And I'm sure that, that
nice
connectivity and workflow sounds really quite exciting as well.
It's a good extension
very cool
to that camera to cloud type, that we're all
absolutely.
we've used,
We do use it,
so
and we tend to upload to Frame.io, but obviously having Accedo as another destination would no doubt speed that workflow up.
We're going to have to discuss that. Right, great.
Neil, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you
Bye-bye.
there.
See you there.
You.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Did you tell us 7A56? Yeah. Great.
And Atomos on later on at 3:55 to talk about all their latest products. So now we have Raj Patel from Mediaproxy joining us, I think, next.
We hope so. We've spoken to Raj on many occasions.
We have, during lockdown and on previous shows.
We always like to catch up. Raj.
Let's bring him in.
Hey, Matt, Simon, hello.
Good to see you, Raj. How you doing?
And you?
So you're Euro-starring again this year, I guess?
Yes.
Raj, I'm gonna turn the clock over. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay.
IBC, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Finally, I have permission to tell you what's going on after all these years of not telling you what's going on. So with the help of Becky and Fiona, I've just put across a few words, Page Milliard, just put a few words across. So the big thing is we've moved from Hall 7 post-production to Hall 5 new media.
Okay.
So our stand is now Hall 5 H32. So if customers want to pop along, that's where we will be now. And we have a tab on our website, mediaproxy.com, to book an appointment if that's what people want to do. So both are available. So what's new? The biggest thing with us is we've decentralized our system on the IP network. So now you're not, in one position. As our customers have grown and become global companies with media, they want to be able to control, the administrator may be anywhere globally. So now the ability to update, do upgrades, look at what's going on in the system anywhere in the globe is available to them. And so that also means that operators can have a look at, or users can have a look at media on any server they are allocated around the world. And that makes it really simple now. So we've got customers now who are sort of globally looking at this product. So it's that. So we've put that in. That's really good. The other big thing is with the big event next summer in Paris, we've been testing for the past few games cloud. So in terms of full cloud support, working with the cloud providers on finding a performance against price. And that's not our price, that's the cloud price of having a good match. So we've done a lot of work with them, and now we are fully, we can be fully implemented in the cloud, on-prem, or in a hybrid format. And that's all been fully tested, so we'll be showing that, how that can work.
Brilliant.
And as you know, we've been in this game 20 years and we always think logging and monitoring is boring, but we've now got tools, and we say it ourselves, Simon, you know that. And we've now got tools now. So we're no longer just the standalone logging bit at the end of the workflow. Is this right for regulatory compliance? We've now got tools for integration into the workflows. So we can we can provide information to or from incident management systems. So customers find that easier now. We've improved our multi-view, our multi-viewer program, Monwall. So we can do monitoring by exception now. We've got a customer who has all his monitors are black, and then if there's an incident, red appears on the screen, they can drill down because our multi-view is interactive. So that's good. sales department can use us to quickly cut and paste an advert that went out. We can send that off to for invoicing. Here's your advert at 3 o'clock as agreed.
Yeah.
Also retransmission, and OTT playout. So we've got monitoring for all of that and included. And just the array of formats now we support. So we support SDI and transport streamers always and IP, but now we've got 4K HDR, 10-bit HEVC, 2110 ZigZee SRT, and they all conform to 2110 spec, NMOS spec, and also SCTU monitoring.
Yeah.
So that's it, chaps.
Brilliant. Now, I've got to ask a question, though, and I know it's going to be quick because we're always short on time.
quick because we're out of time.
And I don't want to drop you in it, Raj, but you even hinted at the possibility of 8K being supported last time we spoke.
Did you ever manage it?
Yeah, I mean, we've got support there. The problem is who's doing it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You can potentially manage it if somebody else wants to do it. Right.
Exactly.
It's good to know.
It's the same with cloud. We've always had it. It's just, it's expensive. It's not us. It's the cloud operations that are expensive.
It's not me, it's you. Right.
Absolutely.
Remind us where we can find you. It's on the screen. Hall 5, new place.
Hall 5 H32 or mediaproxy.com to book an appointment with us.
Brilliant. Raj, thank you very much indeed. We're out of time.
Thanks, guys.
Lovely to see
you. See you on the train.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So,
we should just do a quick congratulations to the other Matt of Kit Plus, shouldn't we? Who had a baby boy on Saturday.
Yeah,
Congratulations. Wilfred Snow is welcome to the world. So congratulations to Matt and Megan.
The other member of the team who's looking after the Kit Plus shows. And
yeah, absolutely. We'll probably have more on that later. Yeah. But yeah, before that we have Oscar from Emotion Systems, I think, about to be zoomed in.
And he was in person last time.
He was in person.
I was. I can only apologise. Can't make it this time.
We won't refer to laziness or anything. So yeah, Emotion Systems. So you're definitely sort of making grounds, becoming a bit of an authority in the audio automation world, etc. Let's give us a bit more.
Yeah. So yeah, you mentioned audio automation. It's sort of what we've been defined as, really, and that's our selling point. We can automate all these audio processes, but we have been looking at more of a manual approach recently with Eve. And Eve is this new product of ours which helps with analyzing your files, and essentially you could have a program, but you don't know what it is. Let's say your file says it's Doctor Who season 1. How do you know that it is Doctor Who before you play out? So you have to verify certain things. First of all, that all the metadata is in check, that the content is actually what it says it is.
Yeah.
And then the final thing that Eve can do, and it's really helpful, is it can do built-in loudness analysis. So whilst you're viewing your file in a video player, you can also then analyze the loudness and see if there's any errors within the file. So you can instantly send it back if there is an error, and you can say, bang, at this time code, this is where the error was. It could be because of this explosion, but look, we've broken a threshold for true peak, let's say. So it's a really neat and easy way of analyzing your loudness, verifying your content, and it can be just a last stop before you send that content elsewhere, or that content goes out for transmission. So it's got some really neat features built inside, and furthermore, it can also analyze your encoded audio. So you have things like Dolby Digital, Dolby E in there. If you're unable to unpack your Dolby files, then how do you know how can you measure the loudness on that? So we've got a decoder built in there as well. So there's some really neat tools in there which should just help the audio world with monitoring and yeah. So that's the one we're pushing at the moment.
So there's I saw in the press, I think, that you're also showcasing your immersive mix module as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So we've offered upmix and downmix for a little while, but arguably that doesn't go far enough. Especially when the media world nowadays is trying to go for more cutting edge audio, and what a lot of companies are doing are introducing immersive audio, And what does that mean? Well, that means it's just, let's say, a 5.1, but you're adding in those high channels as well to make it something like a 5.1.4 or a 7.1.4. What we allow you to do with this immersive mix module is upmix or downmix from stereo, let's say, to, if you go all the way to 9.1.6. And then you can get a really, enveloping sound around you. What we found is this would be really useful for like sports broadcast, for instance. So how do you facilitate cutting between an immersive broadcast and, stereo commercials? Well, that's quite jarring if you suddenly cut between one. Some people might want that, some people might not. So what we allow you to do is take your just stereo generic advertisement content and then upmix that to the appropriate immersive format. So yeah, 7.1.4. You're also able to do sort of an upmix and a downmix at the same time. So let's say you have a 7.1.4, but you need to go to a 5.1.6 or something like that. You'll be able to downmix and upmix at the same time. So yeah, really, really powerful tool that. And it just adds to our sort of audio suite of broadcast ready tools to take your content to the next level.
Fantastic. Oscar, where can people find you in the massive RAI exhibition centre?
I know. It's we'll be in Hall 6 and we'll be stand C28A. So we're sort of just off the main bulk of the hall of the expedition. But but then on the left-hand side, you'll be able to find us, and you'll see our big emotion system flyer up there, as well as our little EOPs that we have for different modules of ours. So if you see some Mr. Men-looking characters, well, I'm going to be there.
Oscar, that's brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing you over there.
Fantastic. Thanks. I'm looking forward to it as well. Cheers, guys.
Cool.
Thanks for joining us. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Interesting stuff. And
well, it's we forget audio is one of the most important. Well, it's the single most important part of the signal. If you like. Without the audio, we're kind of stuck with just pictures. And the experience. So next up, we are hoping to have Marquis Broadcast. And
speaking to Paul, I think this time.
Paul again.
Let's wipe him in. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Really good. Thanks very much. How about you guys?
Yeah, good.
Very good indeed.
Yep. I'm just going to turn the sounds of time over, Paul, so we know where we are.
Okay.
So, go on.
Yeah, so let's get started. IBC, 2 weeks' time. How are the preparations going, and what can people expect to see on your booth this year?
Well, very exciting. And I think what I'm going to do, first of all, is rewind to NEB, because you came on our booth, we did an interview, we were talking about a new C3 workflow that we had with Sony and Avid. And actually what happened during the show was we won this. And it was a really great award from IABM, and it was for the project collaboration or event. And we've been working with Sinclair Broadcast in the United States in 6 of their stations, piloting a new workflow, which was it was a way of tightly coupling metadata through the production planning process or the newsroom process and all the downstream workflow to make 5G acquisition for news hyper efficient by using a proxy workflow with the Sony C3 platform and cameras. And that was great. It really had a fantastic response. We were really pleased with it, and with the award ended on a real high. But what happened at NEB was a lot of the production people came along for unscripted documentaries and stuff like that, and said, well, actually, news benefits by a ratio of around 10-1 by this workflow. In unscripted documentaries, the shooting ratios can be as high as 200-1. So we can, by using a proxy and high-res workflow, we can save 99.5% of the traffic that's coming from high-res content in the field back into the production center. So it's transforming and it accelerates productions. So we got our thinking caps on at the time, and we said, okay, what we need is some new partners in the acquisition side of the workflow. So you'll see us, of course, the workflow will be demonstrated again on the Avid booth and the Sony booth. But also we're announcing that we're working closely with Wolftech and Ross and LiveU on acquisition workflows which benefit from this new approach.
Yeah, well, actually, I remember the BAM award. I remember the moment actually now.
Hey.
Now that you said it. Yeah, I do remember it. So, you know, integration has always been well, it has more recently been a big part of what you're doing, integrating with all of the different manufacturers and solutions that they can offer. What can you see? You know, changing now. What's it going to? Your new integrations with these people, your new partnerships.
Yep.
How's it going to help?
Well, I think what it does is it brings the same productivity benefits that we've been modelling with Sinclair, and we're 2 years into that piece of work, so it's becoming very, very refined, and we can apply those same operational benefits to general production. So whether it's in the studio, whether it's unscripted in the field. You know, typically it would accelerate a production by 2 or 3 days. It means the editorial decision making is much easier because you can make that on the basis of proxies, which you may not have had access to in previous workflows. So it's super efficient, and the people in production that we've spoken to, and in a way, it's a new market for us, and so we're targeting those people very, very hard for IBC. So we think it's pretty cool.
Is it fair to say that there's a good sustainability argument towards this as well? I mean, the less traffic you're sending to and from.
Well, it's multifaceted because, yeah, there's less traffic across, you know, thin networks. Not all networks are perfect, so it makes those work much more efficiently. But it also means that the high-res content doesn't need to enter the editing workflow until the edit is almost final.
Yeah.
So you're just bringing across the bits that you actually need to complete the edit.
Cool. And you'll be doing live demos on the booth as well, I'm sure, Paul.
Well, actually on our booth, we're talking about our normal products, of course, this workflow, but the actual demonstrations will be on the Sony booth and the Avid booth, and we have another workflow on the LiveU booth, which is directly opposite us. Okay. And the reason for that is the network costs are so high at IBC. It would have cost more than our booth to have this network running.
Crazy.
This demo running.
In fairness, I don't think it's IBC, it's the venue.
Where can people find you in the hall, Paul?
We're in 7B B20.
Fantastic. Paul, your timing is perfect. The blue sounds have run out, so we look forward to seeing you. And we'll be chatting further on your booth as well, so we can get some more insight then over at the show.
Yeah, look forward to it, Matt and Simon. Cheers, bye.
Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, it's always good to spend time with those guys over the show. We always
yeah, I remember they were quite pleased to get that award last year. That's or last year at NAB.
Audible in our RTS.
No,
I reckon that trumps a BAM award, don't you? RTS award.
I don't know. Let's not go there.
So we're now welcoming
Dan McQuillan.
Dan McQuillan, Broadcast Bionics. Good morning, Dan.
Hi, here. Morning, guys.
How you doing?
Very good. Very good. Yes.
Dan. So turning over the times.
Yes.
IBC. What's going on
with
Bionics?
I mean, it hardly seems a year ago since we were doing it, but you know, the industry really has changed a lot during that time. I think it was only in the last week that research out of the US showed that non-linear has kind of now overtaken linear and live audio, and that means we're really looking at changing every aspect of the industry. So it's whether changing who is creating content. A few years ago, you guys have been looking at Caller One and Camera One, our sort of scaled down versions of what we've been doing in traditional studios. Brand new thing in there this year will be supporting the Rodecaster, which literally is, you know, industry standard at the podcasting end of things.
Yes.
So that into our traditional workflows. So one of these for a few £100, A10 Mini for a few £100, and we can do all the camera switching and engagement and visualization stuff that you could do in a big complex traditional broadcast studio. So bringing the broadcast stuff right down to the non-linear and podcasting end. Table you've sat at, and we've talked about that a couple of times. Again, that's in that same space. So democratizing production right down. And then probably the big thing that we're talking about at IBC then is how we don't just simplify what happens at the edge, but simplify and make agile what happens at the core. That's virtual rack, that's moving towards software solutions for broadcast architecture and infrastructure. But again, it's about the changing needs and nature of content production and distribution, the need for agility, the need for flexibility, and hopefully simplifying that, whether it's all the way down to the simplest possible studios, or it's about simplifying the complex architecture that underpins, some of the world's largest broadcasters.
So why is the introduction of virtual rack so timely, Dan?
Because broadcasters are really struggling to implement these more complex and flexible architectures and workflows. And as they need to do that, the challenge is how do traditional broadcast engineers cope with some of the specific IT challenges of learning new operating systems like Linux, of chasing semicolons around the command line when they could take you off air if you put one in the wrong place. So we've taken those IT challenges and we've made them disappear through the use of advanced software and technology to then unleash that technology. So, simplicity isn't the absence of complexity, it's the mastery of it. So whether it's making studios simple or making infrastructure simple, our job is to absorb that complexity and say, hey, we know what you're trying to do as a broadcaster. We know this fantastic technology is available. Let's wrap that in a way that means you can just focus on what you're doing, which is creating content at the edge or building agile platforms at the core, and focus on your broadcast workflows, your broadcast knowledge. So virtual rack abstracts away all of that complexity of IT while delivering all of the benefits that we know are available. So that's resilience of failover and redundancy, it's agility and efficiency of using only a few CPU cores to spin up and down things that used to take whole racks of equipment. So yeah, it's about taking the challenge that we all face as an industry at this moment, but turning that challenge into an opportunity by taking away the risk and complexity of trying to take traditional broadcast engineers and throw them without some guide rails and safety net into the challenges of embracing this stuff right now.
So it certainly sounds like virtual rack is the product that you want people to have a look at. That's a bit of a highlight for you. But this sitting in the family, does this help the other products? Does this sit in a whole family of products sort of thing? Are the other products developing because of this, etc.? How is the rest of the product range evolving?
Yeah, so we have a product range, right, and a product philosophy. The philosophy is all about, this simplicity of technology, of democratizing everything from production to distribution. So you'll see that from Caller One and Camera One at that lower end all the way up to virtual rack and Bionics Studio. So, in one sense, we're helping people camera switch on 500-pound roadcasters. At the other end, you'll see Context, which is doing camera switching right now as we speak on BBC Two for Nicky Campbell. It's the same algorithm, it's the same software, we're just deploying it in different ways. This is a whole family of products that underneath share the same DNA, share the same architecture, share the same capabilities, but they're being deployed and leveraged by different parts of our industry as our industry grows to reach all of these different platforms and purposes.
Interesting stuff. And where can people find you over at the show, Dan?
We're in Hall 8 as usual. Yes, we're in Hall 8, stand C81.
Fantastic. And I believe we're spending some time with you at the show as well, so it'd be good to get some more insight into virtual rack and everything else you've got going on.
Sit at the table.
Yeah, the table, yeah.
If he's going to have one.
Dan, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in a few weeks.
Great to see you. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
So it is worth saying, if you're watching this and you want to ask a guest a question, we do have the comments freely open on YouTube. So just type a comment in there, and we can endeavour to ask the guest your question. So I think now we're skipping ahead 2 guests. With 100 or so during the day, the timings can flip a little bit sometimes with time zones or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to skip ahead to our 9:50, which means we're early, to Peter.
Well, it makes a change.
From Starfish. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
We're normally behind by this point.
Yeah.
In fact, by the time we flip this, we will be late. Peter.
Hi.
Good morning.
Right.
How are you?
You're live.
Yeah, very well, thank you. I'm just going to adjust the volume. You're really quiet at my end.
Okay.
We'll try and speak up.
It's all about you, Peter, anyway. So as long as we can hear you, that's good.
Okay, great.
Let's start with the basics, Peter. Why do you go to IBC?
Primarily, it's a really useful place to meet contacts, our partners, resellers, distributors, and just get a sense of what's going on in the industry. So, it's a great place to meet people. We don't typically treat it as somewhere to demonstrate technology like we used to in the past, but it's still very worthwhile as a meeting place.
And I guess the key question is, what's new for Starfish?
We're really focused on our transport stream processing technology. We've developed a new product that is involved with PID mapping, which again is packet manipulation around the transport stream. And we secured a fairly large order on the back of that product. So we're really happy with that. And the big focus has been for some time internally to port our software to a Linux-based operating system, and then ultimately to have a full cloud-native version of our software. And we are in the final test phase. We actually have that now working at one of our customers' sites. So that's been a huge engineering effort on our part. I'm absolutely thrilled with the progress we've made. And what it means is that moving forward, our customers can basically choose to implement the product in almost any way that they wish, based on their current workflow and infrastructure. So traditional on-premise dedicated hardware, on-premise cloud, or public cloud. So that's a huge step forward for us. And that alongside of the further developments and enhancements that we've made to the transport stream processing products, it's been a really busy time.
So where are we going to find you? Because you're not. Are you static? You're not static. I think you just.
We're actually basing ourselves on the UK Pavilion. So we have an area on the UK Pavilion. So we're not demonstrating product as such, but we are meeting people, and they are in Hall 1, and the number is 1C37. So anybody that wants to see us we're looking forward to anybody that can call by.
Yeah, once you've had the chat and you've got the solution, it's not much to demonstrate. It does the job in the background. It deals with it. That's all you've got to know, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is an infrastructure product.
Yeah.
There's no operational GUI. We have a very sophisticated monitoring system, which we just enhanced massively, a web-based monitoring app. But in normal operation, it sits there around 24/7 without human intervention. So,
So
excellent.
So, as a person that's been in the industry, Peter, for a long time, just in a nutshell, what sort of key trend are you going to be looking at IBC to find out more about? Sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm not sure that the key trends are like they used to be in the past, when everybody was focused on a particular technology and there was a real buzz around something that was new. But what we see is still this massive march towards OTT delivery platforms. I think that's obvious. It clearly is the way of the future. And anything that involves helping a customer to build a more sophisticated, more flexible, more reliable, automated transmission platform is where we're really focused, and I think a lot of the industry is focused.
Fantastic.
From a post-production side, obviously there's still this massive move towards remote production, but it's not an area that we're involved in at all.
Cool. Yeah. Peter, pleasure to speak to you as always, and we'll see you in a few weeks at IBC, and thank you for joining us.
Looking forward to it. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thanks,
Not
Peter.
at all.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Peter. Bye-bye.
So we're going back in time now to Codemill.
Let's not say that as we introduce a forward-thinking technology company.
So we're joined, I believe,
Hopefully,
by
Neil Anderson.
Neil Anderson is coming into into Zoom.
And we spoke with Neil last time at, I think it was IBC last year. I don't think you made NAB. Hello, Neil.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, good, thanks. We chatted a year ago. My time flies.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. So we've got quite a lot going on for IBC. So Codemill is focused this year on making integration with our Accurate Video products a lot easier for partners. So Accurate Video basically is a suite of web and cloud native tools for the media supply chain. So really, it's the last stages of preparing content and different versions of content for distribution to VOD and OTT services. So we have clients who use it for doing things like content checking, QC, segmentation workflows, and things like that. And part of that is, growing the number of partners who can offer Accurate Video as part of their platforms. So the launch template architecture is our new initiative. And basically, because we've got a lot of new partners joining in, we don't want to keep creating bespoke integrations with their APIs.
No, of course.
So we've taken a much more simplified approach, and that launch template architecture means that we can now onboard partners within a matter of days rather than it taking weeks or even months to do custom integration.
Right.
So that's good news, not only for our partners, but also for customers who have sort of bespoke back-end systems that they may have built in-house. They want to be able to load their content and metadata into our Accurate Video tools and do their content checking, QC work, and segmentation. So that's quite a nice initiative. What it means is that we've got about at least 8 different partners at IBC who are demonstrating Accurate Video for the first time. So that's quite nice for us. So, for example, Amazon Web Services are showing Accurate Video on their booth, part of their media supply chain demos. We also are sharing our booth with Embrace, and who have a workflow engine, and Vion Labs that provide AI recommendation for ad breaks. So for customers who are doing a lot of AVOD and fast channels where they need to quickly find suitable locations for ad breaks, their AI service gives you a good recommendation of where those places ought to be, and that's now integrated with Accurate Video. So that's pretty cool. Also PHABRIX, which is one of the big title management platforms used by a lot of the studios. They're also showing Accurate Player. We've also worked with Ortana and their Cubics MAM, so now for Accurate Video, and they have their booth near us. And also Backlight's Iconic MAM now integrated with Accurate Video. So there's quite a lot going on there, and as usual, we have our partners SDVI showing Accurate Video as well as part of their media supply chain platform. So that's kind of on the Accurate Video side. We're also collaborating with an IBC accelerator project called the Responsive Narrative Factory. So this is really an initiative by a number of different vendors. I think there may be at least 10 or more different vendors who are all looking at how you can take metadata from the very point of creation, in camera, all the way through the final distribution of content onto different platforms, and maintaining that metadata through all of the production, post-production, and media supply chain processes. So we're collaborating with them, enabling Accurate Video to support this new metadata initiative, working with partners like MetaX, which is a new metadata standard that's looking to sort of be part of this new accelerator project. So that's quite nice as well. Much more collaborative, much more about giving back to the industry and offering more industry standardized tools. And then finally, we have our Cantamo MAM with version 6. So this is the first time we're showing Cantamo with our brand new user interface and improved user experience. And we've also integrated our Accurate Player, which is used for a lot of customers who are working with lots of subtitles, captions, different audio languages, for managing all of that content. So that's a big update, and we're showing that for the first time at IBC.
Fantastic. I mean, I'm being sort of either corrected, or you're going to tell me this is a change of direction or an addition. I've always thought of you as more of a software company towards the movie industry, towards the sort of, if you like, the creative industry. It sounds like there's a lot of broadcast coming into your world now.
Yeah, more and more. I mean, obviously, broadcasters themselves are starting to branch out and are collaborating more with international productions, licensing their content into different countries. So you look at what BBC Studios are doing, ZDF Studios, a number of these kind of commercial offshoots of the public sector broadcasters. So they all need to be able to prep their content for international markets. So you're absolutely right. Historically, we've worked with the major studios and continue to do that. But more and more of these other European broadcasters and broadcasters in other territories are all kind of getting in on the act and realizing that there's money to be made by international partnerships, and therefore sort of localization for all types of content is becoming really important.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Neil, where can people find out more IBC? Yeah. Whereabouts are you located?
Yeah, we're in Hall 6. So the walk-through area between 5 and 7, which is great for footfall.
Oh, yes.
And we're at Hall 6 and it's stand 11. So quite a decent presence, and working with our partners Embrace and Vion Labs. So we're sharing sort of combined.
I guess you'll be on some of their booths as well, here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, exactly, and all those other partners I mentioned as well. So yeah,
and I guess you want to meet partners as well, potential partners at IBC as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, part of being at IBC is not only to connect with our customers and find new customers, but new partners wandering onto the stand. We had a lot of that at NAB as well. So
great.
It's been interesting to see that.
Great.
Fantastic. Neil, thank you very much indeed. Hope your setup goes well, and we'll see you in a few weeks.
Hopefully see you
Thanks
there.
a lot. Cheers, guys.
Thanks. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cool.
Right, so
now
next one to prompting.
Prompting, yeah, we're talking to CueScript, and I believe we have Charlotte Latham waiting in the wings.
Waiting in the wings.
So
we often see the CueScript gang at various shows.
Yeah. So I think we're going to talk about some innovations with scripts for PTZs, which is quite an interesting one.
Type thing. Yeah.
So when Charlotte's ready, we'll zoom her in.
Looks like she's in.
She's in. Hi, morning, Charlotte.
Good morning. How are you both?
We're good, thank you. Yeah, looking forward to IBC.
We're good at the moment, but it's still quite early.
Yeah, you've got quite a way to go yet.
Oh yeah. So Charlotte, I'm going to turn the 5 minutes over. The floor is yours to talk about. I think you've got a lot to talk about this year at IBC. So off you go.
I'm going to cram it in. I'm going to cram it in as quickly as I can.
Go for it.
So first and foremost, you just mentioned PTZs. I mean, PTZ cameras have just exploded, as we know, in the broadcast world. Our original setup, we suspended the camera from above. We got rid of needing counterbalance, which was always such an issue with prompting being added to the small PTZ cameras.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just gone down a storm. As I say, no counterbalance needed. The weight is centralised. We can wall mount it. We can just go on a simple lighting stand. So it's been super popular. Added to that though, Sony brought out the FR7 with the interchangeable lenses, which then flipped that all around for us again. So back to sort of the design team, and they were so quick at coming up with something.
Yeah.
And we still don't need any counterbalance. It works lovely. You can still get a really decent amount of panning considering you're in a prompting hood. But it's really since NAB when it launched, it's just been really popular. So we're really excited to show it at IBC and have that platform to share it with everyone. Then the cloud-based system as well. So that also has been kind of groundbreaking for us. IP, anyone that knows our products knows that IP ran through the whole system along with conventional connections. That was really important to do because we needed to grow with our customers, with the broadcasters. Not everyone was ready to jump straight into IP. So we have 702110 now as well as an offering, but in order to use the QTalk side of stuff, which is our Ethernet connections, before you had to have a secure local connection or VPN hardware. We've done away with that, and we're offering a subscription cloud-based service. So it just streamlines the way that our whole system can be used. And yeah, it's really exciting to show because it just opens that door for people that were kind of on the fence of thinking, do I have the time? Do I have the manpower or the technical knowledge to set all that up properly? It's now all done for you. So that's an exciting addition. We have our Say It voice activated control as well. Very much an additional control. We're really pushing it as that. It's not going to be the be all and end all because you still need an operator. You still need those edits. You still need that live interaction as well. And that feeling of a natural presentation. But for those like overnight shifts or pieces to camera where you're going to stay to script, it's such a great way of just being able to use our system in a far more flexible manner, let's say. So that's a great one. And one last thing is the On Time, which is a little Wi-Fi enabled NTP reader. So quite often we'd have clock devices sent out to location be it sport or news on location.
Yep.
And they would have to have LTC or DVITC or, you know, all of that stuff no longer needed now. It's simply connect to Wi-Fi with the little QR code, set up everything nice and simple, and you've got accurate time either on a single camera or multiple cameras as well, because it will all be synchronized. So yeah.
There's a lot to talk
That
about.
is pretty much all of it wrapped up. I hope that wasn't too long.
No, perfect.
Just a quick one on the PTZ. Is that, you mentioned the JVC PTZ, is that manufacturer specific? Will you be doing other?
Oh, it was Sony actually.
Sony.
It was the Sony FR7.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll work with all of them. Don't worry, we've got something for all of them. But the FR7 has that interchangeable lens.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you've now got the length to consider as well.
Yeah.
Depending on what lens they use. So we didn't want to go back to needing a ton of counterbalance. So we've managed to come up with a nice little setup that doesn't require that. You can still use the panning range to a good degree in the prompter, and have 15-inch, 17-inch or 19-inch size screen as well. So a decent size of screen.
Yeah. Well, we'll be spending time with you on the show floor as well with the camera crew, so we can find out some more information. Where should we head to find you, and where can visitors at the show find you?
We're Hall 11 D10. That's a new hall for us, though. We've never been in that hall, so
okay.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people moved this year. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a shift around.
Yeah. It's fine.
It keeps us on our toes, trying to find our way around.
Yeah.
I always get lost anyway. So
changed the hall numbers a while ago.
But we shall seek you out, Charlotte. Thank you very much for joining us, and looking forward to seeing you in a few weeks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hope the rest of the day goes well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Now, a few weeks ago, you spoke to Bernie from SSL, didn't you?
SSL, one of our supporters.
Yeah, they're supporting the show today, or helping to support
System
the show
T.
today.
Yeah.
System T. So this is a live show all day long, apart from 3 short pre-records, which we had to do with SSL. So we're going to play the first one. As I say, Matt talking to Bernie
Throughout the
about
day,
System
we'll
T.
be having a few of these, 3 of these. So part 1.
Let's play the first one.
Let's find out. So here I am with Bernie Carpenter from SSL. Hi, Bernie.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. So you're here to tell us a little bit about what SSL are going to be showing at IBC. So what are you showing at IBC this year?
Well, we're really looking forward to being back at IBC, and we'll have equipment from across the System T range. So we'll have our S500M, which is our large format control surface, and that will be set up with an immersive speaker rig. So we'll be able to demonstrate the full immersive capabilities of System T. We've got the S300, which is demonstrating the power of System T in the more compact fixed format, suitable for a wide range of installations.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to have another demo station with our new product, expanding our control range a bit further. I won't dive into too many details about that now, because I know we're going to cover that a bit more later. The key thing really is that we're showing just how scalable the System T platform is, right from the large installations where you need a lot of hands-on control, all the way down to much smaller, remotely controlled or automated production systems.
So these are all elements of the System T platform. How does System T lend itself to immersive audio production? I think you've used as a term.
Yeah, and it's a good question. I mean, System T has toolkits for both live immersive production and file-based immersive production. And really what we've done is extended what we already had for mono or stereo or 5.1 production. So things like the channel formats, all of our channels and buses can be any format, whether that's mono, stereo, 5.1, 514, 714, even formats such as 404, a slightly novel format which efficiently uses DSP when you're doing immersive production. And our monitoring now also goes up to 916. So the system is fully flexible and capable in terms of formats. And we've also got integrated panning tools. So our panning can either be XYZ, or we've got a rotational panner. But these are really just building on what we had for 5.1 or stereo production. So it's easy. There's not a giant learning curve. Okay. We've also got the inbuilt effects. So System T includes a lot of effects, and we've expanded a lot of those into the immersive formats too. So whether it's dynamics or delay or modulation, all of these things are included within System T. So immersive productions is just a natural extension of what you were doing before, and it's not complicated to achieve.
And of the two panels, you've got the 500 and the S300. Now the S300 maintains the full feature set in a more compact form. How do you manage this?
Well, that's absolutely right. So the software is the same across the entire range, and that's the key thing, really. So what you see on the screens, whether you're on the larger S500, the smaller S300, or our Tempest control rack, the software is uniform across the range. The difference is in the hardware controls that you get provided. So whereas the S500 is modular and it can have a lot of faders, or it could still be quite a small surface, the S300 provides a fixed format 16, 32 or 48 fader surface, but it can get to all of the same functionality through these multi-gesture touchscreens, and you can map the key functionality to the hardware in front of you depending on what you are doing. So it really, you can bring those controls straight in front of you, even on a much more compact surface.
So strictly speaking, you're not actually losing any features with the S300. It's, you know, it's just if you want to fit it in a more compact space.
Exactly right. It's all about control, yeah, and it's a cost-effective solution as well. So again, depending on what people are doing, what the application is, we try and have something across the range that will meet everyone's audio needs.
Yeah, of course, cost is an important factor here all the time. So if people want to find out more, where do we find SSL at IBC this year?
So we'll be in Hall 8 as usual. We're at B81 this year, or obviously you can head to solidstatelogic.com.
Brilliant. Now we're also going to be doing another couple of videos to go into a bit more detail about what Bernie's been talking about. Keep an eye out for that later on, and thank you very much, Bernie.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt.
And we'll be hearing more from Bernie later on in the show, where we discover more of the features and exciting things that System T can do. So we are now heading over, I believe, to our next guest from Magnifi, which is Vinayak. Hopefully he should be waiting in the wings. Good afternoon, good morning, Vinayak. How are you?
He's muted again.
I think you're muted, Vinayak. You might have to turn your audio up.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Perfect.
Brilliant.
Nice to see you again. What is Magnifi presenting at IBC this year?
Something very interesting. We're actually coming up with an entertainment solution which is currently under testing with certain set of clients. The solution uses actually the Magnifi's patent video intelligence technology to automatically understand the content of videos, including faces, speech, places, objects, actions, and audio cues. The platform then uses this information to create short, engaging clips that are optimized for social media and other digital platforms. In addition to the automation of creation of short clips, it also offers a variety of other features, including rich video editing capabilities, which is powered by Elasto, a browser-based video editor, and an integration with a bunch of CMS and MAM solutions out there. And the solution is built with the scalability to handle thousands of hours of content concurrently.
So this isn't I don't think this is your first IBC, but it's the first time you'll be working with. Is it really AI? Your AI-based gaming platform, the content creation platform. So what can you tell us a bit more about that? Yeah.
So for Magnifi, it's actually the second year, but with Really, it's going to be our first year. We just acquired the company earlier this year. I think streaming platforms have done for video game watchers what broadband internet did for video game players. I think YouTube Gaming, Twitch, and Mixer have allowed watching video gaming live and alongside others, regardless of watcher's physical location. I think traditionally, while gaming enthusiasts were principally focused on playing games, many of them were engaged in gamer segments today. I spend substantial amount of time watching video gaming content. Really actually solves that problem, right? It solves the problem of just creating these clips dynamically and real time. So I think that's going to be a focus area, and that's what I'm going to be presenting with Really at this year at the IBC with Magnifi.
And I guess it's worth asking, how important is the gaming sector to you?
I would say we're exploring. It's quite interesting and fascinating. We all know how the e-gaming segment is rapidly growing. It's very fascinating for us. So we're going to take it by the stride. It's important, but I wouldn't put numbers together right now in that segment.
And you're going to be participating in a panel session, aren't you? Key steps to success in streaming of sport. Give us a quick overview of what you're going to be chatting about there.
I think this panel is going to be exploring how sports production delivery will need to evolve to offer viewers a more personal and engaging experience, and how AI can actually enhance the post-production process and support creativity. And my panelist, Mike Burke, Eric Black, I think we all are going to be kind of chatting about, how valuable live sports content is in today's market, and how it can be customized at scale to enable service providers in Europe and beyond to serve a range of audiences with multilingual content. I think that's where we're really going to be focusing.
Cool. And I guess we should ask, where can people find you at the show?
I just had it written down somewhere.
I think I have it here, so I will save you the struggle, Vinayak, and tell you it's Hall 5, C96, I believe.
There we go. Hall 5.
There you go.
The place to be. Vinayak, thank you very much for joining us.
Direct people down there.
Safe travels to Amsterdam, and we look forward to seeing you in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. See you guys. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for coming in. Bye-bye. So, great. That's funny, Vinayak was muted last time he came in, I remember that.
Was it? And it's interesting, just picking up on the esports and how important it is to magnify.
Absolutely.
Steve was saying earlier on, they've got a new feature at IBC now, the new esports. I'm not sure whether it's an arena, but there's some pretty cool stuff going on there, so do check that out.
Absolutely. So now we're moving on to Georgiana from Caton.
Hey. Hi, Matt and Simon. How are you?
We're
Very
good,
good,
thank you, yeah. We've got our 5-minute timer here to make sure we don't talk for too long.
So do you have a buzzer as well?
We don't. We have a small electric chair.
So, go on. So now I remember this one because it was in the news, and I was congratulated on being able to get out the your SLA exceeding 99.9999%.
Perfect.
Well, there you go.
Done
it again. So, how does your extreme solution work to ensure this magnificent SLA percentage?
Hey, thanks for the question, and allow me to do a brief intro, and maybe talk a little bit about why we built it and the technology behind it. So, Caton Media Extreme is a cloud-native service that offers anywhere live video delivery over the public internet. So, as you mentioned just now, with a reliability exceeding 6 nines, 99.9999, I got it right, I hope, %. We outperform these lines, while providing higher SLAs, at lower costs. So why did we build this, and how do we make this happen? So the technology behind this. So, we all understand that the business internet is an attractive form of connectivity due to its affordability and widespread accessibility. However, it can be a wild and tricky place, especially for high quality media delivery. So that's why we built something special. So here's the technology behind this. So we leverage AI and big data to manage the network traffic in real time. Now, this ensures that your content takes the best possible route, avoiding any digital speed bumps along the way. And Caton Media Extreme uses our Caton Cloud architecture to track the signals from the origin over the public internet through our mesh network of more than 100 points of presence to the final destination. And through our AI dynamic network management, it makes switching decisions proactively to guide traffic through the most optimal path. So these switching decisions are made based on security, availability, latency, and cost. So these are all key performance metrics that broadcasters are concerned about. So the result is that we can and do offer an SLA of 6 nines for high bitrate, real-time transmissions for Ultra HD and beyond. And this translates to picture-perfect viewing experience for our consumers.
Yeah.
Why is it low cost? Well, we operate this. What we operate is an overlay core network based on the public internet infrastructure, right? And it's very agile. I mean, it being capable of being deployed virtually anywhere in a very short span of time. So we're talking hours from inquiry to connectivity. And we can show you this, and we've got proof points and case studies all lined up, along with demos at our booth in Hall 1.
Okay.
And we're looking forward to diving into MediaXtream's cutting edge tech with you. We've got success stories on 24/7 broadcasting, live sports, and other video delivery applications. So come and see how we are redefining content delivery with high quality and ultra low latency, all at a minimal cost. And of course, as we all know, with AI and cloud being hot topics at IBC and with the industry, I don't think you want to miss this. If I still can't convince you yet, I guess I'm pulling out my marketing spin and tell you this. Okay, we've got really good coffee at the stand. So come by.
Coffee in a chair.
Coffee in a chair.
That's right. You got it.
Georgia, thank you. So that's Hall 1 F36, I believe, is where they can find Caton Technology.
That's right. And we're just kind of like, the walkway between Hall 1 and Hall 5. Mm-hmm. And again, great coffee. So, and chairs for you to sit to rest your tired feet. Brilliant. And great demos.
We'll see you there.
I'd love to see everybody there.
Georgia, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And we'll see you in a few weeks. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Have a good day.
Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Right, Caton. Good. Connected easier than Paul did. So now we're on to. Now I'm going to have show my ignorance here and inability to pronounce his first name.
If
properly.
in doubt, ask. This is the first time we've spoken to
Chettle.
Chettle Hornland. Hi, good morning. Right. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
So I think this is the first time we've spoken. So it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
IBC is obviously important to you. Tell us why and what you'll be showing.
Yeah, so basically, eSlive powers interactive overlays for a lot of broadcasters and sports leagues and so on. So kind of the key audience for us as IBC is really obviously talking to a lot of the broadcasters and leagues. So I guess we're part of Evertz Microsystems, so we'll be at the Evertz booth.
Okay.
And so basically eSlive got acquired about a couple of years ago by Evertz. So we're kind of part of all the products that the Evertz are showing at the show, which is distributing video all the way from the creation to the endpoint, basically.
Part of that.
So I think, yes, we are. So cool. If you take, let's say, the NBA working on video distribution, then Evertz is doing a lot of that type of delivery.
Okay.
And we're also working across basketball, baseball, ice hockey, soccer, and so on to deliver kind of fan engagement, basically.
Okay. So how does that? What's the secret? What's the key to the what's the product? Yeah, I mean, yes, fan engagement. What do you give the broadcaster or the?
Yeah. So everybody kind of has got live sports, right? That they're streaming these days, and the streaming is across iOS, Android, it's across connected TV, and so on. Mm-hmm. What we're doing is to add a layer on top of that. So our applications live in the cloud, but you install them on top of the video streaming apps, basically. So when you're an end user and you're going into a basketball game, for example, you'll see interactive content appearing on top of the stream, which is actually created on your device. It's not pre-rendered in the production, but it allows you to engage with the content, to see live stats, to engage with quizzes and polls and additional content. And the sum of that kind of becomes a basis for doing new monetization, right? So our customers are looking to monetize basically with sponsorships and live betting, live odds, those kind of elements basically, and get that delivered across the devices.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the key element of what we do with our platform.
So I'm not sort of digging too much into the technology, because people will want to do this when they meet on the show floor. But I guess it's you're the app, effectively, maybe named. You're the device app, and that, the video is delivered to that app, and you layer on top before the viewer actually sees it.
Yep. So we will install in any customer app out there. We're not kind of delivering the streaming product itself. Okay. So the video will be distributed like it is today. But we give anybody who's invested in OTT, we give them an opportunity to monetize more on top of that distribution. Right. So if you think about it like this, TV graphics have always been part of the video signal since the very beginning. And even if we started distributing over the internet, it's still burnt into the video, right? So what we're doing is to enable this to become a dynamic two-way thing, where you can interact with the content, or you can just kick back and relax and watch the game, right? But you have these, you can go deep into the content if you would like.
And so your ideal customer to turn up and say hello at IBC this year is going to be your tier one, or is it a full range of customers, or are you really targeting the big boys, so to speak?
Yeah, so we work with a number of tiers, but mainly the tier one kind of broadcasters and services. We also work with the leagues from a top level to enable interactivity and then get that activated with each broadcaster taking their content.
Okay.
So obviously, sky's the limit in terms of kind of unlocking new things that you can do across OTT. So our key focus for IBC this year has kind of been to extend the number of sports that we can do interactivity for.
Brilliant.
So we've done kind of basketball and baseball and ice hockey at really high scale. Now we're also expanding a lot to various soccer leagues. So typically kind of La Liga, Champions League content. So anybody who has that type of content can kind of take a package from us and enable interactive content to be surfaced on their streams during live, basically.
Fantastic. We're pretty much out of time, I'm afraid. But can you just quickly finish by telling us where we can find you at IBC?
Yes, so you'll find us at the Everest booth. That's Hall 1, B79.
Fantastic. I'm sorry to cut you short. We've got a lot to get through.
Yeah, sure.
And we're very much looking forward to seeing you at the show as well. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, James Cranfield is coming in now. Cinedeck.
James, good.
We
spoke to him before NEB and IBC, I think. Let's see when he's going to be zoomed in.
Shows as well.
Good
with EditShare.
morning,
Hi,
James.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. I can see a big meet with me behind you.
It was a bit of a laugh.
To my barbecue then. It's
the one we had wasn't quite working, so we had to quickly change it up.
So tell us, James, why should people meet with you at IBC?
Yeah, so obviously we're in Hall 5 this year on H27. We've got lots and lots of new stuff that we're launching at IBC. From our live replay, we've also got live logger, we've got playlisting, and we've got a monitoring and control for over 100 channels of ingest through one pane of glass. So they're sort of all new features that are coming to IBC from Cinedeck. We've not so that's sort of officially being launched next weekend. So that's great. Looking forward to that. We've also unlocking the power of Connect. So you might remember we showed Connects at NAB at the beginning of the year, and what we've done is we've expanded Connects in a way of working with some other sort of partners, the likes of Filmworks, Backblaze, and QScan. Sorry, we've got an event on the Saturday. So if anybody wants to come along to that, come over to the stand and have a chat, and we can get you an invite to that event. It's going to be around sort of Connects and around obviously the integration with these partners. So that's going to be really interesting. We're also going to be on stage 1 in Hall 5, with Edit 123 and our partners at MediaSpec. We're going to be talking about a new production that we're part of at Cinedeck, and it's around A View from the Terrace, it's called. So that's a new production. So we're going to be doing a discussion around that and how we fit in and the workflow around what they're doing for that production. So that's really that's going to be really interesting as well. So yeah, we've got quite a lot going on. So it's all a little bit manic, but yeah, no, looking forward to it.
Excellent.
And you'll obviously, I mean, you've always worked very closely with EditShare, haven't you? So I assume that partnership continues, does it?
Yes, it does. Yes, we still work closely with EditShare. We're still putting in lots of systems with those guys. Obviously, we integrate directly into their Flow MAM system, so we can check straight into to Flow. So it saves a lot of time with the proxy generation, etc., things like that. So yeah,
so you
work really well.
You know, we've seen you work with these partners, and it seems a lot of what people want to do is have partners, just work together. It's a great way of working. Who would you like to see as who's your ideal visitor? What do you see as your growth market now?
Well, very much obviously the production space, especially around our new features of live replay and live logging and playlisting. So very much the production guys would fit into their remit. Obviously, we've also got for post, we've got our Cinedeck tools, which does the insert editing, AS11, metadata editing delivery. So yeah, we've got quite a range of products. So we're more than just ingest. So yeah, it's looking good for us at the moment. We're doing well.
Cool.
And so let's remember where are you?
So you're in Hall 5H27, James, I believe.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Come over and see us, and we're get you an invite over to the event on Saturday night as well. It'll be good.
Good stuff, James. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, and
hopefully we'll see you there.
Looking forward to seeing you in a few weeks.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah,
very much.
see you there, guys.
Right.
Take care.
Bye bye.
And James mentioned EditShare and how spooky. We are
magic.
now talking to Stephen Telycam from EditShare, who I think is about to be wiped in. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning. How's it going?
Very well, thank you. Very
good
well.
So far. Bit behind, but yeah.
You've recently released a new user interface called EditShare 1, I believe, which I'm guessing IBC is the first time people would have seen it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with EditShare 1, we've really been focusing on creating a streamlined and intuitive interface that's going to span across all of our products, so both the storage and the production asset management. And really, it's oriented around real-world production workflows. So, for example, we've got a new transcription workflow. Integrates AI technology so you can get the side-by-side view, speaker-by-speaker transcript. And that's really going to help producers and editors pick out those key moments from rushes. And we've really made sure that this is an integrated experience. So that spans also, for users who are in a web browser, they'll be using EditShare 1, but also inside of the editing tools. So we've got our Adobe Premiere Pro and DaVinci Resolve integration. So that experience is going to go all the way from the web browser into those integrations. And we've also got other things that we've integrated in there. For example, we've had Universal Projects for a little while. We've integrated that into EditShare 1. So even if you're using Avid Media Composer, you can get that same round trip kind of integration. And that's really what we're trying to create with EditShare 1 is one tool that can span the entire production, that can allow people to, seamlessly work between any of their favorite creative tools. And we're very excited about this new platform. We're going to be adding lots of things to EditShare 1 over the coming months. And as you say, the first time we'll be showing it will be at IBC.
Cool. And are there any other new functionalities and launches? I mean, there's always a lot going on your booth. It's always difficult to know where to look.
Absolutely.
Where could you give us a quick walk around of your booth?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got some really exciting other things that we're launching. We've got a new NVMe-based storage option for EFS. That's based on the latest HPE Gen 11 platform. So that's going to give you really high throughput storage on solid state. And that's really helpful for really intensive workloads. Also, talking of speed, we've got SwiftLink, which we're also introducing, and that's going to significantly improve performance between a remote workstation and EFS system. So if you've got a remote client that's accessing over a VPN or some sort of high latency connection, they'll still get great performance working from wherever they are. And that's really been part of the Create Amazing Everywhere that we've been working on over the last few years. So we're very excited about that. But also security is really a top priority for us. We've got all the new security updates of Ubuntu 20, but we've also introduced SAML, which is really useful for single sign-on access. That will be integrated into EditShare 1, our NLE integrations, and that really gives our customers the ability to control authentication from one place and use off-the-shelf technology, things like multi-factor authentication. So lots of really good things to help people secure and access their content much faster.
And apart from the obvious, obviously on the desk behind you,
choose.
how can people find you?
Yes. So EditShare is going to be in Hall 7, A35, but you'll also be able to see EditShare as part of an integrated cloud workflow solution over on the AWS booth. We'll be showing the EditShare Flex solution, our cloud offering, both on our own stand, where we'll be showing a number of our enhancements, but it's also going to be over on the AWS booth, so you get a double whammy from EditShare wherever you go around the IBC halls.
I mean, are there other partners that are around? I mean, EditShare might appear elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in that workflow over at the IBC booth, we got partners like Flame. So we're going to be showing Flame running in the cloud, connecting to EditShare's Flex solution, all of the other kind of cloud solutions. So it's really great to see how much of the ecosystem is now moved into the cloud and is available to customers who are wishing to adopt it.
Yeah. Where can people find you, Stephen?
We've just done that.
We've just done that. Yeah. 7A35, I remember. And of course, the shoes. We've actually got some shoes of our own that we're going to hopefully not destroy our camera lenses with, haven't we? That we're going to be bringing along. So,
I look forward to seeing them.
Stephen, brilliant. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in Amsterdam in a few weeks.
Excellent. Cheers. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Goodbye. Great. So next up, always good to see Stephen.
It is. Well. Yeah.
Adam Lear, Next Edition.
Next Edition
should be
who
hanging around the corner.
We've been talking to for years, but we met for the first time in Vegas.
In Vegas this year at NAB.
Yeah. So he'll be wiped in 2 seconds, I believe. Good
Man,
morning.
Simon.
And there he is.
As I live and breathe.
There he is. So you didn't send Roger this time. You thought.
No, we didn't send Roger this time. Guess where I am?
Go on.
Monaco, baby.
Go on then. What are you doing in Monaco? No, you've got to tell us about IBC. We don't want. Yeah.
I want to know how your products have evolved since we last chatted and what you're going to be showing at IBC. Get back on track, Adam. Focus.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So how have we evolved? Well, actually, our tagline this year for IBC is Broadcasting Evolved, because we've actually seen quite a big shift in attitudes towards these sort of omni solutions and more pragmatic solutions, and a lot of hybrid cloud discussions. So we've had quite a lot of interesting discussions with a lot of broadcasters over the last 12 months, to be quite honest. There's been a shift in the paradigm quite strongly.
Right.
People accepting new technologies. And we've also been very busy with some new clients. I mean, I'm here in Monaco. We launched on Friday, station down here, which is very exciting for us. And a few more clients this year. So it's evolved in quite a spectacular way this year, to be quite honest.
And so a lot of what your success is based on your integrations as well, is it not?
Or lack of integrations, because it's all in one, baby.
Yeah. But how has the product evolved, and how are you? What are people coming to IBC to see new from you?
I think we've done a lot of work on post-production. So the Next Edit is now really improved, so we can actually export a timeline directly from Next into DaVinci Resolve or Premiere, and then edit with the high res directly from the Next engines. That's a big deal, because then straight out the studios, the recordings can go to the edit suites, be cut and posted social, or cut into play-up channels and stuff. We've improved how we do camera card imports and stuff like that. But I mean, the big thing is this Whisper speech-to-text thing. So we actually deploy Whisper inside the Next engine as a microservice on-prem, which means that the clients don't actually have to pay a cloud bill. They can transcribe all their rushes. They can transcribe everything in the system, do the subtitling, do the translations for multi-language stuff. And they don't get a big bill at the end of every month, because it's just part of the system, and that's using Whisper open source. They're just starting a rehearsal in here. So that's the big thing. Also some quality control stuff, silence and black detect and loudness detect, stuff like that. Yeah, quite a lot to see, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned Monaco in a like literally 30 seconds. Tell us what you're doing for the customer. If you're allowed.
I'm actually not allowed to tell you, but it launches on Friday. I'm sure there'll be a press release next week if we can get it through in time. But it is very exciting, and it's not a small job. Let's put it that way.
Fantastic. Well, we hope you get some rest and downtime in Monaco before IBC. Chance to be a fine thing, I'm sure. And thank you for joining us. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam.
Yeah, hope to see you both there.
7 AO2. Is it bottom of the escalators again?
bottom of the escalators, the whole stand this time. We got robotics there this year as well. I should have mentioned. Forgot to mention.
Well, we got it now. You got it in at the last minute. So, thanks. See ya.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Right. Next up, so we're
man.
back on time.
Always a busy man. Yeah, we're
doing pretty well.
Time, yeah. So we're talking to 3LR Lighting with Barry Grubb now. I think we're just about to invite Barry in.
Barry, yeah, I think. Hi, Barry.
Hello, how are you doing?
Very good, very good. Now, I think, is this the first time we've spoken?
It is the first time, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Always nervy when I say that, just in case I've forgotten meeting you before. Yeah, no, that's great. So tell us more about 3LR Lighting, and I think you've got some news about partnerships. Is that right? And
that's right. Yes, correct. So 3LR Lighting, we are a manufacturer's representative, and we represent lighting brands in the broadcast and film sector. And some of those brands are ETC, Sumo Light, and we're also consulting and working with an app brand as well for gaffers and sparks called Lumolist. And also Schnick Schnack is a new addition to our brand as well. So again, helping broadcasters and filmmakers look at lighting solutions.
Cool. And I mean, just to interject there, how are you seeing lighting solutions evolving over the last couple of years and going forwards?
Gosh, it's been obviously predominantly LED lighting, but power efficiencies and LED lighting. We see studios, gaffers, film production companies becoming very aware of the environmental impact of lighting, as well as obviously cost of fixtures, but the environmental impact and how carbon neutral the product is. So it can be recycled, how it's manufactured, if the manufacturer is WEEE compliant, which we can thankfully say our manufacturers are all WEEE compliant. And it's always these sort of power to output ratios and maximizing its green credentials really, and saving the production, time, money, and obviously being very green conscious.
This might be and I apologise. This might be a bit of an on-the-spot question for live, but I was going to touch on the sustainability issue there. And if people are investing in all this new LED product, what's happening to all of the old tungsten and HMIs and all of the other old, big, hot, not so efficient lighting?
Well, they should be, they should be recycled efficiently and properly through WEEE compliance. So a good friend of mine is into recycling, and he tells me his crew strip down fixtures and any electronic devices to take out all the heavy metals, all the wiring. The glass is the only component that is hard to recycle, but taking all the metals out is enough to stop it going into landfill. And they're really conscious of producing, quality working scrap metal for future uses. But the glass is still very much an issue, as are plastics. But it's interesting that they have taken such a greener return to it. And I recently spoke to a few students at an event, and they're also very, being educated into the green mindset of film and TV production, that this is the way forward and it has to be.
Yeah. So going back to IBC now, what are you particularly looking forward to?
So I'm very fortunate enough. I'll be on a stand in Hall 12, G71, the cinematography world team are there, and we have our Lumolist app going up there, and also with ETC, they planned a really big social occasion in the social hub in the Amsterdam city. That's its location, the social hub. We have a chap coming over from America called Jim Ophoff, and he's a product manager. He's very insightful, wants to talk to the industry, learn about what the industry wants, rather than just inventing a light because a manufacturer wants to do it. They want to learn more about what the users want and the camera people and the technicians want to use in effective lighting. So that's on the 15th, part of the 15th, I think it's 1700 hours. And it's the whole big sort of beer and chicken wings event in the evening, but to get people together. And also working with my friends at Sumo Light as well. They're not exhibiting, but we'll be walking the floor and talking to our colleagues and arranging demos with Sumo Light, Sumo Space, and Sumo Sky. So a great opportunity to meet integrators at IBC, which we love talking to, because there's big projects and studio builds. And even though the film and TV industry is a little bit quiet at the moment because of industrial action, there's still a very positive buzz about IBC, which is really exciting.
Yeah, beer and chicken wings sounds good.
Well, that's your idea of heaven, isn't it? You're just made up. Beer and chicken wings. IBC done.
I'll expect my invite. And so your ideal visitor to this. I mean, are you going to be spending a lot of time on the booth? By the way, is it?
I will be. Yes, yeah. A lot of people in the network text me saying, "Are you going to be there at certain times and during the day?" I'll also be, walking the floor and completely mobile as well, but very contactable. So I can meet people on the booth or on their stands.
Yeah, your ideal visitor. Let's profile the person that you want to meet up with.
Oh gosh, a studio designer and lighting designer who is looking at a project to do a studio build and is looking at lighting solutions for that studio. So we would talk to them about the size of the space. If it's a virtual production space, what kind of lighting they want with virtual production. Do they want image-based lighting? So we have that with the Sumo Skies, image-based lighting solution to work with their LED volumes. Is it a large space? Is it a low ceiling space? We have a lot of smaller studios that are very low ceilings, but also some of the larger ones have amazing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 square feet spaces to work with. So yeah, an integrator and a lighting designer would be a lovely person to meet.
Yeah, good. Cool. Great. We've already covered where you are, but remind us.
So I'll be on Hall 12 G71 on the Cinephotography World magazine stand, as well as mobile, and also I'll be in the evening ETC on camera event, which is based at the Social Hub in Amsterdam City from Friday the 15th, 1700 hours till late in the morning, however IBC will be, entertaining and introducing people to ETC lighting, and also taking appointments to arrange for sumo light demonstrations back in London after IBC.
Great. And can they just turn up to the event, or do you need any?
Yes, they can register. I've sent out a link to the organisers of this Kit Plus event here with the link, so they can register on the event so we know numbers for the ETC event.
Cool.
Or they can look me up on social media through LinkedIn, and I'll again forward the details to them.
Brilliant.
Barry, thank you very much indeed.
Nice to meet you.
I hope your beer and chicken wing event goes well and the rest of IBC is a success for you. Thanks for joining.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Simon. Pleasure.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So
our next guest is ready. We're running pretty much on time-ish. Michael Lance from
Accedo. Well, we always question this. Maybe we can be told how best to say it.
Let's get it in. Michael.
Do we say Accedo or Accedo or Accedo?
That's indeed. Hopefully, you can hear me okay. That's a good question. We're not that picky about it. Okay. So obviously, around the world, we hear a lot of different pronunciation. It's supposed to mean Accedo with sort of a combination of accelerate and do. Back when we started the company some 19 years ago, a bit of a sort of tongue-in-cheek wording there, but we're happy with whatever, as long as people recognize our name. That's why we're here for.
Yeah,
Accedo, brilliant.
So, Michael, what are the biggest trends you are expecting to see at IBC?
Well, you've been at it for the entire day, so I'm sure you've heard about sort of many of the other companies talking about sort of there is of course a trend among the customers to focus a bit more on costs at the moment. So everyone is under budget pressure, and of course that is important for our customers as well. So one of the key aspects of what we're focusing is to help them realize those sort of efficiencies that there should be in running a video service. So what we call service optimization is an important topic. We have introduced a service that we call the Accedo Health Check, which is effectively a way to gauge the temperature of how well a video service is doing, not necessarily only in revenues and subscribers, but actually in terms of performance, in terms of key metrics, drop-offs in sign-ups, and so on, to make sure that you can tweak the video service in a way that you can better leverage the investments that you've done. So service optimization, I think, is something that everyone will talk about at this year's IBC, and for sure, this is an area which is very close to our hearts at Accedo.
And so I mean, you mentioned that efficiencies. That is definitely a hot topic because that leads into sustainability. It leads into costs, all manner of things. What products? What are you going to be demonstrating that really helps with this?
Well, so I mean, everything we're doing. So Accedo is, of course, the premium vendor of sort of video experience solutions. So everything that the consumer would touch in a video service, not necessarily the video itself, but all the interactions and so on. And I think that's an area that is ripe for optimization, I'm sure you know, it can be quite costly to deploy on 10, 15 different platforms, but to leverage the sort of software, the underlying software that you're deploying on sort of the server side, the cloud, if you will, and what is deployed on the client side. If you can do that in a better way, so instead of having sort of hundreds of millions of dollars in investment like a tier one would do, you can do the same with a product approach for a fraction of the price. And I think many of the larger media companies are looking to evaluate sort of what they've been doing for a long time and see what a more efficient way of handling it could be. In addition to that, I think one of the key focus for us for this year's IBC is indeed sustainability. You mentioned that earlier. So one of the, I mean, let's be honest, this industry hasn't really cared much about sustainability over the years. But I think media, in a wider sense, touches so many consumers. So we have a responsibility to educate consumers and to drive sort of we have an indirect responsibility, right? We can get them to lower their energy consumptions in the home. We can get them to not endorse sort of media produced in the wrong way and so on. So I think all of those aspects are really important. Accedo's small piece of the puzzle is obviously to work with our customers to optimize the consumer experience, the video experience, to ensure that supports a sustainable media service going forward. And we have some exciting examples of how to do that. And again, I mentioned earlier the health check, which contains some sustainability metrics as well to measure the performance from a sustainability perspective of a video service.
Cool.
Great.
So Michael, where can people find you to find out everything that you're talking about? Where can they find you at IBC?
We're in Hall 5, and of course, I should have known that you would have asked this question, but I don't have the exact number. But Hall 5, we're in the middle somewhere, so go and find us.
F40, I think.
F40, and there'll be a big Accedo logo that everyone will be able to see.
Exactly. We have a new booth, which is actually created sustainably. Nice. So everything is reusable and everything is sourced ethically in the booth. So I'm very excited to see that.
It's nice that we're all waking up to it.
And I also think it's a really cool thing that IBC do at the end of the show during breakdown. They actually go around with trolleys picking up things from exhibitors, and then they give those to good causes in Holland.
Yeah, people that need it.
Which is a great thing for them to do. Yeah. Michael, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you both. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So we should point out in just over 10 minutes, we've got Joe Mayer coming to take our red chair for the first IBC session. Right. And Joe's going to be hosting a session called Upping the Game, where she's talking to Steve Connolly, Liam Dean and Stephen Lunans, who I think they're focusing really on the esports feature that they're going to be unleashing at IBC. Yep. So do stay tuned. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. Do make sure you subscribe to the channel as well, so you don't miss anything that we're doing at IBC. Yeah. In the meantime,
Chris Smeaton.
Drum roll.
So Argosy, cables and connectivity and power distribution and you name it. Chris.
Everything. We do everything.
Everything, yeah.
Chris, we've got our magic egg time here. You've got 5 minutes to tell us everything.
So you've got a new range of ultra range, I think, of 12 gig solutions. Generally, let's have a brief Argosy overview and why are people going to come and see you at IBC?
Thanks for having us. Yeah, so we've been at IBC for about 25 years now.
Yeah.
So we always tend to take a whole range of our products. We tend to take an equipment rack, mains distribution units, cables, connectors, all of the infrastructure products that people generally associate with Argosy. This year, we're doing it slightly different. We're taking those products, plus we're also taking a whole range of deployable solutions. So we're going to have a deployable brochure specifically for IBC, and for any of the OB guys there or anybody doing events, we'll have deployable cable reels with the sort of fiber and harsh environment cables and connectors that you'd see in an outside broadcast event. So rugged jackets, optical con, SMPTE, all of those sort of products. And as you mentioned, on top of that, we'll also be having our ultra range of SDI cables and accessories.
Cool. So you're a good supporter and a valued supporter of the shows that we do as well.
Yeah.
And we were with Media City recently, and you were featuring one of your partner companies, Gunterman and Drunk, as well. How will you be interacting with them at IBC?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity to show for us because there's a number of our partners have stands themselves. So with G&D, for example, we will have a few pieces of their equipment on our stand. They're really for people to come and interact with, look at them physically, and then obviously we'll be able to take those people over to those partner stands for live demonstrations. So again, G&D, Neutschig, lots of our partners will have stands there. So it's a great opportunity for us. It means we don't really have to have a working solution on the stand. We can demonstrate the product, show it, people can get their hands on it, look at the infrastructure and the inputs and the outputs, etc. And then for live demos, we can take those people over to the G&D stand. Similarly, this year we'll have products on display from Lindy and Bluebell as well. Okay. They're two relatively new partners for us, and I guess they sort of they bridge between the broadcast and the AV space, really. So taking signals from copper that need to go into fiber and go over long distances, or interfaces, lots of different interfaces, so USB, HDMI, all of those sorts of interfaces, converting those to fiber or into audio, etc. And so we've got all those on show as well. So we should have a quite nice range this time.
Yeah. So I guess Argosy, with your infrastructure heritage and backbone of your company, I guess you're always a good person to talk to see who's doing what and where they're doing it. Are you seeing any new developments? Is there any particular region in the world that's expanding their operations, and what sort of things?
I think we've seen the sort of post-COVID things will seem to be coming back at different rates. We see the Middle East starting to grow now. Obviously, there's lots of concentration in Saudi. We obviously had the Qatar World Cup, so we're seeing projects come back stronger into that region. Within mainland Europe, for us, it's more about the OB companies and the companies doing events. Obviously, you've got the Olympics coming up in the not too distant future, so that will obviously drive a lot more of the OB guys, people building trucks and that sort of thing. For us, one of the technology changes we've seen is 12G UHD, people looking to do that over traditional infrastructure. That's why we're launching the Ultra range, really, so that people who want to terminate traditional coaxial cables, terminate onto a term panel, patch it using a traditional patch panel, can do that using our Ultra range at 12G. So again, that's a technology change which we've been seeing over time, but it's now starting to get to a point where we felt we needed to launch something, really take advantage of that and help the customers.
Yeah, I mean, that saves on, again, I want to keep saying it, sustainability. If you don't need to change that whole infrastructure, then you shouldn't yet.
Absolutely.
You do it later. That's a great message.
Yeah, and fiber is fantastic for UHD in one sense that you make it off-site in a clean room, you bring it to site and you plug it in. But in lots of cases, people don't want to bring specialists into their environment, with hot tools, trying to make off fiber in the workplace. They literally want to be able to bring a reel of cable in, put a connector on site, run the cable through and plug it in, just as they would do traditionally with SDI. So the new Ultra range from Argosy will help you to do that.
Yeah.
Cool. Where can people find you and talk to you at this show, Chris?
We've always got the same space. So if you go into Hall 10, as soon as you come in, up the escalator, Hall 10, first stand on the right.
Bang.
We'll be there. We'll have coffee. We'll have beer. Come and see us.
But will you have chicken wings?
Well, chicken wings are the thing, apparently. Brilliant, Chris. Looking forward to seeing you over there. And and of course, we should say, of course, that anybody that's not able to see Chris at IBC can come and see Argosy at Kipler Show.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Make it over.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys up in Scotland again, down in London for your shows.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be talking about that more as we go along.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. See you soon.
Thanks, guys. Look forward to it.
Take care, mate. Bye-bye.
Cheers. So now we're on to another regular.
Kiloview, Judy. We always catch up with Judy at the show. They're normally on the 3D Storm stand, aren't they? With Telycam, who we spoke to earlier on.
Yeah.
But let's see if we can connect to Judy. Hi.
There we go.
Hello, Judy. How are you?
Hi, Simon. Good. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, we're very well, thank you.
Very well.
So, Judy, we've got a few minutes for you to tell us what people to IBC can expect from Kiloview. Over to you.
Okay. So actually, I can still recall our last time talking about the IBC. We actually announced quite a lot of the products, and even for NAB show, we did the same, and we actually mentioned or announced quite a lot of the new products. Well, this time probably it will be the first time that we are not going to announce new products, but actually what we are going to do at this IBC will be showing all our previously announced new products working, reliably there, and everyone can come to our booth to check all those products. So the products will be, of course, all those NDI solutions, our recorders, the routers, while also any of those NDI roadmap we previously announced. So we will really, show all the products and all the whole ecosystem working together. So that's, of course, the first part. Well, at the same time, we, as Kiloview always we say, we are IP-based video transmission solutions, but previously, we maybe talked too much about NDI. So there is another kind of a misunderstanding that people will say, okay, Kiloview only offers NDI solutions. Well, for this IBC, we probably will correct a little bit. So we will talk more about the other IP solutions and products, technologies. So the newly released, the E3 would be one of the products that you can really check. We will show the E3 working with both SDI, HDMI inputs simultaneously and the streaming simultaneously with some other powerful functions. While at the same time, you will also be able to see our P3, which is very, very popular after we announced it at NAB. So we will be able to show the bonding encoders, decoders, the bonding encoder working really at IBC. Well, also we will have, of course, new news and also those kind of upgrades. So one of the most exciting news is for our existing N50 and N60. Initially, it's only for NDI. So as I mentioned, we probably will need to move a little bit to the IP direction. So we're going to update our N50 and N60 with more IP protocol support. So that means we will be able to support like SRT for remote transmission. We're going to support RTMP for live streaming. We're going to support a bunch of the other H.264, H.265 based protocols. So that means it will be more for the broadcast level streaming encoders, but it's not just for, not just only for NDI, but it will have a wider application, and they will also offer customers more options. For example, previously they probably will look for 12G SDI encoding and decoding products, where there are not so many options. Well, with this upgrade, we can offer more products and solutions to the markets. And also, previously, we have our MG300, the media gateway products. And one of the missing function is it cannot support full NDI. And at this IBC, we're going to upgrade it. So there will be more functions supported, and that the MG300 will really be a kind of bridge that can connect all the IP protocols, or we can say it will be a kind of hardware products for the NDI bridge. So all exciting news and all benefits for our customers, even for our existing customers who have already got Kiloview products, and then they can get extra benefits with this upgrade.
Judy, succinct and perfect as usual, as always.
Couldn't be better timing.
Yeah, perfect timing as always. So we're going to be spending some time with you on the booth as well, which we're really looking forward to, so we can find out a little bit more. Where can visitors to IBC find you?
This time we will also be with our partner 3D Storm. So our booth will be in Hall 7C54. So I think it's just the opposite to Blackmagic Design.
Okay, always a good one to look for in Hall 7. Always a busy hall as well, and particularly the 3D Storm booth is packed full of innovation and cool things.
A lot going on there.
Judy, thank you very much. Safe travels to Amsterdam, and we're looking forward to spending some time with you.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Matt.
Take care.
See you at IBC.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right.
So we're going to expand the set with the magic. But we should mention the genius behind the controls, John Pratchett.
Yeah.
And Joe
bringing in
Mayer
Joe
from IBC.
from
Welcome
IBC.
to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Lovely to see you. So we're flying by the seat of our pants a little bit here. John's going to take some time to set up the shots, but you are talking to three people, I believe.
Steve
about
exactly.
So
yeah. So can I just start as well by saying thank you so much to both of you and Kit Plus for organising this fantastic countdown to IBC.
We're 2 hours in.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and really appreciate all the support, and also all the support of all the companies that have got involved in this as well. I'm really excited to be sort of hosting the next discussion. It's called Upping the Game, and it's all about the new gaming and esports offering that we announced this week via a press release. So hopefully people have sort of seen some of it. I'll be joined by 3 guests. So we'll be looking at why we're doing it, the background, and the actual offering itself. So I will be talking to Steve Connolly, the IBC sales director. I'll also be joined by Liam Dean from who's a principal analyst at Omdia Gaming Technology. And finally, Stephen Lumnians, who is the CEO at Unlocked, and who will be sort of delivering the eSport Tech Zone. So shall we crack on?
I think they're ready. So John, we'll let John wipe them in, and the floor is yours, Jay.
Yeah.
Great. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining me on this panel.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
I've just done a quick brief introduction, so I will crack straight on with some of the questions. I wanted to start with Steve from IBC, actually, and just talk about, I suppose, the IBC audiences and how they've sort of evolved and changed and adapted over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, IBC is always looking to reflect the shifting dynamics within the market. It simply has to remain relevant for its exhibitors. So as such, we've had strong success over the years, ensuring that not only the traditional audiences attend, but also the audiences from tangential markets by actively targeting kind of features and content that's relevant to them. So if we take the examples of the telco sector and cybersecurity in recent years, for doing the exec forums. It's very important that we're always looking to not only consolidate on our traditional audience, but making sure that IBC is relevant and attracting audiences that our exhibitors primarily are looking to attract and do business and develop relationships with. So gaming and esports, a clear markets with strong crossover and convergence with the traditional M&A market, and as such, it was a natural target for IBC when we initially launched the IBC Esports Showcase back in 2019. So we're delighted to be able to bring back a whole series of kind of gaming and esports initiatives for 2023.
Brilliant, thanks, Steve. And is there anything else you want to add on sort of what roles do you think sort of gaming and esports sort of play in the sort of media and entertainment landscape?
Yeah, I think they're playing increasingly significant role. Gaming and esports competes very heavily for consumers' content consumption, especially in kind of some of those key demographics. If you look at some examples of some hugely successful TV series in recent years, such as The Last of Us and the Halo franchise, all being developed from gaming franchises. Plus, we're seeing an increasing use of traditional gaming production techniques in mainstream TV. And from an esports point of view, the viewing figures for major esports tournaments are astronomical. which makes it, really appealing to advertisers, for example. And the production services to create and distribute that content have lots of crossover with the traditional coverage of traditional sports, for example. So the convergence is everywhere, really, across gaming and esports.
Great, thanks, Steve. And that's sort of a good point, a good note, actually, to hop over to Liam. So, Liam's the Omdia sort of analyst. So from your perspective, can you talk a little bit more, give us an overview of the current gaming market?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really dynamic market, a really big market. We've got the market value of the games industry now more than $200 billion a year. So we're talking really a very big chunk of the total M&E landscape is made up of gaming. But we have a lot of change going on within the games market as well. Steve has touched on some of the ways that's converging with other markets. It's a market that's always in flux in its own right as well. So, for instance, we're looking now at things like the rise of mobile gaming, which is now bigger than traditional PC and console gaming combined. We're seeing changes now. Games are made and monetized. So there's a big shift away from the traditional model where you just put out a game as an upfront purchase, moving more towards a kind of live service model where a game lives on, is updated over time. And we have things like the emergence of cloud gaming. So you can now stream games from the cloud, Netflix style, essentially. So there's big questions about how that's going to affect the market and interesting questions about, say, what can be learned from that transition that's already happened in the video and entertainment market. So kind of how did that work? How did that not work? Is it going to play out in a similar way in games, or are we going to see different dynamics? So I think there's a huge amount there that's really interesting, exciting to keep track of, both for people in the games industry and in the kind of adjacent parts of the media and entertainment space as well.
Thanks, Liam. And could you touch a little bit more on some of the biggest trends you're actually seeing in this space?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's really so much to cover. I mean, I think there's I've touched on a lot of them there already. I think some other ones that are really interesting as well that we're going to be talking about at IBC is the rise of gaming IP in other media. So we used to see a lot of games adaptations of IP from other media, but now we're increasingly seeing it the other way around. So games being adapted into film and TV. So that's a really interesting one that we'll be keeping a close eye on. Another one is crossovers in advertising. So in-game advertising is a huge market as well. And that's kind of course, all of the different sorts of digital advertising are starting to converge now. So I think that's something that is a big one to keep an eye on, both from the perspective of brands, but also companies in the ad tech space, publishers. So that's something that we're going to be focusing in on too.
Great. Thank you very much, Liam. I'm, for one, really excited about the new esports zone that will be in Hall 8 this year. And I'd like to bring Stephen from Unlocked into the discussion. Stephen, could you tell us what we can expect on the esports zone and what you're most excited about?
We'll be working with a couple of really cool partners from IBC, from the industry, like in NEP and Blackmagic, to produce a showcase where we'll be able to demonstrate how content is produced in gaming and esports from the very early stages, from live streaming at home up until the arena events. And I think what I'm most excited about is seeing the conversations flow on the differences and the similarities between that content creation, because we see a lot of big numbers in esports and in gaming on the bigger productions and the filled out arenas with 30,000 streaming fans. But it's also very much the case that somebody sitting at home broadcasting on Twitch or YouTube can reach similar audiences and have millions of fans. And there's a lot of differences and similarities in between going from one end of the spectrum to the other, and that's what we'll be showcasing at the event, so people can explore technology and different aspects of both the large scale productions and the at-home setups. And fun aspect as well is we'll be inviting visitors to participate themselves, be bringing in professional teams and professional players. There's plenty of opportunity to see them worldwide competing at all these events. So we'll be bringing in the visitors themselves to be part of the experiences, to be part of the esports zone themselves.
Great, thank you. That sounds absolutely fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that in a couple of weeks' time. So just going back to Liam, so another sort of strand of the focus on gaming and esport is a full day of content on the Showcase Theatre on the Monday. Could you tell us a little bit about what people can expect on that programme and who they can hear from?
Yeah, that's something we're really excited about. So Omdia has, for a number of years, had a really strong partnership with IBC, where we've been able to engage with the IBC audiences and kind of bring some of the unique data and insights that we have on what's happening in the media and entertainment market. And I'm really looking forward to doing that in the Gaming and Esports Showcase event on the Monday of IBC. So I myself will be doing a really interesting panel on in-game advertising. So I'm going to have with me Funds Jacobs from Media Monks, which is a media agency that's been doing a lot of really exciting work in gaming and esports, along with Perla Bloom from EA, Melinda Spence from Activision Blizzard. So really big names in the gaming space and what they are, their strategies around advertising in games, and so I think that's going to be a really interesting panel. Also, we're going to have my colleague Maria Rua Aguete talking about some of the work that Omdia has been doing, looking at the gaming IP crossover space. So looking at these big hits that we've seen the last year, the Mario movie, the Last of Us TV series, why did they succeed? What makes a successful crossover? What other gaming IP should we be looking at as potential hits for the future? So I think that's another great session that people should be looking out for on Monday. Great.
Thanks for that. And for anyone can go to the show website and check out the content agenda for the full programme of content for gaming, as well as obviously the wider event. So finally, I'll just go back to Steve. We are also going to be running some esports tours, I believe, this year. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, who's involved, and what visitors can expect if they join a tour?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, really pleased about this. So it's the kind of the third strand, if you like, on our gaming and esports. So we have the esports zone, working with Steve and his team from Unlocked. We've got all the content on the Showcase Theatre, as you say, but yeah, the tours, it's the first time we've brought those back for a few years now, and they'll be focused exclusively on esports and those companies offering services and production services for anyone in the esports value chain, if you like. So they'll take place on Saturday and the Sunday at the show. They'll start and finish at the esports zone, and approximately 2 hours. We've got about 20 companies signed up so far as stops on those tours, so vendors, technology providers who play a part in the esports value chain. And they'll start, as I said, they'll start at 11:30 each day, take a couple of hours, and they'll take attendees on a curated journey throughout the 13 halls of IBC. Some of the companies we've got signed up so far: EVS, Glass Valley, we've got Tinkerlist, Pixatope, Vivaro, Clearcom, and Gravity, amongst others. So yeah, really pleased to get those off the ground, and shortly attendees will be able to register as an attendee to those tours. So at the moment we're just finishing off who the stops and the tours will be, and in what order those tours will take place. And yeah, hopefully early next week attendees will be able to sign up for a place on the tour themselves.
Great. Thanks, Steve. In fact, thank you, all three of you. That was a fantastic discussion. Just as a very quick recap then, we've got an esports zone in Hall 8. We've got a programme of content on the Monday in the Showcase Theatre, and then we've got esports tours. So thanks, everyone. See you all at IBC. For all the information on gaming and esports is on the show website as well. Thanks very much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Joe.
Bye.
Bye now.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, Joe.
Yes, there's a lot going on, and as in all sort of show cycles, it's all quite late as well. But I mean, we're just really excited that we've been talking about gaming and esports since 2019 when we first, had a foray into that space. So we're really excited to be, working with Unlocked and having the support of, from the likes of Omdia to help on the program as well. So, yeah,
it's fast moving and very competitive. And with the broadcasters getting involved now into a very competitive market with gamers, it's an interesting space, and people have got to learn quite quickly.
Exactly.
And you're back with us later on today, aren't you?
I'm back with you later on. Yes, I'll be talking to Jessica, Head of Content at IBC, Mark Smith, who is the lead on the Accelerator programme, as well as the new Council Chair, and we'll be looking at all the content, all the features that people can expect at IBC.
Look forward to that later on, Joe.
Great.
Thank you very much
Fabulous.
indeed.
Thank you very much.
We'll get on with that.
On with the show, but also don't forget, coming up at 1 o'clock, we have She Talks, hosted by Jenny Mark Evans and Gay Bell, and they are going to be talking. They've got 9 special guests. I don't know how John's going to handle that.
Yeah, well,
but we'll be in the pub then. So
we'll stand by watching and laughing. So we've got Miguel hopefully
from Brainstorm, who's just coming in. I think he's here.
I think he's not far away. And
now, we did ask Miguel last time, are you in a virtual set or are you in real life? I'm going for real life this time because... Hi, Miguel. Nice to see you. Oh, I think you might be muted.
Either you're muted or they've muted you. so that we're coming in.
I'm not muted on my side, so
we can hear. It was our side, Miguel. Lovely to see you. Looking forward to IBC.
Oh, very much. We're on the countdown, as you guys are showing today, and it's one more IBC coming in. People gathering to see the show, and we're all excited.
Yeah. So tell us what you're excited about and what visitors will be excited to see on the Brainstorm stand this year.
Well, I think this year we're very far away from the pandemic and from restrictions, and I believe this IBC is going to be a standard one in terms of people coming in and exhibitors showing our best stuff for them. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Of course, we will be very much focused on virtual production and graphics. And the good thing is that we are able to provide a solution of different solutions to use graphics and virtual production seamlessly together in a very compelling way. So it's not just that we are, of course, we are a specialist company in the graphics arena for 30 years, so in virtual production. But I think that what we are able to show at the moment, which we start to show at NAB, but we want to highlight at IBC for the European and the rest of the publics attending the show, it's much more advanced than just having graphics and just having the virtual production. We're doing it all together, and we can create a whole solution for providing amazing content for the viewers, which is what we're all about here.
And so, other than that, is there anything? I mean, because it's always great to bring the new products that you had at NAB or IBC to NAB or NAB to IBC. Is there anything specifically new at IBC? We've got.
Well, yes. I mean, we highlighted at NAB that we were going towards a major integration with Unreal Engine, which has already happened and is available now for the customer. So we will highlight that at IBC as well. And also, we want to provide, as I mentioned, new ways of adjusting graphics and create graphics in a hyper-realistic environment. Not only using our own tool set, but also taking advantage of any other advantages that Unreal Engine, for instance, is creating in that arena. So I think that our presentation and our offering this year will be very much, let's say, widespread in terms of feature set and in terms of results than just focusing on virtual sets, on focusing on XR and so on. Because as we've been showing for the last couple of years is that we have the ability to create virtual production both with green screens and both with XR environments with LED walls and so as well. So as we are able to combine these environments very seamlessly in a very transparent way for both for the users and for the audiences, we want to include all the graphics capabilities that we're able to provide along with the new possibilities that Unreal Engine and so on are providing, and combine all together to create a amazingly advanced imagery that the audience can say just wow for it.
And people will be able to experience it in the same way as always. You're going to have, I've forgotten his name now. Who's the presenter you get in?
We're having Anthony this year.
Okay. You'll be able to experience, they'll be able to experience it in real life.
Yes, our presentations are, as usual, an immersive experience.
Yeah.
And not only in the main presentation, but we're all having, of course, dedicated pods for the audiences to see in detail what we're showing. And also, we have a dedicated pod for Edison, which is our presentation tool, as you may already know from other shows.
Yeah.
And we are showing new capabilities of this tool to create immersive presentations in different environments, such as corporate, education, universities, and live events, and so on. Especially with a little tracking application in iPad, it's called Edison Go, and it's something that we are very proud of.
Cool. Miguel, we're going to be spending some time on your booth as always, so we can capture it firsthand. Mind you, it's always very hard to film, isn't it? It's always very hard to film what you do because it's the end result that counts, not what we're filming. but we will do our best, and we're looking forward to seeing you in a few weeks. Thank you very much for joining us.
Me too. Thank you so much, guys, and looking forward to see you in a couple of weeks. Yes.
Thanks, Miguel.
Hall 7 C46. No, not Hall 7 C46. Which hall are you in?
Yeah, 7 C46.
Hall 7 C46. Yes.
C46. Yeah, okay. I had it right first time.
Don't tell me it's wrong now.
No, you're right. Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miguel.
Right. Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
So are we back on schedule? Do we know who's next? Yeah, I think eventually we're going to have Yaroslav, I think.
Yeah. So we can fill with our very own Kit Plus show. So
yeah, absolutely.
We as you may know, we do 2 or 3, 4 Kit Plus shows a year. They're very regional. We did
Always very regional.
We did one in Media City, Salford, in late June, right in the heart of Media City, sandwiched between BBC, ITV, that sort of thing. And we've got one coming up in Glasgow.
In Glasgow on October the 10th at the moment at the SEC. So
that's the Scottish Event Campus, isn't it? It's in the heart of heart of Pacific Quay, where BBC Glasgow are, and Film City and all that sort of stuff. We'll give you some more information about that, but you can always look at kitplusshow.co.uk. Registration is open for both the Glasgow show and the London show, which is on November the 1st. So do check those up.
Absolutely. So now we've got Leldi
from Veset. Hi, Leldi. How are you doing?
Hi, great. And you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Very good.
So we're obviously here to talk about IBC, and I believe you've got some exciting updates to Nimbus that you can tell us about.
Yes. Thank you for inviting and thank you for having me today. Me and my team are super excited to go to IBC this year, as we believe it's the biggest networking event, and many more ideas are born there and exchanged. And so we have updates for our Nimbus. Not only many features are updated for customer experience better having, but also for support that supports Dolby 5.1 audio and HTML5 graphics, and even many more. And we are planning to announce totally new product that is still a bit secret, so not to say everything right away, but we will be showcasing it. And so if anyone is interested, we are more than happy to chat and show it at IBC.
An increased demand for customers looking to set up these fast channels, these OTTs that you've been so heavily involved with. Is there a big demand there?
Yes, we see a lot of demand, and we believe the future is all in cloud. So it helps, and it gives much advantages, many advantages, and also it's much more cost effective. So it's the way where we are transforming this broadcasting. And we see a lot of demand, yes, from different places all over the world. And the best thing for cloud playout is that you can scale it very quickly wherever you are. So for instance, you can be on vacation on your trip to Antarctica, that all you need is the internet. So,
and the key for a broadcaster who's thinking, okay, look, I need to look into this, I want to look into this, or just a content owner, and what do I need first off before I decide to set up a fast channel? What's the basics, if you like?
Yes, the prerequisites. So the first thing is you need to be ready for cloud playout.
Yeah.
And yes, it's also like by your kind of way of thinking. And then just find us and we will help you.
Okay.
So the Veset
as easy as that.
The Veset Nimbus is yes, the very good product for that. But yes, for broadcasters that you need to have your content and your plan. So like it's like everyday life, but a bit different.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, yes, you need to be ready mentally. I'd say just change of mindset that it's not happening anymore mostly in hardware. It's going to the cloud.
And are you finding that change of mindset a challenge, or are people evolving organically with that?
Yes, it is challenging, of course. As everything that is new, the first reaction is like, let's wait, let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
And still, if I don't see it, I'm afraid it will not work.
Yeah.
But it's changing, of course. And as we have used our smartphones, I don't know, smartwatches, everything, and the robots are cleaning our houses, everything. And it is just changing. It is the evolving technology that is just happening right now and will be the future tomorrow.
Great.
Fantastic.
So where, if I'm interested in setting up a new fast channel from the cloud, where do we come and find you at the show?
Thank you for asking. Yes, we'll be located at Hall 5, booth 10. So come by, grab a cup of coffee and a chocolate, and let's have it.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, actually, Hall 5's had a bit of a boost this year.
Yeah, it's a lot of cool stuff happening at Hall 5.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. We're looking forward to seeing you at the show, and hope it's successful for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Lada.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Veset. Brilliant.
Veset. Right. So, yeah, we were just talking about our shows, weren't we? And so we've got the London one on the 1st of November.
Yes.
That's at the Kia Oval. First time we've been at that cricket ground.
Venue we wish we'd found sooner.
Well, we've been at Twickenham for the last 2 years, which has served us very well during COVID, because we had to do like a hybrid indoors-outdoors, and Twickenham was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But with the English weather in November...
It was just not a good idea.
It's not great. So we've got our next guest, Yaroslav from Cinegy, I believe, is about to be zoomed in to the studio. Good morning, Yaroslav. How are you doing?
Yaroslav, hi.
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Rainy weather today in Bristol, but, well, didn't have summer in England, did we?
Not yet.
Hopefully autumn will be better.
September's always good. So
you're highlighting your environmental responsibility and efficiency at IBC, which is obviously a key thing to talk about. Tell us a little bit more how you're doing that.
Well, we have been ultra optimizing our processing tract in the software stack, and that resulted in significantly lower energy consumption, which allows us to run up to 256 channels of HD playout from a 4 rack mount unit server. So that amounts to the power consumption of roughly 7 watts per channel, which gives us amazing digits, because unlike the solutions that run the turnkey solutions out of the box, this is clearly an economy on energy, and we are trying to be conscious about that, because every single kilowatt of energy that's getting produced in the world doesn't come out of nowhere, and
absolutely,
we need to be mindful about it.
Yeah. So you always have some pretty good demonstrations. So, people can come and learn and experience your solutions on the booth. Is that going to be a feature this year?
Yes, one of the things you're going to see at our booth on IBC is the Microlino car that we will use as a base for our micro Obi-Wan. It's a car that is it's an electric car that can fit just one person and a laptop, which is more than enough to enable the Cinegy production, because you can run pretty much every piece of software from the full cycle of media production on a laptop, and you can have a newsroom in one go. So that will be a Obi-Wan with a laptop connected to it, with a few cameras, powered from, we wanted to power it from the car's battery, but unfortunately, due to regulations of the show, we'll have to connect the classic way. However, the concept would be shown and proven, and people will be able to come over, look around, ask us some questions, and be happy to guide them.
Cool. And do you have any other product updates from Cinegy?
Plenty, actually, because we've been working really hard on our releases last year. We are, for this particular show, we're preparing the new version of Cinegy Multiviewer, which is going to be to offer AMD decoding, hardware decoding, and encoding, which will offer some new NDI modes like NDI tolerance, new SDKs integrated, and a bunch of other features. With due to the partnership deals we struck with some of our major customers, we can demonstrate the Kanta watermarking and a number of improvements in our Cinegy title CG engine. We have quite a few other improvements in Cinegy Capture and Desktop, but if I start talking about it, I'll run out of time for the slot. So better come over and find us on the show.
Just quickly finish off by telling us a little bit more about Cinegy.
Oh, Cinegy, that's actually going to be a crown jewel of what we're going to be showing.
30 seconds on Cinegy.
That's our brand new remote control tool, the remote control tool that aims for the KVM segment. The beauty of it is that it's free, it's state-of-the-art tool ensuring frame accuracy, color fidelity, and low latency for broadcast applications. It's not dependent on NVDAC capabilities of NVIDIA. It's quite flexible. It can connect over any PHABRIX and standards based, allowing use of data streams like SRT and Cinegy Daniel 2, which basically the demos are available on the website and on the show. We'll tell you more about how you can make use of it in your remote production and in your day-to-day operations.
Brilliant.
And you're the usual Hall 7, bottom of the escalators?
Oh, yeah, the usual spot.
A01, I think, pole position.
There you go. 7A01.
Brilliant.
Fantastic.
Well, we're going to be spending time on the booth as well, chatting to you as well, so we'll be able to get some more insight then. But until then, thank you very much for joining us.
It was a pleasure talking to you, and it will be a pleasure seeing you at IBC.
Looking forward to it.
Take care, love. Bye.
Okay, I think
so
now
Sergio, iSIZE, is it?
iSIZE Technologies. Yes, Sergio. I think just waiting for him to be queued up by John in the background.
Yeah, I think BitClear, was it? Yes. Yeah, there it is. BitClear. He won an award recently for BitClear last year.
Find out all about that. Let's bring him in. Hi, Sergio.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Very well. How are you? Yeah.
Very good. Good to see you this year again.
Yes, again. So what are you looking forward to this year at IBC?
Any more awards?
Definitely looking forward to the new awards. I think there are good developments on AV1, on some of the newer codecs. So we're looking forward to seeing how that is implemented around different workflows, and basically looking towards some hopefully new partnerships there, and then just just browsing around to see any new technologies. Generative AI is a buzz on the street. So we have some additions to the existing technology and some new technologies that we will be launching there, hopefully. So generative AI within the workflow is something that we will look forward to seeing there.
Yeah, so you're not based on a particular stand, but are there partners out there exhibiting that you'll be able
No, this year we took an approach that we just go there and we're kind of meeting our customers, meeting our partners. So we don't have a booth. We didn't have a booth in the other shows this year. Kind of a year of cost cutting, I suppose, and we're not anything else.
So what's the best way, if people want to have an in-detail chat with you at the show and they want to talk about the new solutions, what's the best way of getting in touch and arranging a meeting?
We have a link on our website, iSIZE.co, which leads to booking a meeting. So it kind of generates an email to info@iSIZE. And then we can definitely arrange to meet. We will be there throughout the whole course of IBC, so will be plenty of spaces to meet.
And there's enough to talk about. You've definitely got some news this year, I think, haven't you? You've got some.
I apologize.
You've had some new developments this year.
Well, yes, we always bring the innovation to our existing products. We continue with our hardware partners to optimize for the latest of their CPUs, GPUs, ASICs. So that's definitely the case. But we have some new developments in 2D and 3D space, which will be interesting to present there.
Sergio, thank you very much. So people can head over to your website, book a meeting, and you can hook up at the show. I hope you have a successful one. Enjoy the show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Catch up. Cheers, Sergio. Ooh.
You got a twinge?
I've got a twinge then. Sat down for all this time, isn't it? So now we're hoping
this is another new one, I think.
Embrace.
For us, anyway. I don't think we've spoken to Embrace before.
No, I don't think so. Julien Gachot, I think. So when he's ready.
He'll be coming in shortly.
And he's here to talk about, I hope, about a recent investment they've made. Hello, Julien.
Hi there. How's it going, Matt and Simon?
It's going very, very well, thank you.
Very well so far. So you're here, hopefully, to tell us more about a recent investment and what you might be doing at IBC. So far away.
Yeah, I did not have a chance to hear your intro, but if you want, we can kick it off with the recent raise in capital that we've been through. But, like most media tech companies, we reached a stage where we were quite successful in our first chapter.
Yeah.
It actually opened 8 years ago at IBC, September 15. And now we're about to enter a new chapter that did request more means for the company to enable our growth and enable to execute upon our strategy to accelerate west of continental Europe, because we're based in Paris.
Okay.
And like you mentioned, we just finalized that with a couple business angels that are enabling to accelerate that strategy. And in fact, at IBC, and we've started already, but I invite people to have a look at all the open positions that we have, both in Europe and in the US, because there's lots of people visiting from around the world. Come and meet us, meet with the team, get a grasp of the technology, and we're extremely excited with all the new talents that are going to be joining the team and making the next chapter happen, and be it successful.
Is this your first IBC? I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
As a company, no, right. No, we've done a few, since. We had our initial presence before COVID, and then we resumed that presence last year. So we used to have a stand of our own, and now for a couple of years, we tend to have a presence with different technology companies, also to illustrate where the market is going and the expectations from the customers. And so now it's going to be the second year in a row that we're sharing with a couple companies. I believe you had Neil Anderson from Codemill earlier this morning.
Yep.
And so we're sharing with Codemill like we did last year in the same place, so in Hall 6, between 7 and 1.
Yep.
To show what we believe is an illustration of the modern, supply chain. And so the combination of their tech, our tech, that are very user-centric, yet, quite advanced technology-wise, combined can add a lot of value or make sense for the customers as they expect, best-of-breed, hybrid environments. And I think it's our role to illustrate that as well as at the show. And this year, Codemill works heavily or very, very closely with another Swedish company called Vion Labs, and we'll be sharing the stand, the three of us. And the combined teams have been working at showing the integrations of those very different technology to build systems that help modernize, transform the supply chain, to look for efficiencies, but also improve the experience for the users.
Cool. So, Julian, I can see on your background picture, people can find you in Hall 6C11.
Yeah.
That's very
Obviously,
helpful.
Alice, our market manager, did a great job at building that background for us today.
Well,
can you see it? No, it's on this side. Sorry, Zoom is inverted, right?
It's very effective. Julian, thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you have a successful IBC.
Lovely. Thanks, guys, for your time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So on to the next one, and I think I had it in my ear that we're on time, which is a first for nearly 3 hours in, so that's pretty good. And we're talking to Ivanka from Profuz Digital,
Profuz, yes.
who, if someone came to a Twickenham show last year, Kitplush Twickenham show, they were one of the exhibitors there. So Ivanka,
we welcome Ivanka now.
Can we welcome her in?
Yeah, there we go.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hello, nice to see you too.
Hello, right. How are you?
Fine.
Ready for IBC?
We are here in hot Bulgaria, ready for the rainy weather probably in Amsterdam again.
It'll be wonderful weather. It always is. So IBC this year. What can Profuz and Subtitle Next be showing us this year?
So on behalf of Profuz Digital, who is the company that develops the Subtitle Next software, we will be able to show on our own booth 8.03, our latest Subtitle Next version, which will introduce vertical text writing in addition to the right to left and standard Latin languages. This version will provide support of Eastern Asian languages like Japanese, like Korean, Chinese. Thus, we will be capable of providing live and offline subtitling solutions and captioning solutions to all type, languages and all type of broadcasters and localization companies worldwide. So this is the new addition. Of course, we have also introduced some AI capabilities for automatic captioning and subtitling in various languages. So in a single shot, our users will be able to create transcripts, but also subtitles in multiple languages, even directly from the audio. So those are quite new improvements, and you can also stream directly to online platforms like YouTube or in Zoom, and directly to your OTT platforms of your broadcasting websites, let's say this way.
So can you tell us a little bit more about the vertical text that you've got in Subtitle Next?
This is the way you can write text from top to bottom or bottom to top, which is usually used in Eastern Asian languages, but our difference is that we support this vertical writing in all languages. Even if you need to create some vertical writing in Latin letters, you will be able to just write your text from top to bottom and or bottom to top, from left to right or right to left. And our Subtitle Next platform supports it also on the output. So it's now allowing creative people to be even more creative when writing their text on screen. It's not only the traditional subtitles that are written in vertical way, but also for not so standard creative approaches, we can provide solutions.
Yeah. So, and there's been some developments with Lapis as well, I think.
Yes, exactly. This is our baby, let's say, but it is already 7 years old. A lot of development has undergone behind it. It's our management platform, which is a web accessible server-based management solution to cover all processes in a broadcast or media organization. The new things for this year is that we'll showcase for the first time our scheduling capabilities and news management module. So in addition to the traditional digital assets management platform that we were showcasing until now to our clients and potential clients, we will now be able to show how it integrates with the complete news production process, and also scheduling of automation to all platforms, to radio channels, to TV channels, to websites, to social media channels, all this through a single platform.
So where can people find you at the show? If they're, I guess Profuz has got its own stand.
Yeah, this is Profuz Digital is the company name behind those two products. We will be exhibiting in Hall 8, booth 8.A03. I'll be there with my team, and we'll be really pleased to see all our existing clients. Like probably we have our biggest client recently, Council of Europe, joining us on the booth for more questions if someone wants to come. But of course, everyone else interested to see our solutions will be welcome during the full show.
One without going too long an answer, what's the ideal customer you want to meet at IBC this year?
So I'll say not the traditional broadcasters with multiple channels, but also radio and channels and media groups, but also big organizations like I mentioned, the Council of Europe, where they organize the selling and providing of their media assets to through public access to all journalists. So everyone who wants to sell its media content or make it available to larger audience is really the ideal client for our Lapis platform.
Fantastic.
Good stuff. So Hall 8, A03 is where people can find you, which is
exactly
amazing.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to see you there as well.
Yeah. Take an umbrella and we'll see you there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It never rains in Amsterdam.
Right. No, actually, we've had a couple of, well, last year was good, wasn't it? And it's always nice to try and spend time outside in the, I mean, you like the beach, don't you? But I don't think we get time these days, do we?
No, I haven't been there for years.
Yeah. But there's all. I mean, we've got a few things booked in the evenings, haven't we? But they don't seem to get so many parties. Well, we don't get invited to parties anymore, do we? Maybe it's us.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
or do you think people cut back?
Since I've joined forces with you, there we go. So IBC.
Let's just pretend people cut back.
Yeah,
and it's not us at all.
Yeah, we don't get much of a chance to go to the beach, but it's still. I think it's a very busy place for meetings still, and for people to go and events to happen.
It's the departure point for the boat trips as well, isn't it?
The boat trips.
So if an exhibitor invites you to a boat party, just be aware that you're well, I say stuck there for 3 hours. You're captured, aren't you? So it's a
let's not say stuck there, because might have been in the old days.
It's a great way to spend an evening.
It is good. It is good.
Good company, and you're learning lots, and it's a nice way to see Amsterdam as well by the canals.
Absolutely. So
this is our. We were saying earlier, wasn't it? How many we've been to since we've been Kit Plus. I mean, I've been going since I was in shorts. But,
me too. So
this will be our 18 years of Kit Plus.
Yeah. There you go. So grateful for that, and a whole new set of trends at IBC. Well, not all of them new.
A whole new set of trainers because we've got new trainers.
We've got new trainers. We won't go into them yet.
Definitely new trainers. So let's go through the trends that you reckon you're going to
relevant
across.
Well, I thought as a bit of a filler when we had technical problems in the background. We've sorted the technical problems out. We should go to the guest, but AI, and we haven't had enough of it yet. A discussion about it. People are sort of applying it, but it's a challenge because of the ethical and the challenges that it's throwing up the industry.
There's a lot of questions.
There's a lot of questions around that, and that's one of the trends that's really got to be discussed. At the moment. So we have got
some questions.
We have got Ronan in from LiveU. We hope. Hi, Ronan.
Nice to see you.
Hi there. Hi guys.
Great to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
Yeah.
So we had a good chat at NAB in Vegas about what you were doing, and I think we'd particularly like to start with your advanced IP video ecosystem that you've got. For people that might not have come across that at all before, tell us a little bit about that and how it works and who can benefit from it.
Correct. So first of all, thanks for having me. I'm thrilled to be here again, and looking forward to come to IBC. It seems like it's going to be a very interesting one, and I'm looking. Even the weather seems to be fine for at least for the first couple of days. So I'm looking forward for that. You've been talking about our LiveU ecosystem that we introduced not so long ago, and I think that is part because if LiveU is not any longer just a backpack company. We are much more than that, and clearly at IBC this year we'll be demonstrating our advanced IP video ecosystem for contribution, production, and distribution for news, sports, and other verticals. In addition to that, obviously we'll showing our full portfolio of our latest cloud solution, which are LiveU Studio, LiveU Matrix, and LiveU Ingest. As well, our leading encoders all are powered by LRT, our delivery protocol to ensure rock-solid reliability over cellular and other IP networks.
So, I mean, everybody's trying to do something in the nicest possible way with less effort. People got less money to spend and less time to do it. I mean, how are you helping your customers overcome these challenges that they've got?
So I think you said it right at the spot. Our aim is to help customers create dynamic content as efficient as possible, and shortening the workflows. And broadcasters and I think content creators can produce more content for less effort, time, and cost with the LiveU ecosystem. I think one of the key things that actually also will be showing at this year of IBC is the openness of the ecosystem, because we believe that there are so many tools out there that every broadcaster is using, and we are not here to educate them and say, we need to work with LiveU all the way across your ecosystem. You can actually use the best of breed, and I think one of the key elements moving from NAB to IBC is actually we'll be showing a lot of integration of other leading broadcasters and how they can integrate their tools into. So Sony will be one, Avid will be another one, and there are many others, by the way, across the entire chain of the contribution, production, and distribution. So in each one of those steps, we will be showing a wide array of collaborations that we have with those leading partners to showcase for broadcasters, sports production, and others that, hey, we are very much open and we can clearly bring everything inside. One element, and I know that everybody's talking about that, we'll be showing some nice AI tools that we developed as part of the workflow to enhance the video tools that we have, or the video transmission, and again across the entire workflow. And we'll be introducing one product that is, I think, follow the latest industry trends. I don't want to say too much about it, but come and visit us on Hall 7, and you'll be able to see that. So I think innovation is a key element with everything that we've been done in more than 15 years, and that's probably be the same for everyone who will come to our booth at the Hall 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was going to say 15 years, the time flies because we've been following you pretty much from the start. And I guess a lot of people watching this will be thinking, LiveU, they do cellular bonding technology. That's what they do, surely. And what you're talking now about is a massive evolution of that, isn't it?
Yeah, the company has shifted. It's a couple of years ago already that we started to shift and introduce more services across the workflow. And as I said in the beginning of the conversation, our units, our bonded cellular units that are still continue to develop, will be obviously on display. But there are a wide array of other cloud-based solutions that we are introduced to really help broadcasters, as you said in the beginning, help broadcasts to shorten the time, the workflow, shorten the time to air, and really help them all the way across the entire ecosystem. And that's exactly what we are trying to do. We are much more than just a backpack company.
but a very good backpack company.
Well, absolutely, yeah, I'm sure. And the integrations, of course. You keep adding people. We spoke earlier to, I think Marquis is part of, has got some association now or working with you. And am I right in thinking that NAB was the announcement of your AWS integration, or was it just before?
Correct. Yeah, but AWS
how's
in
that
NAB,
going?
we had a nice for those of you who attended the nice football field that they had, the new West Hall. This is actually the time that we showed that we can actually accept SRT feeds into the LiveU ecosystem. And again, talking about the openness, this is exactly it. So AWS is one of a partnership that we have. So definitely, I don't think that AWS has the same. I think they're not being in the same manner that they came to NAB, but definitely will show a lot of very interesting integrations on the contribution, production, and distribution, specifically on the ingest part, which is one of the key products that we've been developing the last year. So really, I think that the potential customers and customers that will come to visit the LiveU booth will see a very interesting mix of services all across the workflow.
Yeah, I think the really important thing about trade shows and what people missed during the COVID time where we couldn't have the trade shows was the amount of feedback you get from your customers on the booth. I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but from what you've heard since we've been back at physical shows, what are the biggest challenges that the main biggest challenge that your customers are facing right now that you're attempting to solve for them?
So I think that clearly the transition to IP-based studios, that would be the clear one. Remote production, I think, getting out of COVID years, remote production is here to stay. So it was a nice experiment, I would call that, during COVID years, but it's not the case any longer. So I think we helped them develop a set of tools that actually can be truly remote and do that. I think what we've been seeing at least in the last year is cost-saving manners became a very important thing in every broadcasters and every sports production, every production company are looking for how we can save without impacting the reliable and the ability to deliver solid raw broadcasters from anywhere in the world. And I think that we are trying to build our services to fit just that needs. And on top of that, adding 5G, which probably will change a lot, especially on the sports production, and something that we've been very heavy integrated with, doing some very nice projects in Germany and other places. We just announced today how we've been helping the BBC working with the neutral wireless on the Coronation One. working on the on 5G and doing some project with 5G slicing in Germany. So I think the mix of those are actually what broadcasters are looking for, to take advantage of the latest advancement in technology and how they can benefit everything doing under the cost-saving measures that everybody is under going into 2023 and going into 2024.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be we're fortunate enough to be spending time with you in person at the show, so we'll be capturing some good content there for people to
looking
see
forward to that as well.
Where can we find you, and where can visitors find you?
So at the show, Hall 7B19, as always, www.liveu.tv. That's your gate to innovation and gate to everything that we are offering. Looking forward for everyone to come and visit us or come to the web.
Brilliant. Right. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Looking forward, and see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing everything in detail in person.
So we are now going to play the second. It was me that
second part of our partner.
Yeah, I chatted to Bernie Carpenter from SSL, and I was finding him more about the T system.
System T, the panels and all the rest of it.
So we're going to take a quick look at that now, and then we'll be back right after this. So we are here again with Bernie Carpenter from SSL. Hi, Bernie. Good to see you again.
Hi, Simon. Great to see you.
So we've covered in a previous video your sort of highlights for IBC, but you've got a new addition to your range, haven't you? Tell us a little bit about that.
That's right. So this year at IBC, we'll be launching Tempest Controller. So this is a software application which can talk directly to our Tempest engines. So it means that you no longer need a hardware control surface in those scenarios where they don't require one. The key thing is that it delivers the control of the full feature set of the System T production platform through this single software application. And it presents the same user interface as you see on the S300 or the S500 or the TCR. So operators are not learning a new tool, but we have a new option which expands our control surface ranges. And what once would have required a 7U system, say you had a Tempest engine and a TCR in the past, that would have taken up 7U of rack space. Now you could be looking at something as small as a 1U Tempest engine and a small form factor PC, or even running the Tempest controller virtualized on a shared server or a laptop in certain applications. So the footprint of a System T has shrunk hugely with this latest addition to the control surface range.
Wow. So just rewinding slightly, what if you do need some form of hands-on control? Can you add faders, for example?
You can, yes, yeah. It's a good point and good question. And yeah, you can still attach physical controls, whether it's a fader tile or a touch screen. They could be built into furniture if it's in a studio application, or it could become part of a fly pack kit if you're doing a form of remote production. Or, as with all System T control surfaces, we have the ability for other surfaces to remotely connect in. So your flypack system could consist of a very small engine and this software running on a PC, but you could have a studio with a large control surface which can, on an ad hoc basis, remotely connect in and give you your large control surface in your studio environment to do your production like that. So I guess the main thing is that the starting point, when you're building a system, the starting point is now much smaller and you can expand from there.
Yeah. And that's a good point to pick up on. Yeah, how does somebody build a System T system? Where do you start and how do you configure it?
Well, so System T will consist of a number of elements. So you'll have a control surface or surfaces. You'll have a processing engine or engines and a number of I/O interfaces. And all of these building blocks, surface, processing, and I/O, can be put together to build the system for the application you're designing. They can all be placed wherever needed, whether that's remote or distributed or in a single facility, and it's all fully IP connected. With this latest edition of the Tempest Control app, we can better meet the needs of a number of applications, which we'll go into a bit more detail in the next section. But really, we've we've expanded the range, and the scalability, being able to start small is really great.
So what everybody will be asking is, when's it available?
So it'll be available alongside the next System T release, which is scheduled for the end of this calendar year.
And will you be demonstrating and showing visitors to IBC this near future?
We will. So yeah, we'll have it on one of our demo stations at IBC, and yeah, you can come and find us in Hall 8. It's a B81, or obviously we'll have details online at solidstatelogic.com.
Fantastic. Bernie, thank you very much.
Thanks, Simon.
There we go.
Great. So that was part 2 of 3.
SSL. You can find them at IBC in Hall 8 B81, where you can check out everything that Bernie was talking about there. And we've got the third one coming up later today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
now, someone who was a little bit behind, Freddie Vinehill-Cliff from NUGEN Audio. Hi, Freddie.
Good to see you, Freddie.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right.
We're good. So, Freddie, shortest time as always, but the floor is yours to shout about what you will be telling people about IBC.
What's happening at IBC? Yeah.
Sure. I'll probably just speak at a normal volume rather than shouting, if that's okay with you guys. But you know, that you can imagine I'm shouting if that helps. Yeah. Sorry, I was running a little bit late. Things got a bit confused, but I'm here. So yes, my name's Freddie. I'm the product specialist from NUGEN Audio. And we've got a couple of new things that we're going to be previewing at IBC this year. Both of them are major updates for existing products. So some people might be familiar with AB Assist, which is a plugin of ours. It's a quick comparison tool which is designed to help you remove subjectivity and biases when you're comparing two pieces of audio. So that might be two different mixes, might be two different takes, it might be two different signal chains that you're trying out, whatever it might be. So we are about to release AB Assist version 2, AB Assist 2. I think it's actually coming out on the 2nd of October. We've had to push it back slightly, but that's going to be previewed at IBC. The new features for version 2 are that it's now able to receive and compare up to 4 different audio sources. Previously, it was just 2. It also now supports surround mixes in more or less any channel count you can think of. Previously, it was just stereo. It now has auto level matching, so it'll match the short-term loudness in LUFS of your different sources. So if you've got 4 different surround mixes that you're comparing, it'll automatically match the short-term loudness of those so that you aren't biased by one being louder than another. We've all had that situation where something sounds better and then you realize it's actually just because it's slightly louder than the other options. And it also now has a delta function, which shows you the difference between sources. It has a mono check, which compares the mono fold down. It has smooth fades between the different sources. Previously, in the original version of AB Assist, it's a little bit jerky. You get sort of audio skipping between, but it's now smooth fades. And multiple instances of the plugin communicate automatically directly with each other, rather than previously that you had to use an external send, and that was, again, a little bit fiddly routing-wise. The other new thing that we're previewing, and we don't have a release date for this yet, but the other new thing we're previewing is VisLM 3. So you might have heard of VisLM. VisLM is probably our flagship product. It's kind of the industry loud mixer for audio post-production. So same as ever, VisLM 3 is going to be a time code locked loudness meter with a history graph. It's going to have our remem function, which does loudness overdub. That means that you can recalculate loudness on the fly rather than having to play an entire project back through it again. So all that good stuff. But the new features that it's going to have are user-defined program segments. So that might be, for example, some TV channels, rather than having one integrated loudness measurement for an entire program, they want you to hit the target for each segment between ad breaks. So you can now set up user-defined program segments. You've got stem monitoring. You've got timestamped notes, comments, and annotations. So that's based on the same technology that we've got in our Jota plugin. It supports up to up to 22.2 surround channels. So previously I think it was up to 712 or maybe 714. Either way, we've virtually tripled the number of channels that it can support, and it now has downloadable presets. So that means that rather than having to wait for an update to the plugin itself, whenever any of the loudness standards change, you can just download the preset, which makes things a lot quicker and easier, more convenient. I think I've just about caught my breath.
Yeah,
that's everything.
Well, lots for people to come and talk to you about. And I think actually it's quite nice because you're quite compact at IBC, aren't you? You can fit on a. Now he's frozen. I don't know whether that means he's left us or whether he's back with us. But you can fit on quite a small stand.
I'm still here,
don't you? So we find you normally, or the last time on the bridge between hall 7 and 8. Is that where you are again?
We're back there again, yes. I really enjoy having a bit of sunlight. Usually at these shows, you're in a dark room. So yeah, we've done it 3 or 4 times now on the bridge, and it means that I get all my vitamin D. So yeah,
fantastic.
Brilliant, Freddie. Thank you.
Thanks,
very much
Freddie.
indeed.
Hopefully we'll see you there.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be crossing between hall 7 and 8 probably 20 times a day. So we will see you there. Thank you.
You'll be sick of the sight of me. Thanks a lot. See you in a couple of weeks.
See ya. Take care.
Bye
bye.
Thanks, Freddie. Right. So hopefully we've got Telestream. We've got Anne-Louise from Telestream, and she's in the wings. They're just lining her up to come in. And Telestream, yeah, they're not just Wirecast anymore, I don't think.
No, I think they're going to be talking about all sorts of workflows.
All sorts of workflows and clever stuff. Anne-Louise.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. Is it still morning? It's just afternoon.
It depends where you are.
Yeah.
It's just afternoon. Yeah, there you go. I'm catching up with myself.
Right.
How's it been going?
Very good so far. Thank you.
So we're currently on schedule to the 2nd. So the floor, so don't ruin it for us.
Yeah.
So the floor is yours to tell us what we can expect from Telestream at IBC this year. Over to you.
Oh, well, thank you. Look, we're really excited to be heading back to Amsterdam this year. We've got what we feel is a really great showcase of cloud-based offerings and workflow solutions, just spanning the whole gamut of broadcast and streaming delivery chains. We've really been listening to our customers. We've been hearing their needs, simplifying scale and optimizing media production, supply chain management, and distribution chains. So our showcase this year really centers around these 3 themes. So, keeping it simple, 3 points. Media production, we're looking at what we're rolling out for live feed capture and ingest, live production test and measurement tools for SDI, IP, and hybrid production environments. We're including ST2110 monitoring tools, enhancing premium quality in IP and remote productions. And in post, we're showing workflow automation from camera card ingest to editorial outputs. And then in supply chain management, again, enhanced workflows offering the latest in transcoding and processing advanced codecs. We're looking at color space conversion for live HDR production, transcribing, speech to text, supporting a wide range of captioning formats, automated QC workflows, and monetizing on demand with dynamic ad insertion. And then in distribution, offering cloud-native VOD quality monitoring, as well as live contribution and distribution quality monitoring across linear and OTT streaming. So, it's a large portfolio.
It's a lot, yeah. I mean,
a lot to offer.
Yeah, I said at the beginning, before you could probably hear us, that it's not just Wirecast anymore, and it really, really isn't.
We're actually not bringing Wirecast.
Don't need that anymore. No.
So I guess from a visitor point of view, because there's obviously loads going on in Hall 7 and all the other halls, people wandering past, what's the one thing that you really need them to stop and look at? What really stands out?
Oh, definitely. How we are, how we've taken our solutions, and there's a lot of them, and putting them into cloud native workflows, because we're seeing this trend within our customers. They're not just embarking on their transformative cloud journey. They're in it now. So they're not just adopting it, they're being reshaped by it. And so they need to leverage those cloud native environments. And we've worked very hard with our portfolio and our messaging in our new for 2023 booth to make sure that we're really pulling out how we've enhanced those workflows across every aspect through production, supply chain, and distribution. So really, they'll see much more succinct messaging and a more cohesive showcase and presentation from Telestream this year. And I'm excited about it. You know, it's great to pull it all together into a whole new booth and format, and really worked hard on the messaging with the whole team at Telestream. So it's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it this year.
Yeah. So I mean that it also, again, okay, we've just said no longer Wirecast. You're not even bringing Wirecast. You've got all of this full ecosystem all in the cloud on, you know, various tools. Who is the ideal visitor? Who would you come away from IBC saying, "Oh, I'm glad we met them"? I'm sorry, that's a little bit on the spot, but.
Oh, you know what? It's a great question. I like it.
You know, you've got, because we you know, everyone wants to see those tier one guys. You know, we know that, but there's a lot more out there. And does it vary from that tier one customer? I guess that's the question.
It does. You know, our tier one customers, they're existing customers. Telestream is present in most organizations across the world, and it's fantastic to see them. And then there are different levels of different types of customers now. You know, the market is so diverse. Absolutely, we want to see existing customers. We love to see them all in one space, but we're looking for as well, what's new, what's next, what kind of different kind of streaming partners are out there, what different kind of customer profiles. I think that, you know, we're on a real interesting point in our industry where we look at all of the video service providers as well, and what's happening in that market. There's a lot of consolidation, but equally with consolidation follows diversification as well. So how is that going to manifest? So I'm really looking forward to scanning some badges of companies that I don't know and having different kind of conversations with different customer types and different buyers within them. It's not all broadcast engineers anymore, as we know. There's different kind of commercial brains wandering those floors as well.
Brilliant.
The blue sands and have run out, so our time is up. But thank you very, very much for joining us.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, and I'll see you on the Amsterdam sands at the beach, no doubt.
We try and get there. We don't get much of a chance nowadays.
Have a great rest of your day, guys, and
absolutely.
Thank you.
And you're Hall 7B11. Just remember.
Hall 7B11. See you there.
See ya.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Louise.
Okay, so now swiftly on, we are joined by someone we haven't spoken to before. It's quite nice. We've got a lot of regulars and a lot of people that we haven't spoken to. So we're going to be welcoming Tim Burton from 755.
Whoever they are.
Well, we're going to find out.
Management platform. Brilliant.
Hello, good afternoon, Tim.
Tim.
Hi there.
Good to see you. So Tim, we've never met before, but I understand you're the man to talk to if we need a simple to use management platform for our remote edit environments.
Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. So we'll be at IBC. We're on the Amazon stand. We're helping power the content production pipeline there. So we'll be managing all of the remote edits, so spinning them up, the instances deployed, and making sure the software is needed there for the various creative use cases.
And so, which platforms are you? Which? We're managing editing environments using what?
Well, so if you think about remote working, or I suppose even if people, customers have got multiple sites, there's two ways that we can do that. So you can either bring the content to the user, so they download the footage or they use some kind of file system that gives them access to that. That's one way of remote working. The other way of remote working is that you consolidate all of your data into one location. Now that might be a data center, it might be an existing comms room you've got, or it could be the cloud. And then we close couple all the compute to that storage. From there, what we can do is we can stream the user interface down to the end user with it. We're advocating that second way as a good way of working, where you've got a large data set. Obviously, often in media, we do have a large data set. So that could be rushes, or increasingly we're seeing a lot of customers come to us because they've got an existing, let's say, media pipeline. So they might have play out in a specific location, they might have the content coming into that, and they need to do, say, compliance edits, or they need to do, say, promos and all of the kind of shoulder content around that. Now, increasingly, that's people are saying, oh, okay, well, I've already got a cloud native pipeline. I don't want to download that. I just want to work with it in place. So that's where we can then spin up a workstation and do that in the most cost effective way in the cloud and ensure that your creatives and your end users get a really good user experience to be able to do their job.
So who's relying on your services, Tim?
So live in production today, we've got BBC Studios. They use it a fair bit. We've spoken at a few events with them. We have ITV. So a lot of their compliance workflow is done with us. They recently, well, about a year ago, migrated to the cloud with us. A&E Networks, and then we also have some brands who are quite guarded about their brand that we can't mention, but you know they've got some quite large estates with us as well.
Yeah, and is it sort of pretty much software agnostic? So I mean, if my ecosystem is based around Avid, or it's based around Premiere Pro, or it's based around LiveU or Axel Edit, does it matter?
Yeah, so there's two bits we're kind of agnostic to, kind of what compute you're using. So we can support, say, existing tin, but we can also support, cloud tin. I think it's fair to say we give more value when we're delivering the cloud tin because we turn it on and off, and we put a management layer in that's not necessarily needed on-prem. The applications that you run on the actual virtual workstations, it is open. The easier end is things like Premiere and the more kind of open software in that space with it. Avid is possible, but there are some legal technical complications around Media Composer.
Right.
So where can people engage and chat to you at the show, Tim?
So they can find us on the Amazon Web Services stand, or they can look us up in the IBC exhibitor directory under the name 755.
Fantastic. Tim, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hope to see you there. Right.
Right, so we've got Craig Buckland now from Broadcast Traffic Systems. I might be wrong, but I think this is another first for us as well. I don't remember, but
I think it is.
It's not uncommon for me to forget things.
No, it's not uncommon for any of us.
Craig,
so let's bring
hello.
Craig Buckland, Broadcast Traffic Systems.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to the show, Craig. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, very good. We were just debating whether we'd spoken before, so let's assume we haven't, and tell us what you do and what you'll be telling people about at the show.
Sure. Well, I'm Craig Buckland. I'm Technical Director at BTS. BTS is a software company, and we provide an application that specializes in managing a television station end-to-end, so television broadcasters. And we do everything from scheduling to advertising sales, and we interface to all the different systems that a broadcaster has. That's everything from playout automation to media management.
So how long have you been doing this as BTS? How long has this been?
Longer than I care to remember, actually. But as BTS, probably about upward of 20 years.
Okay. And so when you say from, like literally the entire workflow, give us a sort of an example of a typical installation.
Sure. So our installations, first of all, range from a single regional broadcaster to some of our global partners such as Warner Discovery and Paramount. We're in use in many hundreds of channels throughout the world. So a typical workflow, a typical thing that BTS does is manage the acquisition of material for a broadcaster. So that's all the financial side of things, keeping track of the contracts, what they've purchased, what rights they have to the material, to the enrichment of the metadata of that material, and moving through to the scheduling of it. They can schedule out to years if they want to, or just a few months, all the way through to playout. And in parallel with that, they're dealing with the advertising sales, and increasingly these days, digital sales as well. So contracts that involve both linear television and non-linear delivery.
And I'm guessing that this is an ever-evolving product, or there's an ever-evolving tool set there. What particularly are you, as far as trends, what trends are you addressing at IBC this year with your new?
Sure. Well, the market is moving quicker and quicker these days. It's shocking, really. We're really excited about changes we're making to our products, and areas such as on-demand delivery are huge. Everyone's trying to get onto that. Digital delivery of advertising is huge as well. All broadcasters are just trying to monetize more of what they have, and just really make as much as they can about it. So there's even companies that are venture capitalists that are buying huge amounts of material just so they can monetize it on demand. I'm sure we've all heard those stories. So it's great, and it's moving quickly. And luckily, we've got a platform that allows us to move very, very quickly and be really agile in the market.
Yeah. So do you find your time at these big trade shows is mainly taken up with talking to existing customers about what other services you can use, or do you see a lot of new people there as well?
Well, we talk to our customers pretty much constantly about their changing needs, but yes, it's 50-50. So half the time we're talking to existing customers, half the time, there's people coming through, and perhaps they want to move from their existing platform onto a platform that's more agile, one that can meet their future needs.
Yeah.
You might have just answered my question, because I was going to say, what's the one question that you want someone to come up and ask you, and where are you going to point them? But being agile. But is there anything else? If someone, you had a customer come up, what are you going to say? No, this is really unique. This is who we are.
Okay, so I think who we are is going back to agile. The market is changing so quickly. If you can't respond to it quickly and deliver the needs of the customers, of your clients, then you're in trouble. So I think that's the key. Just being really responsive to the market, being really responsive to our existing customers.
Fantastic.
Cool. Craig, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Hope you have a great show. Oh, where can people find you?
Oh, yeah.
That's important.
All three, stand C25.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
See you there, Hope.
So I think now we're going. I'm taking a punt now. We're going over to Japan.
I reckon.
And we have
quite late for them.
Masanori from Libec, who will be joining us very shortly. We use a lot of, well, I think we use their tripods and their support in everything we do at Kit Plus TV, don't we, really?
Yeah, mostly.
Very lightweight.
Yeah.
Let's get him in. Hello, Masanori. How are you?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing? You all right?
I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Good. We're very good, thank you. So IBC this year, what's going to be new for Libec at IBC 2023, and why should we come and see you? Yeah.
Oh, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's really a pleasure to be part of this live stream.
Thank you.
And so at IBC, we're going to showcase a wide variety of sport camera equipment, including the 75mm tripod systems, NX HS series, 100mm tripod system, RSP, and 150mm tripod system, QD series. In addition, the GlobalM, pedestals, and remote controls will be at our booth. But here, I'd like to introduce most either our new products, the world's first electric pedestals for PTZ cameras. It's called LX ePads. We launched this earlier this year and demonstrated at LAB, but at IBC, we're going to showcase this for the first time in Europe. So we've seen the demands for PTZ cameras being dramatically increasing, and the need for support equipment suitable for PTZ cameras has continued to soar. So our LX ePads was specially designed for PTZ cameras in order to respond to such demands. So let me give you a bit of a demo. So this.
I'm interested to see this. Go on.
Remote control LX ePad as an elevating elements to the BTC cameras, pan, tilt, zoom features, just like this. Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Right. So it means providing more angles of view and making set up adjustments easier in the studio. So you can adjust the speed up a clock by tilting this remote controller. Yes. So the deeper you tilt the rocker of this controller, the faster the clock goes.
Right. Okay.
Yep. But with slow mode, you can fine tune the settings.
So
easy, right?
This is a normal 75mm bowl at the top. This is a 75mm bowl fitment at the top for the camera.
Actually, the flat-based adapter on top, but without the adapter, flat-based adapter, the bowl is 100mm.
Okay.
100. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And I want to talk about this remote controller so that to reduce the concerns of the radio wave interference. This controller doesn't use Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So in addition, the controller is PoE powered.
Okay.
Right.
So there's no need to connect it to a power source or to charge it.
Yeah.
So when there's no power source, then the optional VM-12V VM battery adapter allows the pedestal to be operated by any VM battery at any location.
Cool.
And with a maximum 10 kg per load, the LX EPAD is able to support most BTC cameras in the market.
Cool.
There are two types to choose from: the simple full splitter type and convenient dually type. And for anyone in today's fast-paced production environment, the LX-based compact design could be great advantages. So the main unit of the LX EPAD and the full splitter or dolly, which are all affordable, can be separated from each other for easy transportation.
Yeah. If we can interrupt you there, Masanori, we are out of time. It's been fascinating talking to you. No, it's been really insightful, and we're really looking forward to seeing your IPC.
Yeah, please make sure to visit our booth at Hall 12D36.
Fantastic. We'll be sure to
pop by and we can find out more then. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meeting you.
Yeah.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
for coming and seeing us.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's so hard, isn't it, when you've got like 100 and something
You've got so
people,
many things to say.
and they've all got some really cool stuff, and we have to sometimes cut a little bit short, hopefully not too rudely.
Short.
So now we're talking to
once
Petra.
Once Masanori has left,
yeah, we're going to be talking to Petra from Broadcast Solutions Group, which should be pretty cool.
Petra's Broadcast Solutions. So they've got the human interaction. I've got a feeling it's something to do with IDS. It's similar to that.
Could be, yeah. We're just waiting for Masanori to disconnect, and we should have Petrus in about now.
And
hello, guys.
There is someone.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, we're very well. How are you?
Very well.
All good. All good. Surviving the last minutes before IBC.
Yes,
we like to rush
fill
now.
Time.
Yeah. That's how it is.
Human interface products. You've got some news, I believe, at Broadcast Solutions. Now, you're part of Broadcast Solutions Group. Is this going to be outside or in? Is this going to be outside of the truck, or have you got a separate?
We are of course everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's the main point. So High Human Interface is its own product. We are part of the Broadcast Solutions Group, and we have our own stand 10D41 inside in Hall 10, and then of course we are in the Broadcast Solutions Group booth. We are in 2 OB vans that are nearly finished at the moment, and then in a lot of different booths around Dry. So we are currently publishing every day one partner after the other, where we are and where to find us, controlling different technology, different devices, different systems. So it's quite impressive how big the reach is this year.
Of course, yes. Partnerships are very important, but I'm guessing, hoping that you've got something that you want to sort of tell people. You want to invite people along to the main booth, your own booth.
Yes.
To talk about what's the main announcement.
We have a lot of things. So firstly, full integration to NDI. So we are the first control system able to actually manage NDI in a way that makes sense. So we are discovering all NDI devices and streams, and they can be tagged along with our other devices, other technologies, other protocols that we can control. And then we are creating virtual receivers that can be named in a way that actually makes sense. In addition, we are releasing integration of basic routing to GVAMP, which is pretty cool. We are able to auto-discover also those sources and able to route those consumers and producers in the GVAMP platform. And also a very nice addition to the software is power widgets, a totally new way of controlling your devices. We are firstly launching the power widgets for PTZ control, for Panasonic cameras, for audio control, an 8-channel audio mixer, and then also video players. So that's what we are bringing in the table this year's IBC, and there's a lot more to see. Follow us on Instagram, LinkedIn to see everything and feel high.
So if I was, obviously it's a very broadcast product because you're putting it into trucks, you're putting it in PTZ control, you're integrating with GV products, with the GVAMP. But your ideal customer to come and look at the high human interface. Who are you hoping to come along and see? Are we news? Are we sports? Are we everything?
We are again everything. It's a bit of boring answer, but we truly are scalable. So we are starting from a small tally operating system to an NDI Dante controller to a GVAMP controller. So we can do it all from one scalable tool. So we can start with a very small affordable system with only the basic functionalities, and then go to as said NDI Dante. We attract the Pro AV market hopefully in the coming months, and I invite everyone from all markets to visit and see what we have to offer.
And and your collaborations you're working with, are you working hard, and have you got any announcements on collaborations with third parties? Because of course it's not all about you. It does sound like it is all about you at the moment, but
we are putting the things together.
You're putting the things together. So you're working hard on the collaborations, on working with other partners.
As said, GV is one of them. NDI New Tech. We are vendor neutral, so there's nothing. We have always big news. I know everyone is important. So there's I don't know what to say. There's definitely big players that are developing the product together with us, and of course our customers.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Petrus. So people, as you said before, people can find you in Hall 10 D41.
Yes, correct.
Cool.
And I guess you'll have people that if they go to the truck out front, there'll be people who can run them through the products that are in the trucks that are
absolutely. In addition, we have high controlled candy machines and some more nice stuff to be shown in our booths everywhere. So that's at least something you should try and enjoy.
Cool. Petrus, thank you very much indeed. Nice to see you.
Thank you, guys. Likewise. Bye.
Thank you.
Cool.
Right.
So we've got a very short
break.
IBC registration video.
Cool.
Just while we wait for the next guest to come on, it's only a minute long. I think John's going to cue that up.
Yeah. So we can. Well, we'll fill this with.
Yes. We were going to put this on the She Talks intro, but we can play it now. Play it twice.
Go on then. It sounds like we are. I was expecting something else. So go.
Welcome to IBC 2023. Transforming media and changing expectations, where the future of the global media and entertainment industry is defined and actioned. Changing conversations, where exhibitors from around the globe showcase game-changing innovations. Changing perceptions, bringing the most influential thought leaders and media brands together for groundbreaking discussions. IBC, Transforming Media, 15th to the 18th of September. Register now and start planning.
Okay, show.ibc.org is a place
Absolutely.
to register.
Yeah, and you might be there watching this now, so you're not far from it. So
there's a lot going on at IBC this year. We heard from Joe Mayer earlier on. Talking about the esports zone. You can, if you're watching on YouTube, you can always scrub backwards a couple of hours and listen to that again. She had 3 really cool guests.
And eventually the link will be in the description. You can click straight to it.
Yeah. And in 20 minutes at 1 o'clock British Summer Time, we've got She Talks, which is a 60-minute programme hosted by Jenny Mark Evans and Gabe Bell. And they are talking to 9 guests. About IBC, technology, engineering, all sorts of really interesting stuff. So do stay tuned for that.
Absolutely.
In the bottom right-hand corner of YouTube, you'll see a little red subscribe button. Do click on that. Matt and I will be obviously at IBC. We've got a lot of exhibitor booth interviews scheduled. I think we did about 120 last year, didn't we?
At least, actually.
I think
it was just over.
So yeah, do subscribe to the channel and you'll find out what's going on. So we've got Matthew joining us from Appear. And
again, someone who should really be here in person because he was here in person last time.
I know, I've let you down. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Actually, my colleague Murray was meant to be joining you today, but unfortunately he's ill, so I've stepped in at the last minute and I'm having technical problems, so I'm joining you from my phone because my computer will not play.
Oh, there we go.
Well, you're here. It's looking pretty good to us. So
you can tell everyone.
Over to you, IBC, 2 weeks away. How are your plans and what are you showing?
Yeah, so plans are going really, really well. For those of you that don't know us, we're a global leader in media processing and delivery technology. This year, we're planning on showcasing the efficiency of our solutions that have really helped shape us as a leader in premium live sports and events contribution. And linear and OTT distribution. So we've actually created a fun stand this year. So those of you that saw us at NAB will recognise it, but we've centred it around a sports bar. So at the core, we have a bar. And the reason for the sports bar is it's to showcase the use of our portfolio to take live content from a stadium to consumers. So we're going to have 3 core demo stations, if you like, on the booth. The first of which is going to showcase live contribution with our X platform. The X platform is used for high-speed video networking and advanced compression. And then something that's new for us this year is we've created a mini NOC, so a network operations center. And the aim of that is to demonstrate how our solutions provide operational confidence through things like workflow security, management and monitoring. And then finally, we have a sort of third demo wall where we are showing all things distribution. So linear and OTT distribution demos featuring the multiple functionalities and density of our XC platforms and our newer high capacity server based compression solution, which is called the Neo. So yeah, we're really excited about this year. Lots to show, lots to talk about. We've actually just announced yesterday, in fact, a big project we've been working on with Riot Games in the esports world. So we're supporting all of their live remote broadcasts of their esports tournaments. And next week, speaking of control and monitoring in our NOC demo, we're also announcing a partnership with Skyline and their data miner platform, which paired with our X and our XC platforms will provide additional workflow management and flexibility. So yeah, lots to talk about and lots to show.
So you've mentioned esports, but is there any, and that it's a bit late to call it a trend, but it is in our game, as in for broadcasters to be, broadcast technology to be engaging with esports, it is. But what other trends are you seeing, are you reacting to, and having to evolve your products and your solutions?
Yeah, one of the interesting trends we've seen actually is people reassessing their cloud strategies. And we've actually had a couple of announcements recently where we've seen clients moving services out of the cloud and back to on-premise solutions, particularly with our Neo solution for processing hungry things like ABR transcoding. So that's something we're really keen to talk to people about at the show. Obviously, we're in a hybrid world at the moment where people are juggling whether they should be in private, public cloud, or putting things back on premise. And we are a cloud enabler, so it's really important for us within our strategy to create workflows to help our customers efficiently use cloud-based solutions. But it's also interesting now that we're seeing this trend moving things out of the cloud and back on-prem because it's more cost-effective and they have the operational efficiencies and control that they're looking for.
Fantastic.
I think we're just about out of time, Matthew, but where can people find Appear at IBC?
Yes, they can. They've got to come along to our sports bar for a beer. So join us for a beer from 4 o'clock any day on 1C61.
Fantastic.
As we're running past with the camera, we'll have to pick one up.
Absolutely, do. Look forward to seeing you.
Drink and film.
Good.
Thank you, Matthew. Take care.
Thank
Hope
you.
to see you there.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Right, Appear. So Martin Mulligan, I think we've got next.
Martin Mulligan from PHABRIX.
PHABRIX. So PHABRIX, leader PHABRIX. We always spend some time on their booth. And there he is, sitting in the wings.
Martin. Hello, Martin.
Hi, guys.
How are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
I was just about to say good morning. It's not good morning.
We have crossed the yard arm now.
Yeah. So, Martin, I guess we should quickly touch upon Philip's retirement and our first interview with the new CEO of PHABRIX.
Yeah, so obviously congratulations to Phil. Some very big shoes to fill. In fact, probably not many people realise that the logo of PHABRIX includes Philip Adams. So the PHA is Philip Adams, broadcasting Xilinx. So, yeah, but looking forward to continuing all of the good work put in before and moving onwards and upwards.
Everyone knows that. He's out the picture.
So that... But good work obviously carries on at IBC. What have you got planned? What are you talking to people about?
I think the thing for the test and measurement guys is we always love it when the industry is in a state of transition. And we're quite fortunate that there's a number of transitions taking place simultaneously. So we're well aware of the HD to 4K migration, SDR to HDR. And the big one, obviously, is the continuation of SDI to IP.
Yeah.
So as T&M providers, we get the position of, being able to provide all of the sort of the SMPTE compliant aspects so that people can test new product developments. But then we also have to analyze all signals coming in to make sure that people are adhering to those standards. And so whenever there's transitions, great time for us. Unusual in the fact that all three of these transitions are taking place simultaneously. So, it gives a real shot in the arm for the T&M providers. So at IBC, we'll be taking each one of those topics and drilling down into a lot of details. A lot of our customers are broadcast equipment manufacturers, so we start off really early in that sort of development cycle of providing those types of tools. And then as they become more and more sort of mainstream, then we move more into the sort of the broadcast engineering operator side. And I think what Phil certainly did many years ago, and we're looking to continue, is to take a lot of these really complex and deep subjects, but make them accessible. So continuing to keep our usability and speed of use foremost, while sort of highlighting the complexity, but sort of hiding it where we can, and make the tools as intuitive as possible.
I think you've been successful at exactly that, you know. Brilliant. So are you going to be found in the same place as usual?
Yeah, we're sort of creatures of habit, so we're continuing to be in Hall 10, and we're on booth C01. Usual place.
Top of the escalator, turn right, and at the back of the hall. Yeah.
Always.
Yeah,
and you know, we've got a good team of R&D engineers. We've probably got four or five engineers with us this year. So what I would suggest to people is, you know, come along, have a chat. Let us know what your needs, your challenges, your aspirations are, and hopefully we can feed that into future product development as well.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cool stuff.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. We are going to be spending time on your booth as well, so we're looking forward to catching up with you in person at the show. And I'm sure people watching that can watch all that content as well after IBC.
Yep.
Fantastic. Look forward to seeing you out there.
Take care. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you, Martin. Thank you. So
we're now talking, we've now got our next guest just coming in.
Carl Ferguson.
Yep, Carl Ferguson from
MediaKind
is coming in. I think we're going to hear more news about an announcement. Hello, Carl.
Hello, Carl. Carl. Oh, I recognise Carl.
Yeah, hi, Matt. Hi, Simon.
Hi.
Watching the marathon since the beginning, so good work to all the team so far. Great effort.
I knew we had a viewer. I knew someone was watching.
Yeah. So, everything good at MediaKind? Sorry.
Absolutely. Moving forward, great to be having another, heading towards another IBC and another one of these marathon events to tell everybody about what we're doing.
Yeah.
So you've got an announcement, IBC. So tell us a bit more about your announcement for IBC.
Yeah, so we'll be showcasing all of our broadcast and streaming solutions, both the cloud native as well as the on-premises solutions, really covering our entire portfolio. So encoding, packaging, multiplexing, origin, ad insertion, digital ad insertion, and TV platforms as well. In terms of the real big announcements for the show, so MediaKind is launching MKIO. This is the new home really for users of Microsoft Azure Media Services and enabling all of those customers to transfer across to new providers. And so that's really one of our big announcements and launches at the show. And so we've taken our streaming and compression technologies, we've integrated those with Azure Marketplace to make it a single point of access for people to be able to buy and access those services. And for all of the existing users of AMS, really to provide a sort of a minimal touch migration point where customers are able to migrate all of their existing assets over to new solution providers for their streaming services. And we've mirrored all of the AMS APIs as well to make it absolutely as easy as possible for customers to take their existing orchestration and workflow integrations and migrate them across to use MKIO instead. And really that helps us to address not just the traditional broadcast and media spaces, but also the enterprise and corporate IT and other type of environments as well. So that sort of customer and market diversification is quite an exciting and interesting one as well. In the more traditional media and entertainment space, if we look at all of the contribution works that we're doing, then we're continuing to highlight our integration with Net Insight, who I think are one of the next speakers that you've got up in the sessions, where we've been integrating contribution encoder links with Net Insight and Nimbra solutions to provide that edge points as well as the orchestration of the video links and all of those pieces that go in between. And then we have our Atlas solutions, which provide three different parts of file-based workflow. So we have live catch-up and TV recording, so cloud DVR type solutions. We have AI-powered file-based encoding, and we have AI-powered upscaling as well. And we have a speaker in the technical panels as well, talking about the use of of AI and machine learning for taking SD and HD video and upscaling those in super resolution up to 4K UHD as well. And then, for the on-premises customers, we've also been highlighting hardware video compression and hardware acceleration as well. So taking hardware acceleration and reducing power consumption by up to 70% for video encoding. So for reduced power consumption, for carbon emission reduction, then that's a great move forward.
Absolutely.
Those sorts of areas. We've been adding JPEG XS to our products as well for high speed and high quality contribution links. And then after a year of success with a number of different very known brands of sports, we've been highlighting our Engage solution. So this is our AV and middleware back office platform for direct to consumer. So a number of sports marks have started to move over to that type of solution. And, and we're now doing billions of video streams, hundreds of millions of ad insertions a month on those types of platforms. So high scale, high reliability, event-based, direct-to-consumer based platforms as well.
A busy IBC then.
Yeah, where can people find you, Carl?
You can find us in our typical places in Hall 1, and I think that's Hall 1D.
I've got D25.
D25. Yep. Cool. So we're going to now leave you and hot-foot it straight to Net Insight. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for seeing you on the show.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yep, so we're now chatting to Per
hopefully,
at Net Insights. And
all we've got to do is there we go.
Yep.
We are ready.
Hello, Per. How are you?
Hi.
Good to
Very good.
So we are running up to our 1 o'clock lunchtime show, Per. So we're a little bit behind, but tell us the latest news from Net Insight and what people can expect to see at IBC.
Absolutely. Definitely exciting times. And Net Insight very excited back in Amsterdam. Going to be a really good show for us this year. We have a full new suite of features, both when it comes to our IP media transport and also our cloud delivery platform. So we will be showcasing our 100 gig SD2110 delivery workflow products. It's a lot of new features there. We doubled the capacity in essence in all our products there. And we will also showcase, ultra low latency, our JPEG XS encoders there with the full Tier 7. I think the important, interesting features there, it's all now software defined. So you can, using a software, define your inputs, whether it's SDI, 2110, 2022 inputs. So really when you want to do seamless transition between your SDI to new IP media or work in full hybrid workflow, that's going to be very important. I think one other really important new feature I think we'll all start to learn about is the new SMPTE recommended practice that they call the IP trust boundary. So, back in the SDI days, it was quite easy to go between your wide area network, your service provider network into your local studio with a very secure and easy demarcation point with your SDI cable. Now moving between a public IP media network with your public IP address domains and your more local area, that's become more troublesome. So you have to handle all the security, reliability, protection, firewall things, but also just the manageability of handling different IP address domains. So this is quite going to be a very important, very big thing in all IP media transport, and we're going to have our experts and our products around this at the show. So that's going to be fun and exciting.
Great.
Definitely the cloud is the other big theme. Everything around cloud, I think, going to be big in this show. And we have our Nimbra Edge, very scalable IP cloud media delivery platform that you can run over internet and just cloud unmanaged networks. So those are the big things I would say we're going to showcase there, and quite exciting demos there. We're also going to be together with MediaKind. So we're going to show a joint demo around that, where we integrated their encoders into our cloud media platform, delivery platform.
Great.
I think we are spending time on your booth at the show, so we can catch up more there. Thank you very much for condensing it into such a short period. Appreciate your time, and we'll see you in Amsterdam.
See you there. We hope.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Excited to kind of see you.
Thank you very much.
See you all there.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
That's 1B41, Hall 1.
Yes, Hall 1B41 for Net Insight. So
So
we've got one more guest before the She Talks show, which starts at 1 o'clock. So bear with us. We are running a couple of minutes late, which is not bad, really.
It's
for
not
us,
bad
really.
for us.
So
we should be welcoming Kevin from Leader Europe. So we've just done PHABRIX, all part of the same gang.
Yeah, all sorts. Yeah. Kevin, hello.
Hello there. How you doing?
Very good, thank you. So you can smooth our transition, Kevin, I'm sure, by keeping it short.
Yeah, sorry, we're a bit late getting you in.
We're a bit late, but over to you, Kevin. IBC. What?
Brilliant. Well, this year we're going to be co-exhibiting with our subsidiary company PHABRIX. And as you've seen, smoothing your transition is the theme for the Leader and PHABRIX exhibition at the show. So for customers transitioning from SD to HD, HD to UHD, SDR to HDR, SDI to IP, or even on-premise to the cloud, all of these transitions have one thing in common. We need to ensure that the picture and audio quality and the artistic intent of the content remains, irrespective of the production infrastructure. Now, broadcast engineers and content creators have grown up using waveforms and vector scopes for years. And at Leader, we're ensuring that these tools are still available so that all the experience and knowledge they have can seamlessly migrate into these new infrastructures and new broadcast deployments.
Yeah.
So along with the traditional test and measurement tools, at IBC, we're going to be showcasing new analysis tools based upon JPXS, so SMPTE 2110-22, which is now becoming extremely interesting to live production and live production in the cloud. And we will be demonstrating our live solution connected to Amazon Web Services. So we'll be showcasing our on-set and post-production tools that are also designed to support high-end TV and feature film production. So irrespective of where you are in your facilities migration, come and see the Leader and PHABRIX booth, and we have test and measurement solutions that will assist you wherever you are on that path. We're in Hall 10, stand CO1, and if you'd like to book a meeting, there's a QR code that you can click on now and send us an email and set up a meeting. And gentlemen, obviously we look forward to seeing you at the show where once again we do one of your great recordings.
We will be coming along to have a conversation with, well, both you and PHABRIX, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking forward to spending time with you, Kevin. Again, thank you very much for condensing it into a few minutes. We'd love to spend more time with you, but we can't this time, so we will see you in Amsterdam. Thank you.
We'll see you, and hopefully look forward to seeing everybody else in Amsterdam. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
10C01. Great.
So now we're going to have a little rest, aren't we?
We're having a break.
We're going to hand over to Jenny and Gay. And in the meantime, just while we swap seats, we're going to play you a bit of exhibitor feedback from the last Kit Plus show that we did in Media City in June. And you'll get to, it's about 3 minutes, and you'll hear what a few exhibitors were showing there. Next time you see us will be in about an hour's time.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. She Talks up next.
Yeah, so we're very well known for infrastructure products, as you know, generally cable and connectors and racking solutions. We've added more active devices to our range now as well. So we've got the KVM switch from G&D, which allows multiple operators to connect to devices from remote locations, and also the Bluebell devices for obviously moving, converting different signals from copper to fibre.
Yeah, we've got the Yamaha DM7 here, which is a new console from Yamaha that was launched last week. It's really interesting because it's the first time they're kind of specifically hitting the broadcast market. So there's some great new features on it that are very broadcast specific.
So today we've got our full kind of end-to-end live production through to post-production workflow on show for people. So the idea here is that we're showing our live production cameras, our Studio Camera 6K Pro.
Yep.
This is connected into our ATEM Television Studio HD8 ISO.
Okay.
The great thing about the workflow between these two pieces of equipment is that we can either send the video directly via SDI to the switcher, or in this case we're showing it with a direct Ethernet connection, because we can now stream from our studio cameras into the HD8 ISO, either over a network or even over the internet. So at the show today we're showing both workflows, either SDI or Ethernet, and you can toggle between the two there.
Yeah, so today one of the main things we're showing off is the XC protocol. So showing how a wide range of our camera ranges effectively can all communicate on one network in a live streaming environment. So for example, we have our CRN 700, which is our flagship PZZ model. And that can work on the exact same network as our C300 Mark III Cinema EOS camera. So they can all be controlled remotely from our RC IP100 controller.
So we've brought in the Mimics.
Yep.
These are brand new technology, really. This is aimed at shooting on volumes. And really it's about creating a realistic environment in front of a virtual production screen that is synced up to the screen on one hand, so it creates the realistic world environment.
So, one of the first showings in the UK. The Workspace XE is our brand new product. It's shared storage for small work groups, small to medium work groups. We've got 8 hard drives in it, 25 gig interface at the back for sharing, but also we have the ability to add a very high performance disk cache of NVMe, up to 60 terabytes of NVMe can go in here to provide very high performance for DPX and other such workflows.
Audio-wise, this has been one of the units that we've talked about a lot, which
The
is
Nomad.
the Nomad. It's a mobile phone, effectively. So, SIM card in the front, and it's a broadcast quality mobile phone. So you can plug a headset, microphone into there, run it phantom power, so you can use any mic. Dial your number, and then this just becomes a mobile phone, but very useful for if you're sort of out on production as talkback device, or even straight to air. You can use it for radio.
But this is essentially a 1400 watt bicolor light. So there's no difference between 5600 and 3200 Kelvin. It maintains its brightness throughout the range.
Wow.
So its flexibility on set, unparalleled.
So in the context of low latency, we can really do very high performance video at very high quality, and again, low latency. So we are bringing the Makito X4 range, which is our fixed encoder, 4-channel HD or UHD. Again, very high quality, low latency. And we're also talking about our mobile encoder, such as the Pro 460.
Yeah, so we've got 2 new SBU models. If you're familiar with the IDX range, we had SBU 98, SBU 50. And what we've done is we've refreshed these models to now include a USB-C PD socket.
It's mainly, I would guess, about the cinema line of cameras, which I guess many of your viewers will be familiar with. And that kind of starts with the newest addition to the family, actually, which is the FX30. Looks remarkably like the FX3, its brother, but that's got an APS-C size Super 35 sensor at the front end. Newly developed, really nice sensor, and very similar in its sort of ergonomics and so on to the FX3. But as I say, this is APS-C size sensor.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Nice. Great to see everyone again. Great to see you. While those boys are off having a well-deserved sandwich and a sausage roll.
Which we've just had, and we can say they are very nice.
They were very nice, actually. I'm a big fan of a baked good.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Homemade baked sausage rolls.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing much better than that.
Absolutely. Can't complain about that. But we actually have got some serious business to get into today, and actually really do have a really fantastic lineup of women who are just doing so many interesting things in the industry. And we'll talk a bit about about what they think about IBC, but also all about the things that they're actually focusing on and the activities they're driving to make the media and entertainment space a better, more successful environment. So actually, I'm going to hand over straight to you, Jenny, because you have a very interesting first guest.
Absolutely.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, I'm really proud to actually introduce our first guest, a lady called Deborah Jones, and she's involved in the QE2 Centre, actually, in Parliament Square. So, Deborah.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
She's just gone.
Okay, she came and then she went.
Yeah.
So I'll talk to you about the QE2 Centre. Actually, I first of all met Deborah, I don't know, maybe a couple of months ago. And there was a joint event with AVIXA and the IBM, all about actually combining the technologies of AV and broadcast and how it is converging. And what's going to be interesting about Deborah is actually it's going to be the first time she's going to IBC, which is quite incredible to find somebody who's never been to IBC before. So, but this is actually what a lot of people want, you know, some different opportunities, some different markets that they can actually go into.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Joe from IBC talking earlier on about the esports zone, you know, another example of a totally new area that they're sort of driving into, new applications for video technology, and clearly sort of areas like AV, big conference centres, looking to how they can actually match that sort of professional broadcast screen environment that we're all just used to. I mean, nowadays, if you go to anything and it's not what we're used to seeing on Netflix or in the cinema, it's not good enough, is it? You know,
absolutely.
I got the Tube this morning, which will actually sort of amaze people who know me, but I am a big fan of the Elizabeth line in London these days. And, you know, the massive big AV displays they have as you're going down the escalator. I mean, the quality is just incredible.
Oh, it's incredible. No,
absolutely
I agree.
Incredible. So, no, exciting times and, you know, great opportunities for broadcast technology companies to really tap into those new markets. And
well, the amazing thing about this event, it was called Upstream. You can see it on the IBM or AVIXA websites, actually, was there were customers there like Vodafone. There was the Royal College of Physicians that were there. You know, all these people actually need to broadcast as well. But so they know it from the AV perspective, they know it from the IT perspective, but you know the broadcast and transmission side was a whole other sort of like, you know, unknown to them, and it was quite incredible actually. So so really looking forward to sort of finding out why she's going to IBC really, and I know for her she's got a very big project that she's got to do. So hello Deborah.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you all?
I'm well, very, very well. Just been explaining how we met actually, which was at the AVIXA and IBM event, the Upstream event, and how this is going to be your first IBC, which is quite incredible, really. So why exactly is somebody like you from the QE2 Centre going to be going to IBC?
Well, I'm really, really thrilled about going. I don't know why I haven't been before, because it's something I've wanted to do for a long time. I think partly it's probably to do with the COVID-19 pandemic, because of course now we're all doing what we're doing right now on Teams or on Zoom or on WebEx or whatever it is. We're all doing video over the internet. So that's probably part of the convergence between broadcasting, AV and IT. And obviously the QE2's got a huge client list looking for high quality video over IP solutions. And it's just more and more popular. We're having to buy so much more extra kit and different kit, and getting new training for all our people and taking on new people in order to do this. So when I checked out the exhibitors, all my favorite people are there, all the big players are there. There's Shure, there's Samsung, there's Matrox. Those are people who are part of our AV user group. This is a sort of a little end user community that I'm a director of. And there's always been in that group crossovers with broadcast and AV anyway. And so I look at all these exhibitors and I can see that they can meet our needs of capturing, editing, storing, broadcast. And I've got my map all all mapped out in my head to go around all those people. I'm really, really excited and to see the new people too.
There is a lot of new technology. Obviously, we're talking about the convergence, as you just sort of touched on there, between AV and broadcast, and how there is the gap, used to be like that, and now it's a lot closer. But how IT is actually so important. And I know from your perspective, you start with IT and then you basically move up. So the convergence is quite interesting, and how there's lots of standards, SRT, NDI, which we as broadcasters understand, but I think it is just as important for the AV world as well.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I don't know whether you know, but we were going to become the decant venue for the House of Lords, and that's all been shelved now. So we haven't been investing for a while, and now we've got to start from the ground up and invest all the way through, because the infrastructure has been really held back by that plan.
Right.
So we're looking at new switching, new routing, obviously new fiber networks. I'm looking to go to people like High Vision, obviously the home SRT.
Yeah.
I've had a quick look at the Kiloview electronic site, because Kiloview have brought out some new releases for encoders for not only .264 but also for 265 as well. We're moving more into that area on basic recordings of live events, for instance. Right. We don't deal with programs like the big broadcasters, but more and more it's a broadcasting environment for us, and all those people that I wouldn't normally have access to, who I met online but never in person, I can now go to this show and meet them all in one place.
You're going to have to get the IBC app. So, because that is amazing. So download the app, and literally a bit like Google, it will give you the blue dots to take you to all the different sort of areas. Now, obviously you might have heard earlier about there's lots of conferences as well as exhibitors going on. So the accelerator program, et cetera, I think will be really interesting and a great place to sort of meet all these different people, because as well as the ones that you know of, there are going to be ones that you've never heard of. And they're the interesting ones around the corners, the edges of the exhibition as well. So you touched on the fact that you haven't done a big investment, but a lot of the exhibitors who will be watching this will be rather excited to know that you're coming with a big checkbook. So what exactly is the plan for the QE2 building?
Well, we've obviously got a 5-year strategy, because and part of that is the kind of events that we want to run. Now, more and more, we're looking at how to obviously compress it and send video out, to multiplex essentially. But also, we're also looking at things like virtual sets, which I think it's Brainstorm they're doing virtual sets, because we obviously build a lot of sets and we have to break down, build up. We might be running 5 different events on a day. We might be recording and capturing and editing all those single events, and then the next day it has to happen all over again. We're also looking to, instead of building sets, to look at virtual sets, virtual software, LED walls, and then we're looking at the idea of storage. Where are we going to store it? How are we going to store it? How are we going to do it so that we can get it back across to the client? And our clients are just like you and I. They don't have huge storage capacity in 5 continents. They're people who probably don't do events as a living and don't look at video capture as a profession.
Right.
And so we have to create solutions for them which are quick and easy and reliable and secure. And that's what this show will show me. And looking at the program, there's, as you say, there's lots of education. I have a premium pass.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. Gosh.
Donated by the AV User Group, well, obviously by IBC themselves ultimately. And so I'm so excited about looking at the conference program.
Yeah,
I am slightly taken in with those big names like the FIFA one on the Saturday, which but having said that, it's looking at that particular encapsulating. I can't remember what it's called, the codec, where you can have some encapsulating layers on top, which is quite a technical. I think it's going to be quite a technical session, apart from attracting the big names. So I'm looking at all the program to see if I can fit in the ones that I'm really really need and the ones I really love.
Wow, gosh, you're sort of, I mean, we're looking forward to going. Yeah. And now when we hear from somebody like you, who's the first time, and the fact that you can just immerse yourself in all this technology, and it is incredible when you walk into those halls and you're surrounded by it. Like you say, the virtual productions and everything else, it is exciting. It still is. We work in an incredible industry. Deborah, you've been phenomenal. Thank you so much. I'm going to apologise in advance now, because after this session, I think your LinkedIn is going to be pinging a lot, and you might not have any. I would imagine all your appointments are going to be suddenly very, very full. But thank you so much. This has been really, really lovely talking to you. Really appreciate it.
I've loved doing it. Thank you very much.
And enjoy Amsterdam.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see you out there. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm kind of a little bit jealous. I kind of wish it was my first time.
Can you imagine?
Exactly. I'm not admitting how many times.
No, we don't talk about that.
But a few. But I mean, what is interesting, and just hearing from Deborah there, you know, this is an industry that never stands still, isn't it? And, you know, the application for video technology just continues to explode beyond sort of linear TV of old. And in fact, even linear TV's reinvented itself and become sexy with sort of new platforms for OTT and fast, etc. So many trends, so many things happening in the industry. And I'm actually joined by two fantastic ladies next, Maria from Omdia, and Kieran from Coretta Research, who are the ladies with their finger on the pulse. These are the gals who know where it's at, what's happening, and when it's going to happen next. So Maria,
no pressure, people.
Kieran, lovely to see you. Welcome to She Talks, and thanks so much for joining us.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Hi. Right, let me kick off straight away. We're headed into IBC. I'll be there in 2 weeks' time. I'm sure everybody else will be either on their way or already settled in. How are you feeling about the industry generally? Are you feeling positive about the outlook for the media and entertainment technology space? You know, what's your gut and what is your research telling you about the future? Maria, let me go to you first.
Yes. Hello, I'm very excited about IBC. I already have my train tickets, so you will not see me at the airport, but yes, I will arrive by train this time. I'm very optimistic because the space I cover, video, is still growing and is growing really fast, both in subscription and in the free advertising world. So you mentioned what can I expect this year at IBC? For sure, Gay, we will be talking a lot about advertising. We will be talking a lot about fast channels. Why? Because we see revenues doubling. They will double from 6 billion at the end of 2023 to more than 13 billion in 2018. That means that everyone wants to have a pie in this 6 billion potential growth in fast. I will see lots of sports companies launching fast services. We have seen lots of announcements recently, but there will be even more. So for sure, there will be a lot of talk about fast and advertising in general. Linear TV, as you said, is still the #1 source of revenue from advertising. Linear TV is not dead. All around the world, people are still watching, consuming linear TV. And two other topics I will see this year at IBC. One will be around aggregation and super aggregation, because we just published a report at Omdia about pay TV and online. And more people are taking both. Very few people just have pay TV services. People like to combine the pay TV subscription with online streaming video services. And although most of the growth in subscribers comes from the online world, there are 1.5 billion subscribers to online versus 1 to pay TV. Revenues are still with pay TV operators. Pay TV operators, the number of revenues is double than those coming from online video. So both need each other. So it's not like online video is killing pay TV. They both need each other. Aggregation, super aggregation will be another super hot theme this year. We will see lots of tech vendors helping to facilitate that. And as a result, with so many free and paid services, we need also tech vendors to help us finding the content we want to watch. It's becoming more and more complex to find that content that we want to see. Also, how to target those adverts how to measure what people are watching in the connected TV is also a big challenge, and we will see lots of tech vendors trying to help us. Finally, my third bullet, again, as you know, we're very proud. We are, again, premium research partners of IBC. So thank you, IBC, for trusting Omdia once again. And as a thank you, we are giving everyone attending IBC a report around games and video, the crossover across games, IP, and video. Because yes, we have seen a lot of conversations in The Last of Us about the popularity of games, how well they're doing in the big screen, but cinema or streaming. So we'll be talking a lot about that. And again, the role of telcos and pay TV operators as aggregators of video, but also games. Have in one place everything you want to watch and everything you want to play. So we are providing everyone attending the show this great report. And as people know, or maybe don't know, there is also a new VIP room this year at IBC. And I will be presenting in that VIP room some highlights from exclusive research on games and video. So lots to look forward. If you don't have your ticket to IBC, buy it now and upgrade it to the VIP room if you want to see my presentation.
Nice plug. Sounds like one not to be missed, Maria, as always. But Kieran, I know you guys are going to be very, very busy at IBC. Fill us in.
Yeah, I mean, Maria covered a lot of ground there. I mean, I think if there's one thing that I would definitely add, I think that, you know, the global economy has been difficult this year, and we know that most are feeling the pinch. Obviously, from where we're standing, we see this comes with great opportunity, both in how buyers are interacting with their audiences and really owning that relationship. We've seen a lot of interest on the buyer side in Gen AI. Not quite sure where this is going to land after IBC, but we expect to hear a lot of conversations on how we can really drive this forward and use this very promising new technology to interact better with our audiences, give better recommendations, and more enhanced analytics across platforms. Like Maria, we're also seeing a lot of potential with advertising. We actually have a very exciting piece of research coming out with Bedrock just before IBC on the potential for streaming advertising to really unlock new revenue streams for broadcasters. We also have a very exciting report that we do with Bubble on buying trends in the industry. There's a lot of talk around efficiency within content supply chains and really how you can own those relationships with your audiences. And just the last thing that I wanted to mention, we also, just because this is She Talks, we also have a very exciting piece of research coming out with Rise, which I think might be a little bit shocking to some, as we are really taking a look at the state of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the industry. And there's a lot of really interesting findings there. So I keep a lookout. We'll have these reports at IBC. We should be launching some of them as early as next week. So we're very excited about the event and very excited to meet with our clients and other partners. And yeah, like Maria, we can't wait to get there.
That's fantastic. No, thank you both. Sounds like there's just so much going on that's going to really influence the mood and the conversations on the show floor. And yeah, I think we're all sort of chomping at the bit now in terms of actually getting there and getting on with it. And I'm really looking forward to reading sort of the reports that you're all producing, because they're so informative. And, you know, I think generally for the industry, the work that you guys do and all the other sort of research companies, it's a real guiding light to actually help sort of inform and drive opinion and bring people together. So thank you very much for joining us. If I don't see you before, I will certainly see you in Amsterdam, and very much looking forward to it.
Nice. Likewise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Nice.
Cool.
Well, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
my gosh.
Yeah, well, they've always got a lot of interesting.
But nice that there's some extra stuff that's actually going to come ahead of IBC as well.
Yeah.
Or the fact that because we're going to IBC and all visitors as well as exhibitors, we're going to take advantage and understand what's going on. They're actually giving us some free research, which is amazing.
No,
sort of
absolutely. Yeah,
great.
Really sort of useful.
Yeah, absolutely.
But talking about exhibitors, I think you're about to be joined quite shortly by a few. Yeah.
Yep. Now it's the exhibitors' turn, and I have the biggest panel actually of our session, of our hour, and I have three lovely people. So we have Sabrina from Dot Group, we have Connie from LTN, and Charlotte again, who's changed her top from CueScript.
It's August and it's cold in England, so jumper it is.
I know. No, I just think it's amazing because Charlotte actually was on earlier as CueScript talking about what they're doing, and so I was like, oh my gosh, you look slightly different to how I saw you earlier this morning. So this is all going to be about the exhibition side. We've heard from a visitor. We've heard all about the other the trends, etc. Yeah. So now let's focus a little bit on the exhibition side, which is still a massive part of IBC, obviously. So first of all, the prep and everything else. We have we've got UK, US and France here. So I'm going to come to the UK first, Charlotte. I'm going to put you slightly on the spot. And you talked earlier about the kit you're going to be sending. You're sending tin. Now, we're back into the world and the pain, frankly, of carnets and shipping like we used to not have to do.
We are.
So I know. So talk us through how much more you have to do. Yes, let's mention Brexit, shall we?
Yeah. Much more. I'm always so jealous of those stands that you go by and by the other lovely ladies on this call who are just going to rock up and it'll all be kind of done, and we're lugging kit and putting up cameras and tripods and glass and various other bits. But yeah, it's a lot. There's always a lot involved, whatever your business. I'm not taking that away from anyone else, but it's the carnet situation has made things so much more painful and long. The ticking the boxes, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, all of that jazz is just it's a lot more than it was pre.
Yeah, it's a real shame. We've gone back in time a bit.
And it's and also getting all the dimensions, everything set ready. You've got to put a lot more time in advance.
Yeah.
And
which means you've got to know what you're going to be sending. No lastminute.com R&D. Oh, I've got this new product. It's not on the carnet. It's not being shipped. It's not happening. So you're right. The other two ladies are more software, although I do know that Connie does have some hardware, as in she's got some monitors. But Connie, you're coming from across the pond. You're coming from the US. And in a previous life, you used to be a customer, and now you're an exhibitor. So how has that changed your preparation for coming to IBC?
Well, first and foremost, thank you, ladies, for inviting me to be in this chat. It's an honor and a privilege. So thank you. Hi, Gay.
Hi.
It's quite different. I come from a television production background in the States, and now I'm in a broadcast media industry. As I mentioned to Gay, there is some sort of crossover. I would say the equivalent of IBC and NAB was, which still is, the ProMax Station Summit that happens every year, usually in June in Las Vegas as well at the Mirage Hotel. So ProMax is a loose acronym for promotion and executives, marketing executives. So I would meet with all of the local affiliates all over the country, and we would talk about the two shows that I worked on. Rachel Ray, she's a household name in America, TV chef. And then I'm sure you ladies are all familiar with Daily Mail. Daily Mail TV, I launched that show in the States in 2017. So we would talk to our customers, AKA local affiliates, and tell them what was coming up for the new season to get them excited about, just promoting the show, and lots of good things to tune in for. But it's different. I would have like a booth there, and I would do like a PowerPoint presentation for maybe 10 to 15 people. IBC, working for LTN, it's a whole different world. We have an actual I've learned the difference that in the States at NAB, we call it a booth, but at IBC, we refer to it as a stand.
Subtle, but different, absolutely.
Different.
Yeah.
So I'm very careful to differentiate between the two trade shows. I refer to NAB as my Super Bowl because it's North American based.
Right.
IBC I refer to as my World Cup because it's more international.
Nice. Brilliant.
But it's very different, and we're excited. And you know, when people and even my colleagues, when they first arrive to the booth, I don't think people understand how long it took to get to that stage. Months of blood, sweat, and tears to build this space that's going to be our home for the next 4 days. So to see it visually come to life, we've all had a footprint in that, and it's just the most thrilling experience to see that.
It is. But then we come on to somebody like Sabrina, who's the sales side of the running the stand, and all she really cares about is actually getting the leads and making sure it works, the messaging's right, and then probably she's counting down the hours, minutes, seconds until the show's over. So, you know, so it's very different, the prep versus the working and everything else. So, Sabrina, you are, you know, zooming in from the south of France, so we're not jealous at all, obviously. No, we're absolutely fine, and we're very, very happy for you. So tell us about your prep, because you're far more about, you know, making sure the message is there, getting, you know, sort of the appointments, the quality over quantity. Tell us a little bit more about your preparation.
So, hi, everyone, and thanks for inviting us here.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, our big challenge is to book many meetings in very, very short time. In what, 2 weeks plus? We know that everyone is just heading back from summer holidays, probably from south of France. And it's very challenging to book all this. It's 4 days, as you said. We're 6 people on the booth, and we all have to be busy because IBC is, as said Connie, it's a World Cup. For us being a European company, it is our big UEFA World Cup, FIFA, sorry. And it's, we have to, as you said, to have a very clear message. Our visibility is crucial, especially nowadays that our presence in online is more than crucial. We need to prove all year long to explain what Dot Group does, what's our expertise, what we can bring, and we have in these last 2 weeks to keep a cadence, very clear cadence, make sure that we remind everyone that we're there at IBC and that they have to come and visit us. We have to bring them all the latest innovations, and for that we need to prepare our meetings with these customers, with this prospect, with these people that are coming, even before on our side internally, but also with them, to make sure that we understand what their challenge, what they're encountering today, and what we can bring them. So we have 2 main things, 2 main messages today at Dot Group, which is the data transfer, and the other is the decarbonization. So we need to make sure that sometimes, I mean, if we're very lucky, our prospect will need more. I mean, we need to see both, but if not, we need to understand what is their concern today and make sure that we give them in this time that sometimes we only get 30 minutes, sometimes we can get more if we're very lucky.
Yeah.
We know that it's a marathon, so people have to go in different booths. We're not the only one, unfortunately. So we need to make sure that we understand what they need and that we show them what we can bring them on the software, but not only as the real expertise, and make sure that after that those 4 days, there's another race that we have to keep.
Absolutely, keep the momentum, the follow-up and everything else. And obviously, you know, this show is expensive. Travel's expensive, you know, and taking people away from their desks and everything else. So IBC's been working extra hard, I think, this year in not only all the other opportunities that are there for the visitors, but also as exhibitors, they've been offering different tools that we can actually utilize to help with, making sure we get good value for money, basically. So, so I'll come to, I need to change my page on my questions. So I'll stick with Sabrina, actually. So you're talking about the products, the software that you're actually going to be bringing. And we had Deborah on earlier, who's first time for visiting IBC. She's coming from the AV world. So it's actually, I think one of the things IBC is helping with is actually helping us explore some different markets, some different customers to the ones that you know. Because, otherwise we don't always want to talk to the same people. We need to actually explore and expand our reach and everything else. So, so she thinks IBC is really important for doing that. How are you finding that?
It is more than important. It's good to bring and to be all on one space and to have people coming to us.
Yeah.
True. But we also, it's also enable us to have a real networking, to understand, you have any size of companies. You can have major actors, but you also will have small, young startups.
Yeah.
And all bring something, and it brings networking, knowledge, and sometimes even partnership. It can bring it now, but also for later. And it's a real visibility to customers, but also to all each other. All exhibitors get a real advantage of being part of this show, definitely.
I think you're right. It's called a community, and actually it's a community for a reason. There's no doubt about it, actually. So, Charlotte, I'm going to come on to slightly more of the sales side as well, because as well as it costing a lot, everybody has targets that they need to hit, right? So, so how do you sort of plan with spending this money and this time and this effort to make sure you're actually getting a good ROI on your IBC investment?
Well, you've got to put the work in beforehand, as Sabrina was just saying, and Connie as well. It's got to be making it heard and known that you're there. There's plenty of other exhibitors. So yeah, you've got to get your brand message out. You've got to obviously market yourself well. There are tools, as you said, on the IBC portal. They provide you with the exhibitor portal with your checklist of everything you need to get done in advance. And there's personalised email, like invites and footers and banners, online banners and all that. So they really help with all of that. And you've got to use it. It's there, but you've got to actually put the work into testing it out and using it. And then once there, the lead retrievals are really good, the scanners, so that you capture that information, so that you make notes. You can even make like questionnaires within that software as well, to quickly be able to jot down the correct information. Because it's all about following up. Yes, the lead up is a lot. Whilst being there, you've got to be present, because so often I think you've done so much work to get there that by the time you get there, sometimes it's a bit like, and then you think, hang on, this is what it's all about. And then, of course, there's all the parties, which you have to go to, and then somehow be, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed the next day. But that's what we're there for. There's no point in doing all that work if you're not going to be, really, really using the platform. And then obviously the lead retrieval to be able to follow up all of those contacts. But it's the personal touch that it gives as well. We all missed that during COVID. I think it's really apparent how much exhibitions provide that space for your dealers as well as for customers, for exhibitors alike as well. So you're partnering exhibitors that you don't get a lot of time to actually see. So I think there's so many facets of it that make it work, but you have to utilize them.
It's like anything else, really. Apparently, you can't just join the gym; you have to go.
I've heard that.
I know. Talk about a miss, Sal.
But no, I do agree. I mean, I always have this motto about trade shows that you should leave with no regrets. So don't get on the airport or get to the train
or whatever,
and go, if only I'd done this. Just make sure that you're focused and you do those things that really matter. And it's all about the prep, isn't it? Just knowing what matters before you actually get there.
Right, we are slightly running out of time now, but Connie, when we spoke, you said, quote unquote, there is something massive.
Oh, yeah.
Massive, apparently, happening at IBC. So can you give us a hint as to what this massive is going to be? Or can you just maybe tease us even more?
What I can tell you, and again, outside of my marketing team, my sales team doesn't know.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
It's just, we just want a nice, I come from a television production world, so I'm all about the big reveal, right?
Right.
You're not going to miss our branding anywhere. Whether you're inside or outside, you're going to turn around and you're going to be like, oh my God, there's LTN again. It's just unbelievable.
So you're taking messaging and presence to a whole new level. Whole other level.
A whole other level. And I'm so excited to see everybody's reactions because it's nothing like we've ever done before. So I'm thrilled and I can't wait.
Right.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. It is lovely, like you said earlier. It's actually when you've worked really hard and then you just see it all coming together. It's really, really lovely.
Indeed.
Right, you've been incredible. Thank you so much, the three of you. You've been a real delight and pleasure. Well, that's about it, really. I guess we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and good luck with the show.
Definitely good luck. Keep doing all the preparation. Keep preparing.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's just fascinating. Yeah, I mean, it is just great to hear from the exhibitors. I'm really glad that we actually managed to do that because, you know, I mean, they are like the beating heart of IBC, aren't they? You know, it's kind of all those exhibitors, they put in so much effort and so much energy and, you know, get a lot out of it as well. So, you know, it's such an important sort of
and people
focus.
take it so personally as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you know, how that graphic looks, or is that the right shade of blue carpet, whatever it might be, you know, the attention to detail on these stands, I just don't think people really get when they're just visitors and they're just, you know,
just walking
come
around.
in
It's just
and go,
there,
oh well, this
isn't
is
it?
nice. Let's
Yeah.
take a seat, have a cup of coffee.
Exactly.
But don't you like the seat you're sitting on?
Yeah.
You know, we do know how much choice we had. You know,
absolutely. And as I said, you know, sort of, you know, I think for me, if the exhibitors are the beating heart, then the conference is the mind of IBC.
Nice.
And I'm actually really excited to be joined next by my guest, Sarah Burbidge, who's from the Soho Media Club. And Sarah is the producer of the Changemakers programme at IBC this year, which is a 2-day conference that's really been designed to provoke us into thinking and considering the cultural changes that the world of media is going through. Sarah, thanks for joining us. It's absolutely lovely to see you.
Inviting me. Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted to be producing the IBC Changemakers this year.
Yeah, well, tell us about it. Tell us what you've done. And I mean, it's so far-reaching as a programme. You know, give us a little bit of a highlight of what we can expect to see at the show.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, it's free to attend Sunday the 17th and Monday the 18th of September in the Forum and Forum Lounge. So save the date. Come and join us. And it's really about kind of sharing the stories behind the big tech changes, the professional and personal stories that really kind of put a spotlight on people and purpose. So what kind of really drives change in our industry, the organisations, the tech that's really making a difference, not just about that conversation either, but really sort of a call to action. I think Changemakers will really bring us together and sort of have that possibility in the air, certainly as I'm kind of talking to some of the panels as we bring them together. And we've been really shaping a really global perspective. So the programme, we start on the Sunday, and that's Inclusive Tech Vision 2030. And that's really kind of that throwing ahead, really strong strategic thinkers from around the world joining that panel. And we then sort of close the 2 days with a manifesto for change around work life. What would you really build in? But on the way, you take in some AI, inclusive tech and ethics around AI, an afternoon tea, Spill the Tea, LGBTQ+ special, looking at authenticity representation. We've got a great panel conversation lined up with guests put forward by Gals in Gear, Women in Streaming Media, and Women in Immersive Tech. That's called Tech for Good. digital ethics and responsible AI. And that's going to really look at some of the opportunities, limitations of AI, and really get beneath the kind of solutions and what's really going on. Are we building inequality, and what's really kind of going to change things for the future? Social Impact Awards, and then also save the date for the Changemakers party in the evening, and then Monday we go through to a networking brunch, and we've got some amazing keynotes in the programme as well. Akwasi Ansar, he's based in Amsterdam and he works at Umroep Zeewaard Licht. He's going to be telling his personal story and his vision for an equitable digital future-first landscape, and he's established the first really kind of inclusive public service broadcaster, and his challenge in that, being one of the youngest there across the public service media spectrum. And from Paramount, we're hearing from Wincy Knight, all about really weaving it into the fabric, making sure that D&I is at the top table in the conversation. Jabbar Sada from BBC Studios, Dex Hunter Torek, we are delving deeper with DeepMind into AI, and can it solve all of our cultural challenges? So yeah, a lot on that list. But go on, ask me about the podcast.
I was going to say, I do understand that it's not just about what's going on for those 2 days in Amsterdam, but you also have a podcast that's already launched. Yeah.
Well, you know, we've got to have a podcast, haven't we? And it's already launched. We are 3 episodes in, but you have got time to catch up, and we've got episodes running right up to IBC. It's a great listen. We've really kind of digging into the global scene here on kind of the personal stories and the why and what's motivating individuals. We've heard from Kamal Ahmed at the News Movement, where the average age there in the newsroom is 25, and that's his new vision. We've got Azif Sadiq, who's Chief DI and Inclusion Officer at Warner Brothers, and he's really talking about lifting it off the corporate page and his why, his drive. And that's because he wanted to hear celebration in every language as he hears it in his head. I thought that was really beautiful as change happens. And that's a sneak preview, but if you've listened already, but do kind of, you know, search it up, as my 8-year-old would say, and make sure it's on your podcast listening, and share and like it. I really think it will get you in the mood for IBC and change making at IBC. And we've also got, not just the podcast, I mentioned it briefly, the Social Impact Awards.
Yep, tell me a little bit about that. Yeah,
that's part of the Changemakers programme this year. And there's a really great global projects all over that shortlist. And this year, a special award. And I can tell you, this is the person who actually says all the votes are in at Eurovision. We will be welcoming Martin Osterdahl, who is going to receive a special award, and that is, you know, some more details there on the IBC website. And that is the Changemaker Award, and we will hear a bit more about behind the scenes, all the collaboration, all the good stuff that has to really go in there to making that happen. So
that sounds great. I love a bit of Eurovision. Absolutely, absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
No, that will be a great sort of session to sort of go along and have a look at. And I can't talk to you about change without talking about sustainability. It's a massive topic sort of in the industry, and I'm sure it's going to be a big topic at IBC. Tell us how the Changemaker programme is addressing that as an issue.
Well, absolutely. So sustainability has really come through as one of the things that people really want to make sure is plugged into the way they work, the way they design tech. And I've been working with Barbara Lang on the wider IBC programme to make sure that that conversation is followed through. And in Changemakers, we've got a really great conversation around sustainability. And I like this title. It's called Uncle Albert and the New Kids on the Block. And that is a conversation looking at Albert, but also the reinvention of Albert itself, and how the conversation now is shifting towards climate anxiety as well. The new studios, the new podcasts that are creeping up, and the kind of actually demands from staff and audience to really make sure sustainability is at the heart. And then I also must just mention that the podcast this week is also a sustainability special, and that is 3 actors fresh from Edinburgh TV Festival, and they've just launched, you might have seen them on Newsnight even earlier this week, but they've just launched The Green Rider, and that is all about actually saying we don't need the private jet and coming together to really create and make change happen. So Feyenty Balogan, Danusha Samal and Will Attenborough, we've got an Attenborough talking about acting and sustainability on the podcast.
That sounds fantastic. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us and sort of giving us an insight into that. There are so many wide-ranging topics that I absolutely can't wait to sort of be able to come along and experience some of it, and just love the fact that it's all free. You know, there are no barriers to entry. Anyone can come along.
And actually, just a quick plug and save the date for your diary for everyone, because it's free as well from 17:45, so 5:45 on the Sunday. Come and join our cocktail hour, the Changemakers Party.
Absolutely. Look forward to it. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing everyone. There'll be a real energy around Changemakers. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a lot. Take care. Cool. I mean, it's thing. We're going to carry on with the sustainability topic, actually, because from a broadcast tech vendor point of view, there's a lot of activity in pushing a green agenda.
Absolutely.
And, you know, you find yourself asking the question of, is it working?
Yeah.
You know, are people actually making sort of true headway? And we're actually going to be joined, I don't know if we've got her already lined up, by Leslie Marr, who's actually Sustainability Director at Broadcast Production Services. And Leslie's going to give us a little bit of an insight into actually the sustainability efforts that Broadcast Services are actually driving. And Leslie, thank you very much for joining us. Good afternoon.
Hi there, good afternoon everyone.
Hi. Hello. So Leslie, I was just giving you a little intro, and we just previously actually heard a lot about how sustainability is going to be featured as part of the IBC conference. So tell us what sustainability means to you and your team at BPS.
Sure. I mean, I think I'm probably as old as IBC is, which is quite frightening, actually. However, I've worked across the whole supply chain of film and TV throughout my career, and what I love is that I continue to learn things. And to be successful, I think in us all being greener means a massive shift to new ways of working. And obviously, you know, that's continued learning for everyone. At BPS and Next Gen BPS, we sell products that will drive that change. And it's great that we can make a difference to the industry. And we really feel that, you know, we want to drive that through with the products that we offer. You know, we're looking at greener products that we can get onto the market. We're doing a lot of research on that. We're working with manufacturers as well. And I joined BPS actually only just over a year and a half ago to actually up their sustainability product range and to look at new products to bring to the market, and also to look at the business and how it operates to ensure that we were actually a very sustainable business ourselves. You know, we deliver an electric van and all those little things that make quite a big difference to a business that, you know, I think is really important for everyone to be doing at the moment.
Right, and we hear a lot from broadcasters and service providers talking about net zero. How does that actually manifest itself in the choices that they make when it comes to tech supply?
So I think it's interesting. It's a really good question, because the desire is there. The desire to make that change, and I think particularly with major broadcasters, they've set some really good net zero goals, and those goals are filtering down through their organisations, and then obviously informing their buying decisions, which is really good. But it is a really big challenge. It involves considering your entire operation, forensically analysing how you process media, how you deliver your technology, how you film things, how you everything, the whole sort of side of the supply chain. So it's a big thing, and I think we've all been through this before with changes in our industry. We've worked from HD to SD to HD. We've moved from tape to file. So it's we're no stranger to this, but actually, it's probably a bigger change than people realise, and that there's a fair bit to do. But we started on the road to that, and people are well on their way to that. I think budgets play a part, and finance plays a part, and that is possibly a bit challenging for some people. But, you know, we need to move to those, you know, sustainable products, and we also need more products in the market to make that happen.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think it's quite interesting, actually. You know, I was asking you the question sort of when we chatted before about, you know, are green products more expensive than sort of traditional pieces of technology?
Yeah. So actually, I when you first asked me that, I kind of was like, maybe, you know, and then I thought, no, I probably need to do a bit of research on this. And actually, I think now it's a bit of a myth, because initially, yes, it was. But probably in the last 2 years, I would say, you know, prices have come down, and because the technology has evolved. And I think a really good example of that is lighting. You know, so lighting manufacturers now, you know, the cost has come down enormously, actually, with LED and bringing those kind of lighting in, and people looking at their sort of how they use different lighting as opposed to the traditional bulb lights. And so actually the cost is pretty good on that. If you look at, you know, one of our sort of big flagship products, you know, battery generators, so pure green battery generators for on-set location work. If you compare that to a diesel generator, it's the upfront cost is bigger for a battery, obviously, but the life of that product ends up being a lot more cost effective. You know, you don't have any fuel costs, you don't have any maintenance costs, and even things like cable runs are shorter because they're silent, you can put the batteries right near the action on set. So effectively, you know, in the longer term, and actually it's not that long, you know, within a couple of years, you know, you're paying back. So people kind of just need to think about that a bit differently. Obviously, manufacturers do have maybe slightly higher production costs if they're looking for using more recyclable products in their products and the way that they build them. That requires research, and obviously those things do cost a bit more money and might impact the price. But you know, they often have to get more certifications and standards. But again, all of that is evolving, and it's great that everyone's sort of starting to pull together, and we're seeing some better offerings around that.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, and just so important. And I'm sure sort of when, you know, the BPS team and sort of everyone else get together at IBC, there'll be lots of sort of debates and discussions about how you can kind of further that sort of movement. I'm going to move on, Leslie, because we're kind of fairly tight on time. And just wanted to say thank you for joining, and really, really look forward to sort of hearing more about this and actually sort of seeing how you guys do with it. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
And sort of rounding up with sustainability, there are a group of people who are doing something pretty crazy.
Nutters, basically.
Yeah, nutters, yeah. Which is about 20 people from companies like Tata Communications, The Switch, Appear, Zixi, NetInsight, Deluxe, forgive me if I've forgotten anyone, but they are actually cycling from London to Amsterdam as part of the IBC Sustainability Bike Ride. And I'm joined here by Bridget from Tata Communications, who actually is the first woman, not the only woman this year, but the first woman who is actually doing this bike ride. Bridget, thanks for joining us.
No, thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Well, tell us about it. I mean, sort of 2 days, 250 plus kilometres, all to get to a trade show where you're going to be working on a booth. Are you insane?
Well, yeah. And
Yes,
apparently you don't even really ride a bike. This is relatively new for you as well. It's not like you're one of the cyclists that go out every weekend and do it. You know, there's some people like that as well, but you're not one of those either.
No, not at all. I don't think I've been on a bike since I was in high school.
Oh,
so this is going to be completely new for me. We're starting at the London Tower, in London at the Tower Bridge, and we'll end right there in Amsterdam at the conference. It's very exciting. My boss and my other teammates pushed me to do this. I don't usually go on a bike. I have been training a lot.
So tell me, what have you been doing to train and prepare?
I have been, so I kind of took my boss aside one day and I said, what should I be doing? How fast should I be biking in a certain amount of time? And, so I've been trying to do 10 miles in under 45 minutes, multiple times a day on a stationary bike with high resistance, or cycling on roads to try and get used to that. Lots and lots of Pilates. I have now realized certain tips and tricks of the trade, like, okay, hey, the padded bike shorts are really great. and the energy snacks some of them are pretty good because some of them are gummies, and then the gel packs. I don't know how people do those. It's not for me. So kudos if you like the gel packs. I think it tastes like sucking chocolate syrup out of the bottle.
But on a more serious note, I mean, the whole message behind this is about sustainability. It's about the alternatives to planes and automobiles, and using modes of transport that are more sustainable and greener. Why, as an organisation, is Tata Communications driving this?
Yeah, so sustainability is really important to Tata Communications, and it is easily achieved when we make conscious choices to minimize the environmental harm that we put out there. Tata uses the power of media and technology to reach people with these messages of minimizing that environmental harm that we cause, and optimizing the resources that we're so grateful to have, and empowering communities by extending these capabilities that they might not know that they have. Something as easy as riding your bike somewhere, maybe not 250 kilometers, but riding your bike somewhere and putting your money where your mouth is, and actually taking that action to help minimize that environmental harm that happens every day.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure you are really looking forward to getting to Amsterdam, because that will mean that the bike ride is over.
Yes.
And really sort of wish you all the best with it, and look forward to seeing you at IBC when if you can actually sort of bear to walk around the show. But thank you for joining us, and really good luck with it all. Yeah.
No, I'm so excited to meet you guys, and I'll be very excited to get off the bike and hopefully walk afterwards.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Well, good luck, and good luck to all the rest of you who are doing it.
No.
Well, Jenny, we're there. I think we've nearly we've stretched our hour. I think we might be slightly sort of on time. We're trying to sort of wrap it up at the end. Some fantastic people that we've been joined by.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah. And it's really, we're really grateful for you giving your time as well, and us giving our time, because it is a really busy time, just before the show and everything else. So taking the time out, hints and tips and tricks, but actually, as well as all the other morning and afternoon guests as well, this is, it's hard work, but it's really going to be worthwhile.
Yeah, and I must have to say thank you to the Kit Plus team, and congratulations to them for, again, putting together such an amazing day. It is a marathon, I can assure you. Being here, it's incredible. So the one thing that really struck me today was Bridget and the bike ride. I mean, it is just incredible, the things that people do. I mean, they're mad. I mean, they're going to go and work at a trade show and they're cycling all that way. I have nothing but admiration. And so we're going to play out with actually a video from last year's IBC Sustainability Bike Ride. No women in this video, I will hasten to add. So I'll just point it out. But there will be 2 women there this year putting the record right. So with that, thank you very much. See you in Amsterdam, and go girls.
Definitely. Bye-bye.
Welcome to IBC 2023. Transforming media and changing expectations, where the future of the global media and entertainment industry is defined and actioned. Changing conversations, where exhibitors from around the globe showcase game-changing innovations. Changing perceptions, bringing the most influential thought leaders and media brands together for groundbreaking discussions. IBC, Transforming Media, 15th to the 18th of September. Register now and start planning.
Great show that was. We managed to catch a little bit of it, didn't we? Thank you to Jenny and to Gay and to their guests. That was fantastic. And obviously good luck to those cycling to Amsterdam. We did it ourselves, didn't we, many years ago, 2011.
Yeah.
It's not a challenge you undertake lightly. And as somebody's commented on YouTube, it is one way to avoid the queues at Schiphol, I guess. So, a bit extreme, but hey.
Yeah, get the train. You know?
Absolutely. So on with the show. We have got another 40, 50 people here this afternoon, and we're delighted to welcome Daniel from Intinor this afternoon. Hi, Daniel.
Hey guys. Daniel, how you doing? Sorry
How are you?
Waiting in the background there.
We're good.
No worries.
We're good.
I know you guys are busy getting everything running up. So
we were doing pretty well. I mean, compared to last time, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah. I heard you're keeping on schedule, so I'm impressed.
Very good.
And I've no doubt there's a bit of Intinor kit in there somewhere. So anyway,
always.
So Daniel, let's get straight into IBC. What's new with Intinor?
So we've been focusing a lot on continuing our work with multi-vendor interoperability. It feels like I'm saying this every year, but that's what we feel is important. And we added support for full DVB compliance this year, which opens up even better multi-vendor interoperability, being able to send and receive from different manufacturers. We want Intinor to be the bridge between open internet and the broadcasters' SDI environment and their in-house environment. So we're excited to showcase that. We also have a new or the basis of our new web UI. So we'll be excited to showcase that. Show the first glimpse of the web UI at least. So eager to get some feedback on that, to see some customers, both old and new ones, to showcase it and get some feedback. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We of course we have everything in the.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, 20 years celebration. Yeah, Roland started the company back in 2003. So we had a big party here before the summer holidays, and then we are going to celebrate on Saturday at 4 in our stand. Our stand is Hall 5 F55. So we'll be eager to get some people over there. We'll have some beers, some drinks, maybe some Swedish snacks. I know a lot of people don't like Swedish licorice, but I'll probably force you to taste it at least. So that's always fun.
It's just how long it lasts, because it's that hit of flavour plus an hour of it. Yeah,
yeah, and also for at NAB last year, we won the prestigious award of best giveaway. It was an extensive jury. It was only me, but we have the giveaway of the Intinor Thor's hammer. So this is of course. A big thing, just worth visiting just for that. So
indeed,
excited.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're in Hall 5 F55 this year. Is that your normal position, or are you normally Hall 5?
More or less. Yeah. We've been in the Content Everywhere arena for quite some years. They were in Hall 14 earlier, but now we're in Hall 5. So it's good. We're excited to be back.
Fantastic. Thanks, Daniel. We're looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam. See you soon.
Thank you. See you guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. So
There we go.
I'm not sure on the timing now because our clock's changed, so we'll get that back in a minute.
Yeah, we need to ask John really nicely if he can reboot our clock.
Reboot our clock so that we can actually see how long people have got on screen. But we should have Kieran from Open Broadcast Systems in the background.
And he's very nicely started our clock again. Thank you, John. For those who just tuned in, John Pratchett is behind the scenes as normal doing his magic. And Claire and Beth are
King of streaming
in the Zoom room handing our guests. So big thanks to all those guys to help us out.
So, Kieran from Open Broadcast Systems.
How you doing?
Hi, Kieran. How are you?
Kieran.
Very good, thank you. How are things?
Yeah, very good. So we're obviously talking about
now
IBC.
We've had some lunch.
Yeah, we're talking about IBC, obviously. But I think beforehand somebody mentioned you wanted to talk about a project that you've been doing in the Faroe Islands. So should we start with that?
Yeah, sure. We recently used the OneWeb low Earth orbit constellation for the first time to transmit the UEFA Champions League from the Faroe Islands. This was the first time this was done. A lot of technical challenges, state-of-the-art technology throughout, and hopefully paves the way for low Earth orbit satellites to be used for sports transmissions from all over the world.
So maybe just rewinding very slightly, for those that don't know who Open Broadcast Systems are, give us a quick elevator pitch of what you do and how you do it.
We make software and hardware for transmitting video signals around the world, mainly sports these days, but also news and channels based around off-the-shelf IT hardware, and again with very low latency.
Cool.
And so you mentioned then the OneWeb, and of course there's lots of discussion. There's lots of lots of discussion about, do you use Starlink, do you use OneWeb, do you use 5G? Why did you choose OneWeb?
OneWeb is the only provider that has global coverage, and it's the only LEO provider that has coverage in the Faroe Islands.
Right.
And the Faroe Islands has, let's just say, connectivity challenges from time to time with the rest of the world. So it's really important that for a match like the Champions League, there is a secondary mechanism to transmit signals.
Interesting, yeah.
So let's get back on track with IBC. What will you be showing visitors there?
So again, we'll be showing a continuation of our work with OneWeb and network innovation. So a live demo from the UK to Amsterdam of the OneWeb service. And we'll also be showing our range of hardware platforms for our encode and decode. So again, our very low latency demo, as we always show, 4 frames end to end. Yeah.
Fantastic. And where can people find you, Kieran?
1.A40C, so in Hall 1.
And it's a live. It's a funny way of saying it. It's a real demo.
It'll be the real demo from a live stream from the UK, and we'll be receiving it in Amsterdam. So the OneWeb terminal will be in the UK, and we'll be receiving the signal in Amsterdam.
Fantastic. And who is your ideal visitor? Who are you targeting particularly?
Broadcasters and service providers interested in moving their contribution from sort of traditional circuit-based workflows to IP and cloud. That's the core of what we do these days.
Gotcha. Brilliant. Kieran, thank you very much indeed.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Right.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's good.
Haven't spoken to them before.
No. Nice to get new people in. So Ola.
Yeah, Ola is from BST Devices, and again, I think they're a first-time IBC exhibitor as well.
Really,
which probably means it's the first time we've spoken to them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely the first time we've spoken to Ola.
Ola, are you there?
So,
Ola,
are you there? Yeah.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello.
Great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
So you're a first-time IBC exhibitor, I believe. What made you want to exhibit, and what are you showing?
So BST Devices is actually a robotic system for studio production and remote production, and that's basically what we're gonna show, the whole product range of BST Devices. The cool thing is that the whole system is built around direct drive technology. So there's basically only one moving part per axis within the devices we built, which is pretty cool in maintenance and audio level of the system and so on. So you can actually use it in a studio without having the problem that you hear it in the microphones. And also there's so many cool features in the user interface for the operators of the systems with thumbnail creation. It's all built with web technology. All the communication with the with all the equipment is actually fully web-based, so you can interface until you die. There's so many things you can do externally if you want to with the system directly in custom systems. But of course, there's a full range of man-machine interfaces for the operators, joysticks and push buttons and touch screens and so on within the system. Of course, there's also included rail systems, so you can have rails in studios, you can have rails in the ceiling or on the floor. Super safe system with, and we're going to show that on IBC also. We call it SafeScan, which is best of breed without any doubt in the business in regards to building safety zones around the robotics. So you can actually walk up close to it. If it doesn't move, it won't stop, for example, which is a problem many have. Yeah. And so there are so many things to show.
And your element is the robotic side of it. You're camera agnostic, so to speak. If someone's working in a, whichever box camera you want, whether it be a Sony, a Panasonic, a Marshall, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the heads they can carry a lot of weight, so that's not a problem. And in fact, we will launch later very big remote heads also, if you want to use it with very big lenses and so on. But that we don't have that ready yet. So what we have now is basically the standard studio setup with a big glass prompter is no problem with a standard broadcast camera.
And you'll fit into any system again, any newsroom system. You're happy to play friendly with all of the others.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Sure. Where do people find you?
We will be in Hall 7, if everybody knows the escalator going down to Hall 7.
Oh, I bet you're...
Stumble on the last step and you will fall into our stand,
basically.
I bet you're with Next Edition, aren't you?
Yeah, they're actually nearby in the stand and nearby here in the facilities where I'm located right now. So yeah, we're very close, attached to each other.
Fantastic.
So it's Hall 7A02, I think it is.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ola. Yep. Nice to see you. Yep. Looking forward to seeing you at the bottom of the escalators.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Charles, bye-bye.
Right. Now we've got a bit of a regular now, haven't we?
Some familiar ground. I'm sure he'll confuse us with some fancy technology.
He will. With
Dante.
Mark Wilson from Glensound is joining us very shortly. If you've been following us for the last God knows how many years, you'd have seen Mark at every trade show around. And let's get him in.
So,
hello, Mark. How you doing?
Here we go.
I'm doing very well, guys. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
Are you basically saying I'm an old timer?
Well,
I've never said anything, never suggested anything else.
I think you're possibly as old as us. I think that's good. I think we can leave it there.
I remember being the youngster in this industry. It's a very strange feeling,
It is funny when you interview people over like 12 years and then you look back at how everyone's changed.
Indeed.
So IBC. I know we touched on the Charles interpreter unit at NAB. So tell us a bit about that, because I'm sure that could have been IBC. And what else?
The things we were expecting to have happening for IBC are indeed happening, but we've had a few extras that have come along that we've been able to pull forward. So the highlight tours of what you can expect from Glensound at IBC. Certainly the Charles interpreter unit will be there. So this is an interpretation unit for interpreters that's on a Dante network. Key thing with the interpretation boxes is that for monitoring and for talking out, you need buttons to flip-flop. So then you have to press one button to talk that way, one button talks that way and mutes the previous one, and the same for monitoring. So we've got a very nicely, absolutely fit for purpose interpreters box now called the Charles, who I knew you were wondering. Charles is the guy, the first English guy who translated Dante's Divine Comedy into English. That's why it's called the
I was thinking of King Charles, so was me.
No, not King Charles. No. Not King Charles.
Just a happy colours.
We've also we call it the world's most popular commentary box, our CU001 analog box. We've added Dante to that as well, and we'll be showing that at IBC. So it's a multi-format 3-user commentary box that will give you all your analog I/O and facilities, plus Dante as well, all in a single box. We've repackaged our small AOIP Dante breakout boxes, analog and digital break in and out, into a new format. For us, it makes them more cost effective to make, but we've done it in such a way that you can now put 3 in a very simple single panel rack panel. You can fit 3 in a rack now as well in a new format, so they look very nice. We'll be showing those. We've designed a time code reader for anyone that has applications that needs a very large, clear time code display with some time code distribution. It was a custom project we had. We're bringing the unit along. It will join our range that we have a bespoke time code reader with a Dante option as well for a big visual display. We do an awful lot of headphone amps within Dante as well. And we have a new desktop twin headphone amp box. So a simple twin headphone amp desktop box, very simple, but works very nicely. A 2-channel mixer or 2 separate headphone feeds. So that's kind of the quick highlight tour of what Glensound have to show you, as well as all our normal goodies at IBC this year.
Absolutely. Are we booked in to go and say hello and have a look at the new stuff?
It wouldn't be an IBC without spending time on the Glensound's booth. It wouldn't be.
I can't remember what I said, but we can now because we've got stuff to talk about. So if you've got the spot, put us in.
No, I think you're done. So we can find you in the normal Hall 8, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we're on our normal stand, 72.
72.
I think it is, yes.
Basically,
in our normal spot
up the escalators into Hall 8, turn left, and you're just there. Yeah.
Fantastic. Cool. Thank you very much indeed, Mark.
Well done, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mark. See ya.
I do prefer a product with a real name. I think if I was a manufacturer, I'd...
When you say a real name, like Charles?
Like Nomad, a name rather than A123.
Yeah.
Just personal preference.
Honey Badger.
Well, we got Honey Badger later. Stay tuned for Honey Badger.
So right now...
We're going to be talking to...
Hitomi.
Russell. So Russell. I hope our lips are in sync. Otherwise, Russell will...
Well, we need to try this product, don't we? So...
Russell, hello.
Hello there.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you again. Got a bit of fun for anybody who's watching with an analyzer.
Oh, there we go. Hold it up a bit.
Hold it up a bit. There you go.
Up a bit.
There you go. Down a bit. There you go. There. There we go.
There we
go.
See it changing.
Now, for those that have no idea what you've just done, tell us what you've just done, and I guess more importantly,
okay, what I've done there is a very, very quick sort of electronic clapperboard. So anybody who's got a Hitomi analyzer could look at that signal that I was broadcasting on my iPhone, and it would measure the lip sync and also tell you the latency, the time of flight from where I'm sitting to where you're observing it, as quickly as that.
Wow.
It's really accurate. It can measure to 1 millisecond, and you can line up anything with anything else in the world. And that's going to be our theme for IBC this year. We've got a new set, and we are simulating a broadcast coming from Prague and also one from London. So we've got the astronomical clock from Prague and Big Ben from London. Cameras are pointing at it, and we're simulating what it would be like to try and synchronize 2 broadcasts of something like a midnight bong. Very important to get the cameras lined up to do that, and we'll show exactly how to do it, and it'll be live. All our demos are live.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We should try and borrow one of your tools to go around and challenge all of these people that declare such low latency, and go and just test everybody. That's the challenge.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so talking about live productions, then Russell, this, I guess I sort of know the answer to the question, but it'd be quite nice to hear it from you. Why is measuring latency and lip sync so important in those environments?
Okay, so the situation I was discussing with the cameras, if you've got a really fast action sport like Formula One, for example, when you cut between the cameras, the latency has got to be allowed for. One of the examples I give is when a car comes into the pit lane, it's been shot trackside by an ordinary wired camera, but for safety reasons, it's always a shoulder-held wireless in the pit. if you don't make an allowance for the difference in latency between the long latency of a wireless camera and you do a straight cut, you'll see the car go past the same place twice. And it'll look all jittery and stuttery. So that's important from a visual point of view for the viewers. But there are many other applications where knowing your latency is really, really important. We say to people, measure your video latency before your lip sync, because a lot of the reasons for the lip sync being wrong is that the video latency is different to what people are expecting. It's one of those things that once you've got a measurement tool that'll tell you, it's surprising how you'll find out where the various things are. Oh, we left that frame synchronizer dialed in circuit. Last week we did the cricket and we had to have 3 frames of delay on that. I've forgotten about that. If you've got a measurement tool that can check for you, then you can very, very quickly get to the root of these problems. I was talking to a customer just this morning who was saying they spend too many hours arguing about synchronization issues. The cure to it is to measure it and say, look, there we are, that's right. Because lip sync is subjective. If you've seen it wrong, you assume it's wrong forevermore. The answer is to measure it to prove that it's right. And that's our philosophy. Measure it when it's wrong and then prove that it's right. We've got new stuff to announce at IBC. So we've talked a long time about 2110. It's actually here now, and we'll show people the 2110 workflow. We've also got a software approach, which is a new thing that we've been doing. It's currently with only one customer who've got very specific needs, but we've been listening to customer feedback, and we're going to provide not only cloud solutions, but also an on-prem for the bigger providers who don't like to be held by AWS and people like that. They have their own way of doing it. So that's all very exciting. And as I say, all the demos are live. So do come along. We're in the same place as last year. We're in Hall 10, and we're on stand A42, which to Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy fans is a very significant number. I like to remember it as with people who sync live, the universe, and everything.
We'll end on that note, Russell. Thank you very much indeed. We are spending some time with you on the booth as well, so we can catch up further then. Thank you very much.
Look forward to seeing you there.
Thanks, Russell.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, he's one of many people that we'll be chatting to. So if you
technology, we should try and investigate.
Yeah, it's a very hard subject to record at an exhibition.
It is, yeah,
because you haven't got that live actual environment. But do click on the subscribe in the bottom right. We'll be doing over 100 interviews at IBC, and if you hit subscribe, you get a little notification when there's a new one posted up, which we'll be doing through the course of IBC.
Right, absolutely. So now we're speaking to the Switch, and this is going to be Robert, I believe.
Yes. Hello, Robert.
Hello there. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
Very good. So we've spoken before. I don't know if you've ever done one of the IBC previews before.
I have not done an IBC preview before. No, I think there's a recorded segment. So.
Yeah. I remember speaking with you.
We've just seen a Tata video, actually. The She Talks program was talking about Tata because they're cycling to IBC.
Yes, indeed. So
I'm assuming you're joining them.
No, actually, unfortunately, I have other commitments.
Okay.
But you have got some kind of partnership.
Tell us about that partnership.
We'll be streaming it live, actually, during the event through our Mimic production platform in the cloud. So that'll be interesting to see.
Okay. So just give us a quick overview for people that might not know what the Switch do and how you do it and who you do it for.
Yes, sure. The Switch, we're part of Tata Communications. We are a broadcast services provider. We provide transmission services, both fiber and IP services. We provide channel origination services for live sports. We have production services. We have studios and production crews, REMI control rooms. So we do a lot, and our customers are all of the big broadcast networks in the US, a lot of smaller ones, the streaming platforms, a number of the large social media giants as well we have as customers. So we're connected to all of the professional sports venues in the US. So yes, we do a lot of variety of things for lots of people, I guess.
And I guess then the question is, what's new for everyone to come and see at IBC? this year?
Yeah, so this is the first major trade show where we are coming as the Tata and the Switch together.
Yep.
So we'll be presenting our full product portfolio, which has a focus on our cloud infrastructure and our cloud-based services. So we have production in the cloud, we have channel origination in the cloud, we have clipping and editing, we have transmission in the cloud, alongside all of our more traditional products and offerings. So this will be where we'll show people the whole suite of services, media asset management in the cloud, all of the things that we can do on our own cloud infrastructure, in fact.
Mm.
And so, who are you? I mean, look, we know that the tier one and everyone's after those big broadcasters. But what would be your ideal takeaway, visitor-wise? Who do you want to come and see you?
So I'd like to talk to people that are interested in moving their workflows into the cloud, actually, be that media asset management, be that live production. We have a suite of technologies under our Mimic production product offering that allows you to do live production in the cloud. So it's a range of customers can be very small. Some of our customers that we service in that area make cigars, for example, right? And they do they do a great show where they make cigars and whiskey. So they sit around drinking whiskey, smoking cigars, talking about their cigars, right? So that's one end of the spectrum, and at the other end of the spectrum, we have top tier broadcasters doing top tier productions, and they use the cloud for sort of shoulder programming type events. So I'd love to talk to customers about what we can do for them in that space.
Fantastic. Where can people find you at IBC, Robert?
All 5 B06. So that's where we are, and we'll be delighted to see people.
Grand. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Look forward to seeing you over in Amsterdam.
My pleasure. See you there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Great stuff.
So not sure who we've got coming next. It's quite surprising.
No.
Oh, we've got Frank from Black Box joining us. So
which is normally
let's wait for Robert to
John Hickey, isn't it? Normally, I think.
Yes.
But, yeah. Hopefully he's all right.
They're on our list of people that we're going to be visiting during the show as well. So
yeah, well, I think John normally does it locally, and then when he dials in, and then we see other people actually at the show. But yeah, Black Box, KVM, etc. And there we go. So I think we have Frank. There we go. Hi.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi, Frank.
How are you?
Hey, good afternoon.
So,
yeah, I'm fine. Thanks a lot. Looking forward to IBC. Two weeks left.
Yeah, not
Good.
long.
Great.
I can see on the screen behind you that you won NAB Show Product of the Year. Congratulations. What can people expect at IBC this year?
Yeah, again, we are showcasing Emerald, which is our high-performance KVM platform. And this won a lot of awards already at IBC last year, NAB last year. And we have some really nice, good features. So regarding the remote apps, that means remote access to the system. There we are showcasing at IBC some new features. The desk queue will be managed by Boxilla up from this year. This is also something new we are showcasing at IBC. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to this.
Mm.
So, this year, well, you won the product of the year, the product that you released at NAB. Is there new products that are coming to IBC? Not only stuff that you not only new products that we knew at NAB that are now new over here, but brand new products for Black Box.
Yes, also some really new products added to the Emerald platform. Our slogan this year is smarter studio control, and we will connect the KVM system with some IoT features. What's really new in this market, and what's really good for broadcast, that you not only can control the KVM but also other things with this. And furthermore, we will have a new feature in the Emerald platform, which is bought over licenses, and which is a video wall function. That means together with the Emerald, you can have 2x2 video wall functions, what was not available before from any other supplier.
And of course, your technologies, we're in great demand when the demand for remote production exploded for obvious reasons a few years ago. And but do you see that market continuing? Is it growing still, or is it leveled off?
From my point of view, it's still growing. After the pandemic, more and more people are working from home office or working from home. And this is also related to broadcast, to production, to the OB events and everything. So this is one of the biggest things I guess IBC will focus on this year.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Frank. Where can people find you at the show this year?
We are in Hall 10 and with a really nice booth, much bigger than last year. And so it's in Hall 10.
Fantastic.
Hall 10.
Frank,
we've got F40 written down.
F40, yeah, F40. There we go. We'll be able to
10 F40.
Zone straight into you. Thank you.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll be spending some time with you at the show. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Cool. Yeah, we are spending time with them, aren't we? Yeah. So now we're going over to Paul now from GlobalM.
I think they're new to us.
I think they are. Yep.
I don't think I've spoken to Paul before. But it's news contribution and file-based delivery.
I do enjoy the elevator pitch. So we'll see if we can get
see if we can get that out of him.
Paul, hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. We were just saying we believe GlobalM are new to us, maybe new to our audience. So maybe a quick elevator pitch before we delve into IBC.
Please.
GlobalM is a new solution that is based on it's a cloud-based solution, a software-defined video network. So it's for contribution, distribution, remote production, for services that you would normally do with satellite or private fiber networks.
Okay.
How does it work? I mean, well, yeah, obviously I'm not asking for the secrets, but based on what sort of technology? Yeah.
We run on top of AWS as a software as a service, but it's 100% our own code. So the architecture, it'd be great to show a diagram right now, but the architecture is a distributed architecture supporting RIST, SRT, and RTMP for the moment.
So you're obviously solving a problem that's quite maybe unique for news and sports contribution. Talk us through how you're doing that and maybe who you're doing it for.
Yeah, the problems that they're having in news and sports contribution and distribution is around compatibility. With many different encoder and decoder manufacturers, we come up with the problem all the time for different projects we're working on, where an encoder is not compatible with a decoder. They may be compatible at SRT or RIST level, but they're not compatible at the encode-decode level. So we've developed with NVIDIA, and we'll be on NVIDIA's stand at IBC as well, demoing this, full hardware-based, GPU-based edge transcoding. So we did a big project for a king that was coronated earlier this year, and all of the takers that were in North and South America needed 5994, but we were sending from the UK 50i, and we were able to do the frame rate conversion in the cloud. 2 of those takers needed to have null packet insertion applied. We were able to apply that as well. Then recently, for the Women's World Cup, we were receiving MPEG-1 Layer 2 audio, for example. We were able to flip that to AAC audio. So it's not just the video we can process, it's the audio too.
So you're very much, it sounds to me like you're very much a problem solver. You're people have issues, or broadcasters have issues in deliveries, and with you at the helm, you can fix this on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
So when people are coming to you, what are the unique problems that you can solve?
Well, if we look at like open source ARQ protocols, which tend to be a point-to-point protocol, we've engineered our architecture to be point to multi-point. So it's being able to do that point to multi-point transmission for, say, rights holder distribution or contribution over networks that are unmanaged. So internet, for example, but that can also include, say, low Earth orbiting satellite networks as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
So you're on the, I believe you're on the Matrox stand at IBC. So
Correct.
I'm obviously sensing a partnership there.
We work very closely with Matrox, yes.
Yeah. And how are you working with them? What products are you working with them on and using?
We work with the Monarch Edge specifically.
Yeah.
So, but GlobalM is designed to work with any encoder or decoder. So we, like the Monarch Edge, it's a 10-bit 422 contribution, distribution, and remote production encoder and decoder. The decoder worked very well for us recently, not for just remote production purposes, but the synchronized outputs for graphics insertion is also a big plus for that model as well.
Cool. So, and if there's one thing that people have to stop by the Matrox booth to talk to you about, what would it be?
Workflows. Come and see how we've really engineered the cloud to be suitable for broadcast engineers. The orchestrator that we've developed allows for the cloud to be used as we would normally be used to using it in a broadcast engineering workflow. For example, when you open up GlobalM, it's a router panel, so sources and destinations. You drag a source to multiple destinations, and in the background, all of the routing, VPC to VPC connections, configuring the load balancer, all of that stuff is done by the orchestrator. So it removes a lot of pain from the master control or from the broadcast engineers that are using the product, and allows them to continue to work in a way that's familiar to them.
Fantastic. Cool. So Matrox are in Hall 7B15, I believe, which is where your visitors can find you.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Simon. Thanks, Matt.
Take care. Bye-bye.
So
now
Giles from Whitby.
Fantastic.
Yeah, at some point. Great. That did the last one. I didn't know where we were going with that for a moment, but it sounds interesting, actually.
It sounds really cool. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Proper problem solvers.
Yep. And obviously a new company set up to solve a problem, which is great. Great to see.
Yeah. They do normally come out of demand rather than anything else.
Absolutely. So, Giles, hello.
Hey, Matt, Simon.
Nice to see
Hi.
you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me fine?
We can hear you
loud and clear. So, IBC, what will Whitby be talking to visitors about this year?
Ooh, thanks.
You've got 5 minutes.
Why you're here?
I'm interested.
Tell you.
We will this year for 2023 IBC. We'll focus on two main areas for our clients, who are OTT, direct-to-consumer broadcasters, MVPDs, who really want to control the quality of experience they actually deliver to their customers. With two things, then we'll highlight the new AI algorithms we have launched recently on the market to help them speed up all their testing activities in their CI/CD environment and simplify their operational activities for their video services. And we will also focus the attention on dynamic ad insertion, how we help operators to better control their DAI in operation with all the challenges that DAI is creating on video services.
So last year when we were speaking to Matthew, you had the Whitbox, the Whitbox Plus, and the Whitbox Net, I seem to recall, as products that were released. Have these evolved? Are you continuing to work with these hardware solutions?
Yes, indeed. Whitby product lineup from a product point of view is the same, the Whitbox One, Net Plus. We will show them again at IBC on the booth, but huge improvements are coming thanks to those products for our customers. AI algorithms, helping them to automatically navigate on the user interface of their video services to be at least 10 times faster in their own testing and operational activities on a daily basis. New services are coming up that they themselves can use and rely on thanks to this Whitbox lineup. I was talking about DAI, figuring out if there are issues created by the AI, if video is frozen, if there are ad slates, if they have missed revenues with ad pods which are not filled up, they can rely on our technology, thanks to the Witbox lineup and the software we add on top of it.
So with testing and monitoring video, there's always trends and challenges. How are your products addressing these?
We recently heard from a customer that they have, indeed, testing and monitoring challenges. Why? Device fragmentations. They have to deliver on many device platforms, different operating systems, versions. They need to update more frequently than in the past their own services, and there is increased competition. So being able to not only test your own video services, but also benchmarking yourself against competition becomes critical. So you need a non-intrusive testing and monitoring technology for that. You cannot highlight and you cannot instrument the app of a competitor, the video service of a competitor. It's impossible. So they rely on us to provide seamless testing and monitoring on any kind of device platform. They rely on us to be able to create their own benchmarking against co-competition. And today, when you see and you use your own video service at home, there are so many ways to interact, new ways to interact with those video services, voice control being one of them, for example, automatic movement and navigation on the UI. This is clearly creating testing problems, challenges, but we know how to tackle them, and our clients rely on us to handle this complexity for them.
You've kind of touched on it a little bit there, but what I was going to ask is, what are the key changes? How is the industry evolving, and how are you reacting to it? Because of course, it's an ever-changing. You're constantly chasing the solution, aren't you?
Clearly, it's constantly changing. We see the release cycles which are shrinking for our customers. They ask us to be up to speed with new devices, up to speed with new releases from Android or from iOS, up to speed with new consumer devices, up to speed with new vendors of smart TVs which pop up on the market and fast channels. So they rely on us to handle that complexity, that change in the speed of the market. And we have smart engineers, luckily. And clearly, without them, there's nothing we can do, but they really find ways to understand how to make the life of our clients simpler from their CI/CD development into the daily 24/7 operation of their video services.
Awesome. Thank you, Jazz. That's a good insight. So where can people find you at IBC?
Hall 2D76. Yeah, Hall 2D76.
Is it 2 or is it 5?
5. Hall 5D76.
Right, if you're watching this, don't go to Hall 2. Or go to Hall 5.
You won't find any smart engineers.
No. Well, you might.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for explaining that, and looking forward to seeing you. Bye-bye.
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 Thank you. Bye-bye.
So Whitby, Hall 5, D76.
Yeah.
So we've got our next guest coming in shortly. But we've got a good lineup coming up in the next couple of minutes, actually. We're going to be talking to VM Cloud, TSL, Clearcom, Trade Fair, PDZ Optics, DeGiro, Periphery. Periphery is going to be really interesting because they recently acquired Object Matrix.
Oh yes, of course, yes.
So I'm guessing we'll be talking to Object Matrix under a new umbrella, which would be quite interesting to see how that's going.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we should mention while we can is if anyone wants to engage from a sustainability point of view, engaging with our auction team, because I think there's sustainability is a big topic at the moment, and the sustainability argument for keeping equipment active and so keeping it the circular economy, keeping people using it instead of gathering dust on the shelf, raising some funds It's
Well, I
important.
think sometimes people forget there's still regions of the world still shooting SD, not alone HD. It's not all about 4K cameras. There's still a big market out there for a lot of this surplus gear.
Yeah.
So when do we have our next auction?
So it's coming up the 7th of November at the moment, and to book time to discuss, and it's not all just about, you've definitely got something to sell. It's about finding a solution that fits with your issues. So if it's ibc.kitplus.com/KPA, and you can book a time on there.
Fantastic.
So is our next guest ready yet?
Yeah, we're talking to John Sparrow from Clearcom next.
Right, cool.
So
yeah, we know John.
So let's
And he's
welcome
ready.
him in. John, hello.
Hi guys.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, slightly early.
Well, that's I'm having to scurry through all the notes. And actually, I found your notes and there's no notes on it, so I'll forget that.
No, there isn't any notes on it. I've got loads of notes, so
you don't need notes. Over to
No,
you, IBC. What's going on with
okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Clearcom, lots of projects going on, of course, lots of broadcast installations. We've been using our agent IC and station IC products quite a lot this year, which are virtual panels on your smartphone or your PC. So it adds flexibility if you're going to do something either in your facility or hybrid or remote. It's a really good tool. Dynamic EC is something that we've shown a few times, but we're highlighting it this year because it's a software product that is used a lot in production. So it's a PC-based tool that allows you to change or manipulate the audio within your matrix and your SIP circuits for telephone calls and your IFBs without any downtime. It's not a configuration tool, it's a live production tool. We added role login to panels a year or so ago, and the panels, talkback panels, are normally fixed to a particular person or operation, like a producer or director. But with role login, you can walk up to a panel and you can log in and you can get your role. And more importantly, other people can send them their audio or send you their audio by logging in. This is also done this year using a USB key. So you can walk up to one of our panels with a USB key, you plug it in, and it becomes your panel. And it works with the hardware panels, it works with the virtual panels that we have on the agent IC and station IC, it works with belt packs. So if you want to get up from the desk and take your role with you and take your audio with you, plug it into the, connect it into your belt pack and away you go. NMOS is a thing that everyone talks about. I'm sure you've had lots of that today already. NMOS 4 and 5 are the ones that are important to us for SMPTE 2110. It's been integrated into our EIPA card, which is the central heart of the main IP matrix, so we can do automatic discovery and connection of third-party devices straight into the matrix. Those are sort of like software things. Some hardware things. We've got a new panel, a new talkback panel in the range. The range is pretty extensive anyway, with 2U and 1U rotary push button and lever key panels, but this is a new touch desktop. It's rather excitingly called the 2x10 because it has 2 times 10 button screens. I don't create the names. So it's got 2 10 button touch screens. It's quite compact, built-in microphone and loudspeaker, connects to the matrix over IP or analog using Cat5. So I think it's a good addition to the range. It is pretty compact compared with some of our previous desktop panels. Arcadia Central Station, we talked about this last year. It's been a great product. It keeps banging on and getting awards everywhere. New features this year, the diagram behind me sort of hints on it, is IP connectivity over LAN, WAN and internet between the Arcadia and another Arcadia. So you can just do trunks between them, between Arcadia and our LQ throwdown product, which will give you the connectivity to more 2 wires and 4 wires and GPIO. And Arcadia to our main matrix. So you'll be able to have Arcadias as the satellite intercom system off a main matrix. So if you've got a big studio complex with big matrices of thousands of cross points, Arcadia with its 128 cross points can be an offshoot of that frame over IP. There's some new stuff to come on Arcadia as well, which we're going to announce on September the 6th, I believe. So do come along to IBC. One more tiny little thing, FreeSpeak 2 belt packs. Been out for quite a few years now, very well known throughout the industry and very well used. We've added Bluetooth connectivity to it, so you'll be able to use a wireless headset. So it's a wireless belt pack without a wired headset, which is an interesting concept. Enables you to literally have a wire-free communication system on your belt. So that's it, really. That's my notes for you today.
Well done. I mean,
yeah,
it's very hard to ask a question after such a
lot going
complete and full description about what's going on.
I guess we should ask where people can find all this amazing technology.
Yeah, well, we haven't moved, which has been quite useful. It's Hall 10 D29. So it's the same hall every year and the same position for the last few years, which is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll be spending time on your booth as well with the camera crew, talking to you as well, so we can get some further insight then, I am sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
John, thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye for now then.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. A lot going on there. A lot going on.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that, I can see that intuitive software solutions actually make the configuring of the hardware that much easier. It's just, they're all doing so well, really. And I think it's brilliant. So Gerard at VM Cloud is up next.
Gerard, yeah. Hi, Gerard.
Have we got Gerard? We do.
Here we are.
Good. You're going to have to bear with me. I'm stepping in for somebody from our owner, Matat. Unfortunately, he was called away.
We'll make it as painless as possible for you, Gerard.
Please do, please do.
Well, all we need you to do is to give us a little bit of, let's say, the elevator pitch on VM Cloud. Why not? And why you'll be visiting or exhibiting at IBC this year.
Very good. Well, the company has been going for a little over 10 years, and originally we set up as a turnkey SI organization. And we were fortunate enough to have a couple of good clients. And since then, we've grown quite substantially, both in Dublin, Paris, London, to name a few. And we're running we've installed about, I suppose, 15 to 20 studios around the world at the moment, and we provide management services as well. It's not just the studio set design, the integration itself. We also provide training. We deal with maybe they may need specific video broadcast solutions, with the workflows, help them with the production aspect of it as well. So it's a complete service from start to finish. So our relationships tend to be quite long relationships that we've had with our clients to date.
Speak slowly.
Through that, yes, sorry. So as a result,
someone's always going to interrupt when you're live, so don't worry.
Well, it's kind of, because of that, it's kind of been organic growth for us. So as the technology changed, we grew along with it. And as a lot of the people you've been interviewing today have said, OTT and IP are the main choice at the moment for most.
Well, they're intertwined. They're all sort of part and parcel.
Yeah. So most recently, most of our clients, we have moved on to digital platforms.
Yeah.
And we're developing that aspect of the business. But we've also we do app development as well. So we do, and we will be, at the moment, one of the things we'll be looking at in IBC is ad insertion on behalf of our clients. So we're covering a pretty broad scope of what we are. So IBC is very important. So normally when we'd be going to IBC, we'd be normally just focusing in on all the technical aspects, meeting the manufacturers, a lot of what we all know, look at the new innovations and upgrades in both the software and hardware from products that we already use daily. This year, we're kind of going to take a two-prong approach. We will let our technical team deal with all that aspects of it that we normally do. But I think from our owner's point of view and from me, from the sales and marketing point of view, we will be looking at the new advancements. AI, obviously, virtual reality, AR, robotics, all of those aspects. Because it's been demanded, these are our services that our clients are now demanding from us. Other areas we are interested in looking at the moment, we have we are hoping to be able to make an announcement on some major streaming deals, projects that we have that we hope will be awarded in the next few weeks that we can announce. So we'll be looking at and speaking to a lot of people about that. We'll be business that we've done very well in, and we'll be looking to see if we can partner and maybe seek new businesses in that area.
Yeah. So where can people find you to have a discussion, Gerard, at IBC?
Sorry, it's very bad where I am. Apologies.
No, I was asking, where can people find you at IBC to engage in a conversation?
Well, actually, we've taken on a new marketing organization. I'm sure you know who it is, and she's organised a lot of meetings for us on our behalf. So we've already set up a lot of meetings. But interesting enough, actually, I was watching your program all day today, but you had some very interesting organisations who I've made a list of some of them that I will definitely.
Well, that's what we tried to do.
I'm glad you've enjoyed it.
And Gerard, that's it's on to encourage people to get to IBC and find each other.
Cool.
Well, you've provided me with a lot more work, so thank you both for that.
Thank you very much,
Gerard. Thank you.
Nice to see you. So we're now going to go to TSL. Rob Adams was due to come a little bit earlier, but I think we had some technical issues either side. So Rob should be joining us pretty shortly, really. We're just waiting for Gerard to disconnect, and Rob will be here.
And yeah, well, it looks like he is here. Let's
Hello.
hope you can hear him.
I think I am here.
You are here.
Yeah.
You're here in person. Rob, we've got a load of questions to ask you, so we're going to need to be short because we've only got 5 minutes. So
I've got some questions to ask you, actually. So which one of you is Ant and Dec? You know? And if so, does that make
in the
me
old days we were
Gallagher?
called Trini and Susanna, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Trini and Susanna.
But
the old ones are the best.
Yeah. I'll let Simon ask the questions.
TSL, this is a serious
show.
Serious show. I thought the idea was to have some fun.
Well,
being light-hearted.
Well, we can talk about your 16% growth if you want, or we can just bypass that one and move on to something more interesting.
Yeah. You can do. It was 16% growth in revenue year on year and 17% growth on bookings. So it was a good year last year. And I remember you said to me this time last year, how's it going? And I said, yeah, pretty well. And so, we've come off another solid year to have a strong year. So we're pretty pleased about that.
And have you got anything to attribute that to, apart from hard work and great products?
Yeah, you put them up and I'll hit them. Yeah. I think that there's been a lot of changes here that we've been implementing around efficiency and effectiveness of the organisation, and a real focus on prioritising which markets were hot and then which bits of area we were going to do business development in. So the second thing was very attributable was we had a very significant customer last year that we did some custom development for, and we turned around 2 of those in a period of 5 months each, and that actually drove over £1 million worth of additional business. So that was extremely gratifying and rewarding, and it was also a good reflection of one of the values that we represent of being able to listen very much closely to our customers' needs and then adapt. That agility to respond and adapt when other companies that may be larger than us often get bound up in their roadmap and if the projects aren't big enough or they're already preoccupied. So that was one of the key things that have helped us a lot. The business mix is still very much 50% in the Americas, 30% in Europe, and then 20% of the rest of the world. So going forward, we've got plans to develop our hiring and so on to sort of do more business development in Southeast Asia, where we think that market is going to pick up for sure.
So how did TSL differentiate? How are you different to other broadcast control providers? What do you do differently to?
So yeah, good question. We do 3 things essentially. Part of the success is that we're focused. Okay, so we don't want to try and do everything, and really the three things we do: audio monitoring, control solutions, and power management systems. One of the things we did since we spoke last year, again, we talked about hiring, wasn't it? That we hired Maurice Snell, who was the global product manager for Grass Valley Orbit, and so he's joined us in a role of senior solutions architect for control. And what he's doing is he's really being able to engage with customers about how we can tailor our solutions to meet their workflow needs. And I think a key thing there is that as the traditional hardware vendors have sort of either end of life or moving towards software solutions, it means that there's a need, and we're hearing this a lot in the market, where customers want to either replace some of their legacy equipment or augment it with new stuff, but retain some of the infrastructure. And this is where we come in as a glue provider to really, I don't even want to use the word glue. I want to word, we're epoxy, we're the Araldite. We're not just any old glue. And so Maurice is helping us have those conversations, and they're complex conversations, but complex challenges that we come in and challenge in a very sort of elegant way. And I would say, we're quick, we're easy, we're low cost to deploy. Those are the other differentiators, I think, from other vendors. And I think the other thing is, of course, we're vendor agnostic because we support a great number of protocols. I think we're the largest independent supporter of those protocols. It means that we're able to do things like protocol translation when bits of the workflow changes. We're able to step in there and address those needs of the customer.
So moving on really quickly, because we've got a lot to get through. Sustainability has been a big topic today. We've been talking to guests about sustainability and their environmental impact. What are TSL doing to address this?
So there are some things we do internally to the company, simple things like we've got a factory and a warehouse with floodlights, so we put them over to light censored LEDs, for example. Now we've quadrupled the number of people that are coming to work with EV vehicles, so we're installing some charge points in the company. But above and beyond that, we actually have a solution in power management where we are putting it to our customers that essentially a lot of the broadcast customers that we have, their central apparatus rooms are actually becoming data centers. And so we've got applications that enable them to monitor and control and manage their power usage, and then through analyzing data that's coming out of the racks, give them advance warning where certain tolerances are over or under, humidity, temperature, that kind of thing, storage space. And that allows them to have preventative maintenance, but it also allows them to see what power is being used by which bits of equipment in the rack. And so they can be managed, turned off when they're not being used. And at least I think from a basic point of view, a lot of down to a billable accuracy of a day, then you can say, well, this part of that rack will use this amount of power. So just basically auditing how much is being used is a good step to then understanding what can we then do to reduce the consumption of energy.
Yeah. So we've got a minute left, Rob. What do we want to say in our last 60 seconds?
You're very generous on your time, fellas. So yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun on the booth. There's going to be a lot of interesting things. We're going to be in two places actually because we've joined the Grass Valley Partner Alliance. So we're going to be in Hall 9 on their booth, which is exciting, and we'll be manning it there. We are going to be sort of doing a TSL live TV where we're going to have cameras and routers and all sorts of other. I've written it down. What was the word I was going to use? Hands-on interactive Dutch-themed novelties. If you want to put double entendres on that, by all means. But we want to make it an experience where customers, channel partners, prospects, journalists can come and actually press the buttons and move the cameras and be live and emulate and actually demonstrate what we really are offering.
And where can we see all of this? What hall are you?
So we're right at the front of Hall 10.
Right. Okay.
Stand B41, right in the entrance. So we're next to Visati, and Quest, Riedel, and Gravity Media are behind us. So you won't be able to.
Yeah, I know. Cool. We could talk for much longer than 5 minutes, Rob. But so apologies, we're letting you go now. But thank you very much, and we will see you at the show, I'm sure.
Great to see you. Look forward to it. Thanks.
Bye bye. Bye.
Bye.
So now we're going to the home of Yorkshire tea now, aren't we?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's the home. Is he? I imagine he doesn't live up there. But I know we can get a nice Yorkshire tea when we're in Amsterdam.
That's right. Or Vegas. Yeah.
Or Vegas.
Mark, Mark, hello.
Mark.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
We're very good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Yeah, just
you ready?
The calm before the storm.
There you go.
So, always short of time here. Trade fair, for those that don't know, represent people that want to exhibit at shows like IBC. So, how many people have you got coming this year in your group?
So the Great Britain and Northern Ireland Pavilion is back at IBC this year, and we're pleased to say that the group has grown this year by about 30%. So we'll be managing on the main pavilions around about 36 UK companies. Those pavilions are main pavilions are based in Hall 1, Hall 6, Hall 7, which is new this year. We didn't have a pavilion in 7 last year. Also Hall 8, and then we have some pods in the walkway by halls 10, 11 and 12.
Okay, cool. And how does that compare to IBC last year? I guess there's some additional ones there now.
Yeah, we've got new companies. We've got also companies returning to IBC for the first time since COVID. So I think in 2022 we were around about 28 companies, and now we're up to 36. So basically about 5-6 new companies, and then there's again similar numbers returning to the show for the first time since COVID. So all good and positive. Yeah.
Are there any specific new companies that are worth shouting about?
Yeah, we've got people like Antennaware. Antennaware are new to us in Hall 8, and they'll be on the main pavilion. They're innovators in antenna technology, as you would expect with the name, but they have a product called Body Wave, and their antennas are the only commercial antenna designed for wearables. So that's addressing the reliability challenges of body blocking and detuning and things like that. So they have a small presence with us in Hall 8. We've got Sandbox Kids, who have a pod in Hall 10. Now, they have an AI solution that tackles the inequalities faced by deaf and hard of hearing people by positively impacting the means to access spoken and written language. So that's quite an interesting one. They were with us at 4 years from now at one of the startup events in Barcelona last year. FlixForge in Hall 1, they have a web OTT, and that's like a video streaming platform that they'll be demonstrating. Also in Hall 1, we have Kineton Europe. They are innovative solutions for media, IT and telecoms, basically optimizing content creation and distribution processes. Now, here's a test for you guys just to see. I'm going to show my age here. We also have a company in Hall 6 called Naughty Ash.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, so exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Very, very catchy name. They're actually not from Naughty Ash. They're from, I think, Northampton, around that way. But they're back at this. They're new to the show. They have been many, many, many years ago, but they've come back, and they've got television and radio studio control room furniture. They'll be on the walkway to Hall 6, so you'll see them a lot while you're walking through.
Yeah, cool, fantastic. So halls 1, 6, 7, 8, and also in 5 and 10. You're spreading yourself all over the place as normal, and we're looking forward to seeing you, mate.
Thank you, and I'll also give a quick mention to our independent exhibitors in 5 and 10, so we'll be stretched even more. So we'll see you in the walkway, don't you worry.
Yes, of course. It's important to say, actually, that they are quite a lot of the guys that'll come into your pavilions will end up being exhibitors in their own right, won't they?
Mm. Well, it's a little bit. They use the pavilion for a number of years as a platform, and then, sometimes when they want to grow bigger and bigger, then we find space in other halls for them, and they still get that personable service from myself and my team.
Yeah, you'll often find, smaller companies that are going to go on to bigger, massive things, and they're there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. Great.
Thanks, Mark. Good luck with all the organisation. You do an amazing job. You do a grand job, and we'll see you over there.
Thank you very much. See you there, boys. All the best.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right.
Now we've got a mystery guest now. Well, she's not so much of a she's a mystery.
Yeah. Not as much of a mystery as to why Ken Dodd jokes came up in that last segment.
Well, you missed out. Ken Dodd's dog is dead.
Yeah, I know. Well,
anyway,
I think we've had enough of that. So let's.
Our good friend and colleague Lisa Collins is actually in Amsterdam right now. So we thought probably that does look like a bar somewhere, but that's cool. We thought we'd catch up with you, Lisa. What are you doing in Amsterdam? Either you're too early or you got the dates wrong.
No. I've been here planning all day. Actually, at the airport in Murphy's Bar, having the traditional Heineken before leaving to come back to London. So yes,
Nice.
So I've been at the Akura Hotel today, planning for the Corporate Star Awards.
Okay, so
I can confirm the sun has been shining. The rye looks beautiful, so it's all ready to receive us.
So just tell us a quick little bit about what you'll be doing during the show at IBC.
Well, I guess I'm wearing quite a few hats at the show. My main commitment or my main responsibility is I'm chair of the exhibitor steering group. So making sure that all of those lovely exhibitors have a good experience at the show and feeding back to the show organisers. But I guess highlight for me this year is organising the Corporate Star Awards. First time out, they'll take place on the Friday evening at the Akura. And been blown away by the number of entries that we've had. The awards recognise ESG achievements, so looking at sustainability, governance, and equality. And some of the companies out there are doing great things that we've never highlighted before. So looking forward to showcasing those and sharing some best practice.
Yeah, and just recapping on the exhibitor steering committee, I guess that launched at NAB, didn't it? So you've had sort of like 4 or 5 months of steering, if you like, into this IBC. Has anything come out of that is going to change this year, or are we looking further into the future for change?
We've got a great group of people in the steering group who have all got great ideas. It's too soon to make any changes for this year, but there are certainly things ahead for 2024 where the group have put suggestions forward to the IBC team. So watch this space, I'd say.
Exciting stuff. Lisa, we won't take up any more of your drinking time.
Thank you. Good to see you both.
Thank you very much for joining us live in Amsterdam, and we'll see you over there again in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, 2 weeks today.
Thanks, Lisa. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There we go.
Excellent, right.
So we're talking PTZs now, I believe.
Yes. A supplier that we use.
Well, we're actually looking at, I believe.
Yeah.
We're looking
they're
at
looking at us.
they're looking at us. Yeah, we're using the
PTZ optics or PTZ
cameras,
optics.
PTZ optics cameras here in the studio.
And we should have Paul
joining us.
Hi, Matt.
Hello, Paul. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we were just singing the praises of the cameras looking at us. All of your PTZs, of course.
That's great to hear. You guys are looking good.
Well, we'd expect so.
So, IBC. Anything? Well, I mean, you've always got something new, but you've had so much new. I don't know whether to expect anything new. What can you tell us about IBC and PTZ optics this year?
Yeah, well, we've gone through a complete generation change. We're on our 3rd generation, and essentially our lineup is somewhat simplified, which is great. So we have a Move SE model, which is our standard edition.
Yeah.
And then we have our Move 4K edition, which is the more professional premium version. And between those two, what we've done is we've built in auto tracking to all of these models.
Yep.
We have brand new Sony sensors and optics, which has made a significant upgrade in the quality, whether it's low light or just the vibrancy of the images. It is noticeable how it's faster focusing. It's a more vibrant image. So a pretty nice leap in image quality. For the SE models, the PTZ Optics SE models, we've come down to less than $1,000 for the entry-level price point. So that's opening up a really big market where people in the 1080p range are thinking about maybe getting more cameras, being able to afford things in new markets. So that's really nice. On the 4K side, still our most popular models. They have the built-in auto tracking with the computer vision model built onto the product. So we have a new feature called Presenter Lock. And what that'll do is it will allow you to select the exact person in view, and it will track them regardless of other people in frame, which is a pretty big leap for us in the auto tracking realm.
Absolutely.
Cool. Well, we've used it. I've used the auto tracking, not professionally, but as a testing it and as a webcam. And actually, I can vouch it does work.
Yeah.
And it's quick. It's responsive. It follows you.
Absolutely.
So, whereabouts are you going to be this year?
So we're going to be in Hall 11. And the exact booth number evades me right now.
Oh, hang on, D28.
D28. There we go.
We've got it on our notes. And so we've also taken delivery of the studio as well, which is the static one. That's now delivering. So that's news, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad, and I'd like to get your opinion on it. So the PTZ Optics Studio Pro is an all-in-one camera that it's got a high quality glass, it's got 12x optical zoom, but it also has an included light and microphone. So there's a pretty big market for people just like me right now, right? I'm joining a broadcast, I'm joining a live stream. My job depends on me looking good on camera, and we're talking about consultants, we're talking about doctors doing telehealth, we're talking about accountants that are doing, anyone who's doing work on Zoom. We're all sick and tired of our, cheap webcams that just simply don't look good, especially the integrated ones into laptops. So there's this huge leap in quality, and there's a really big demand for just looking good on video and making it simple. So the Studio Pro is plug and play, one USB cable, and you've got a DSLR quality camera. But we also built in NDI. We give HDMI for those who want to use like an ATEM Mini or do a simple video switching system. And it's just a really good quality camera that's easy to use.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, again, we haven't tested it fully.
No.
We've played. We'll try and get it done properly.
And I think when we were setting the studio up yesterday, our engineer setting these up noticed.
He did comment.
Commented a few times on the visual quality of what we're getting here. So hopefully people watching on YouTube will see hopefully how good we look.
We'll notice the difference. I don't know, I'm not sure about that.
Paul, we're going to be spending some time with you on the booth as well, Paul, over at IBC. So we'll be sure to drop by 11D28. But in the meantime, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
So
cool. I think we've now got Jeremy Miller from DeZero. Again, another company that we've got a long relationship with.
Yeah, I think we know Jeremy. I don't think we've spoken to him remotely before.
For a long time. Jeremy, hello.
Hey guys, how are you?
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. So 5G is what we've been talking to DeZero about probably for the last couple of shows. Tell us what might be new and what we can expect this year at IBC.
So what's really new for us is we're going to be releasing another addition to our 5G product line, which is the Engo 3S. So what that does is it allows us to do 4K capability live transmissions from the field. So you have a single input now being able to push 4K. So we're adding to our 5G family. And the other great thing about that is being able to see the capabilities and the feedback and the use cases we've seen with our 5G products. We have folks that are using our Engo 3s, which is our 5G product line. They're actually utilizing it for remote productions for connectivity. So in worst case scenario, they can flip it into what we call gateway mode, which is really just utilizing our smart blending technology. And it allows folks to be able to do anything they want from the field and be able to add different connections as they go, especially with the additions of Starlink and OneWeb that you see out there. We're able to mitigate those and aggregate those with cellular, and people get that reliable connectivity.
It's worth saying we actually sort of tested it in the middle of Hall 2, was it? That a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
And it worked. I know that sounds, we shouldn't be surprised at that, but it, in the middle of a hall with all of that interference, it was impressive.
Yeah. So in terms of other products you've got that people are used to seeing, can they expect to see any updates to those?
Well, mostly as a software side, but like we said, it's like we're adding capabilities and adding the different variations to our Engo product line. So the 3S is already added onto our traditional 3, which is a single in HD field unit. And then we also have the 3S. So now we're adding in 4K. And I know you guys have also heard about the 3X, which is our multi-camera unit as well. So we're bridging on that in the 5G capabilities. We still have our Engo 265, which is an LTE version out there. So just depending on the markets and what they look for deployments in their area to help them set up for success, it works really well. And we help kind of diagnose that with our customers. A great thing about this too is, unfortunately, well, good and bad, is we've had customers with really positive experiences coming out of, the wildfires in Hawaii, hurricanes. I can speak to that here personally, being in Charleston, South Carolina, going through tropical storms with infrastructure and whatnot. So the overwhelming feedback we get from people is really good, because they say we work when others don't. And that, to me, that's probably one of the best compliments we can get as a provider in this space, to give people the capability of doing whatever they want to do in the field and or at their office. I actually was visiting a client this past week who lost one of their ISPs during the day, and they could have utilized our gateway product as backup connectivity, so they could have still gone live and still been able to use those receivers. So we were able to get them set up, and now we have folks that are using us in many different ways because of the reliability with our smart blending technology, which is our core software, and the ability that we have with our connectivity, which is really a testament to our hardware and our tech team to be able to say that they design it appropriately to make sure it works when it needs to work for our customers.
Jeremy, fantastic. So you're in Hall 2 again, B51, I believe.
That's right. We are in Hall 2, B51 this time. So we're roughly in the same area, but can't wait to see you guys over there. And it's always good to be visiting with our customers all over the globe. So it's always great to see you guys.
Just one stand away from B52.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yeah, we were so close.
Yeah.
So close.
A proper drinking
next
session.
year, I'll put that in there for you guys to make sure that we'll try to next year.
We'll be spending some time on your booth anyway, so we can find out a lot more. But until then, Jeremy, thank you very much for joining us.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you there.
Yeah, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. As we said before, Matt and I will be going around the halls for four days, doing booth interviews. Those interviews are edited up within 24 hours and posted on our channel, so do look out for those on the IBC 2023 playlist.
Absolutely.
So we're talking to Periphery, who we haven't spoken to before. Welcome, Abhijit. Nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you. You can call me Avi.
Abby, cool. So Abby, tell us. Well, I don't think we've spoken before. We're aware of a acquisition of Object Matrix, which is very interesting to us. So you might want to talk about that and give people an idea of what Periphery do and what you'll be doing at IBC this year.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for having me. So January of 2023, we went into the partnership and eventual acquisition with Object Matrix. Object Matrix, as you know, is a great name in the media industry when it comes to content, media asset content, and media archive. Object Matrix has made its name in UK, South Africa, and large parts of Europe. And so where we came in from Periphery land was we're looking at companies that had already put in their name, was popular in that sector in M&E, media and entertainment, and it seemed like a very, very great company, great people, great technology and solutions to kind of change the game for the media industry. And Periphery and Object Matrix are now together. It's been six to 7 months, but it's a great integration between the companies. A lot of changes, but now we are beyond all of that and going into IBC with a great set of solutions which are all integrated together. That's Periphery is a set of solutions which are really purposefully built for the media and entertainment industry. These are high performing, very economically efficient solutions, more like infrastructure solutions, which which really looks at media in a very different way. Of course, it does content asset management, content and asset ingestion, media assets from in-facility or remote locations. But what it really differentiates, it's how do you really solve the intelligence part of the media content and assets? Like how do you look at it from an AI perspective? Of course, AI has been everywhere, but really focusing on media intelligence, asset intelligence, beyond ingestion and workflow, and really enable the media workflow in a more smarter way, if you will. That's kind of what Periphery's mission and vision is. And we have a set of solutions we're going to talk about and showcase in IBC.
So is there a main highlight at IBC that visitors are going to be stopping in their tracks to see as they pass by?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. So the first of all is Object Metrics was already there. Periphery comes in, acquires the company. So how do we integrate these two products together? So, Object Metrics has this fantastic universal platform for media ingest called Vision. And so one of the recent PR that we announced is to integrate, how do we get Object Metrics platform, the Vision platform, on the top of all the Periphery products. Like one of the premier products in Periphery we're going to showcase and highlight is called Swarm. And so the Vision platform will be a conduit onto all of the Periphery solutions, which includes Object Metrics, Swarm. That's the PR. So that's where you ingest data, ingest media content and asset. That's one of the highlights. The second highlight we're going to talk about is Swarm, the product itself, which will be very new and in coming into the media world, as in IBC. And so the idea is how do you handle very, very large set of media data, like billions and billions of media objects into one solution, and still be able to manage them, help the workflow. That's two. And the third one, we are looking at introducing a product called Transporter. Transporter is a purposeful built media appliance for in-facility and edge locations where you can actually process the data where it's created, kind of beating the paradigm of data gravity, and kind of saying, how do you process the data where it's created, not really moving into cloud or other locations, and apply intelligence on it, like artificial intelligence on the media data, which can achieve things like closed captioning or phonetic indexing or transcription on the box itself. That's a huge launch. Yeah. So we're very excited. And we call that portion of AI plus solutions, and we are going to talk about that as well.
Fantastic.
Cool.
So, sorry, I was only going to ask. I know the answer's on the screen, but I was going to say, we need to tell people that we can find you at the booth. It's Hall 7.
Hall 7.
D18.
7.D18. Yes, right. Yep. That's right.
Abhi, thank you very much indeed. We're looking forward to seeing you at IBC.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, looking forward to my first IBC. Thank you so much.
Make sure we stop by.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So we've got coming up, we are running a little bit late at 3:30, which we've just passed. We've got another IBC session. That's going to be in a few minutes' time. Joe's just getting ready with her guests.
Yep.
But just before that, we're going to be talking to James Gilbert from Roden Schwartz. So let's go over to James now, if we can. Hello, James.
Hi, James.
Good afternoon. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you as well.
So what's new?
Yeah, what's new
for Roden Schwartz at IBC this year?
I guess on the media side, the big thing for us is the launch of SpicerNode 2, which is the latest generation of our storage technology. And one of the key things in SpicerNode 2 is support for NVMe caching, which will speed up creative workflows for all types of applications, including audio as well as video editing. So that's exciting for us. And obviously, SpicerNode gives you that reliable, scalable performance storage optimized for media.
So you, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are primarily responsible for media products.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct. But we do have some products from the broadcast distribution line at IBC as well.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, because obviously Roden Schwartz cover a huge gamut of the broadcast industry. So tell us a little bit about what else we can expect on the booth.
So as well as the SpicerNode 2, we have other products in our media line, which will be showcased at IBC, including Gallium Stream Master, the Pixel Power linear playout and VOD content creation toolset, and we'll be showing the latest features which are attracting tier 1 broadcasters from around the world to adopt our linear playout solutions. Things like flexible deployment, flexible configuration, adapting swiftly to customer workflows, make it the system of choice for many broadcasters. We're also showcasing Prismon, which is our multi-viewer and monitoring solution, which is software defined. We can supply it either as a turnkey appliance or as a software only for customer owned hardware deployment. And one of the key things about Prismon is that it's supporting a wide range of the evolving system types, signal types that our customers are requiring in the gradual transition from SDI to IP, which is a long process for many.
Absolutely. If there's one highlight before we probably sadly cut you short, there's one highlight you want to get people in to see, what would it be?
I would say Spicenode 2, our new storage platform. That is really capturing excitement.
NVMe is a big topic at the moment. It's getting people onto that super fast.
Yeah, people always running out of storage.
Yeah.
And having something which is scalable and performant for media is really important, regardless of the application and the workflows involved.
Cool.
Interesting stuff.
And where can people find Spicenode?
Spicenode and our storage can be found on stand 7.B21 in Hall 7. So we look forward to seeing everybody there.
Yeah, we'll be spending time on your booth as well, James. So I'm sure we'll catch up then, and we can record some more videos and share some more information with people. So until then, though, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, James.
So we've got Joe. Hello, you're back again.
Hello, I'm back again.
Yeah.
I've just been
in.
behind the scenes, having a nice afternoon.
Yeah. So John will widen the lens. He's trying to widen the lens.
Widen the lens, find the right shot.
So Joe is talking to 2 more guests in the next 15 minutes, where you're going to be finding.
It's Mark Smith and Jessica.
Exactly. Mark Smith, who's our new council chair and is also responsible for our fantastic accelerator programme.
Yes.
Jessica, who heads up all the content at IBC. So I'm really looking forward to an interesting and informative discussion and telling everyone what they can expect to see this year as well. There's lots and lots. So if my guests
I know Mark is ready.
Oh,
Mark's ready, so we can get started with Mark.
Jessica's got a few connection isures, but let's get started with Mark.
Perfect.
And Mark is just being pushed in, apparently, which sounds very, very impressive.
Exactly.
Slid in. So we'll just.
Brilliant. And we'll crack on. I know we've we're slightly over. Mark, hello, welcome.
How are you?
We're good, thank you. Jessica's got a few connectivity issues, so we're going to start with you anyway. I've introduced you. I think everyone knows you anyway. But what everyone wants to know is what is going on at IBC. There's masses and masses and masses, as you and me both know. So can you just do a summary of what visitors can expect at IBC? You know, what halls, what new tech, what new features, and anything else that you want to add to the mix.
Okay, well, I think it's important to say, I attend the accelerator calls like several times a day, and just the excitement that everybody feels around the show coming up. I've got a real palpable sense of what's going to be quite a dynamic and a show that's just buzzing like it was last year, I think. Joe, because you did a lot of the research around IBC's audiences and just how much they value things like the networking at the show and discovering innovation and getting up close with the technology and trying it out. And that's really what has fueled the media and entertainment technology business forever, really. You can only do so much on Teams and Zoom, but the value of networking and the importance of the trade show and the conference and discussing with peers, discussing with partners, competitors, and suppliers and buyers talking together, you just can't beat that mix. I think it's important to say that first of all, and bringing business leaders together at the show and having kind of best in class innovation on display, I think is what everybody loves to see. Right? So talk a little bit about some of the things. I think so Hall 8 is going to 5, 8 and 12, I think, have been extended quite considerably since last year, so bigger spaces. Hall 3 is open. and I think we're going to see, you know, lots of new features of the show. Steve Connolly from IBC talked about a number of things around gaming this morning on here, and around the esports zone, and I'm really excited about that. I think, you know, IBC working with Unlocked to create that huge space. I mean, I can't remember what the size of it's going to be, but it's a 500 square meters, I think, and it's definitely going to be quite a compelling, I think, showcase of everything going on in esports, with some great players and some online games going on. I think that's going to be really exciting. But Steve talked about that a lot today. The people who remember the future zone, well, that's now the past zone, because it won't exist. But the EBU it's being replaced by the IBC Tech zone, which is powered by the EBU. And I know from talking to some of the EBU guys, they've got some really cool innovation to showcase, like really, really cool. So I can't wait to see some of that. Of course, it wouldn't be me if I didn't talk about the accelerator zone in Hall 3 and the 8 incredible projects, innovation projects that we've been working with 8 teams, with 80 companies since February to develop some pretty cool stuff in areas such as live cloud and edge production. We've got synthetic media, synthetic and flexible media. We've got authenticated data and metadata projects. We've got 5G enabled live kind of immersive performance and extended reality sports, and personalized real-time streaming kind of themes across the 8 projects. And I think, a lot of work to do before we get there in just about 2 weeks' time. But you know, we've got some fantastic companies involved, some new companies like Google and Cisco, IMDb and Fox Entertainment, and Verizon Business and ITN and the Outernet and TechX, and the list goes on of new organizations that are coming to play in the accelerator space. And we'll have 2 sessions a day on those projects in Hall 3 on the innovation stage next to the accelerator zone. And I just want to say thank you to AMD and Microsoft for sponsoring the program as associate sponsors. They've been fabulous, not just in supporting and driving, helping us lead projects, but providing kit and processing power, and more importantly, knowledge and expertise to really drive some of these projects forward. Sorry, Joe, a lot of words there.
No, fine, that's fantastic. And that's actually really good timing, because I think Jessica has just sort of managed to join. Thank you.
No worries.
Hi, Jessica.
Hello, good afternoon. Hi, Joe.
Hi, you made it. Fantastic. Good to have you here, and actually really, really good timing. So Mark's done a brilliant sort of overview of the, I suppose, of sort of the content initiatives more broadly, you know, the tech zone, accelerators. Just a quick heads up, everyone, as well, that there's an accelerator innovation zone, and you can go and meet all the participants, champions of those accelerator projects when you're on site. I think we finished everything with you, Mark, didn't we? I think it was sort of over to you now. So. We've talked a lot about the content pillars this year. So could you tell us a little bit more about those pillars, and then how those pillars are sort of threaded through the content that people can expect to see at IBC this year?
Yeah, I think the idea was to create a really consistent narrative across everything. So whether you're going to the conference or content on the show floor, or whether you're reading 365, there's some there are pillars that really kind of tell the story of what IBC is about. And those 3 pillars are shifting business models, so the changing ecosystem, the landscape in media. The second one is around transformative tech. So those technologies that are really going to change the way that we work and are entertained in media. And then the third one is people and purpose. So really looking at how we spark conversations around things like inclusivity and sustainability.
Brilliant. That sounds fantastic. Could you talk a little bit more about the actual sort of program as well, and you know what the different sort of strands, so the conference, the the show floor theatres, change makers we've heard a bit about earlier today as well on another session, But
there's so much to talk about. How long have we got?
Not very long.
Okay,
Just a quick overview, and maybe your standouts as well. So what you're really looking forward to, but just to give an understanding of how the different elements sort of play together.
Yeah, I'll try and give you the highlights, because there is lashings of content and so much to explore. So in the conference, Friday and Saturday in the forum is where the conference is, the main conference. And Friday's really about that kind of business landscape, so business strategy. And we're looking at things like behaviors of Gen Alpha and how to prepare your brand and your business for Gen Alpha, what the ecosystem looks like in the future, what the disruptive new sort of business models are, things like fast channels and the impact of fast channels, and whether there's any kind of long-term sustainable business model within fast channels, and then really how to differentiate your streaming service in a crowded market. So we've got some really great brands on the first day. We've got Warner Brothers talking about HBO Max and the rollout of HBO Max. We've got AHA from India, an OTT platform, and they're talking about really creating local content within a huge country, and how they've really been able to kind of combat the big, likes of Netflix and Disney, etc. And we've got a conversation with Olivier Joly from Paramount talking about fast channels as well. So there's loads to discover on Friday. And then on the Saturday, we kind of shift more towards that sort of intersection between creativity and technology. So we're looking at things like using real-time technology and visual effects for creating avatar. So Natalia Tatichuk from Unity is talking about that. We've got Eddie Hamilton, who is the editor of a lot of Tom Cruise films, so Mission Impossible, Top Gun. He's done loads of Tom Cruise movies, and is talking about post-production. So anyone interested in post-production should come to that. And then I guess my final highlight for the Saturday is a session on AI, and you can't really escape that. There's going to be content about AI everywhere at the show. So we've got a really super duper panel on AI and how it can really give you a competitive edge. So we've got Peacock TV, we've got Media Monks, and AWS joining that panel, which is on the opening morning of Saturday.
Brilliant. And Jessica as well. I spotted the other day that we've got a really fantastic show keynote as well, which is open to everyone as well, so not just the sort of conference delegates. Can you tell us a little bit about Mr. Marco Tempest?
Yeah, he's brilliant. He's a real futurist. So he'll be coming and talking about, not only talking about, but actually showing you how virtual production can be done literally out of a carry-on case. So he'll come on stage with his carry case and he will show virtual production magic and how actually these sort of technologies can be accessible to all. So if you want to sort of gain a little bit of future content, be inspired and have a little bit of entertainment, then definitely come to the Marco Tempest session, because that's going to be one to remember.
Brilliant. And then just
do a bit of selfless promotion as well. I'm doing a keynote with
that's Mark. Who are you doing a keynote with, Mark?
Mention it. I need.
Yeah, I'm doing a keynote with Scott Lawrence, who's the Senior Vice President with Verizon Business, and we'll be talking all things 5G and actually the really critical component of connectivity in producing, in managing, storing, and distributing content throughout the world. So that's going to be very exciting. At 3:30 on the Friday.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Don't miss it.
I just wanted to.
A lot of these speakers you'll find in the premium lounge. So if you want, the forum is a great auditorium to go and actually absorb lots of the content and hear people talking and lots of great thought leadership. But if you want a bit more of a conversation and an intimate kind of setting, then definitely buy a premium ticket, because you'll get to meet and talk to some of these speakers and actually kind of talk through some of your ideas.
Yeah, brilliant. And just finally to add to that, as well as the, that fantastic body of content in the forum and in the premium lounge, we've got a whole array of tracks and theatres across the show floor. with some fantastic sessions. We've got the Showcase Theatre, the Innovation Stage. We've got 2 theatres in Content Everywhere, all of which is free to attend. The full content agenda is on the website, show.ibc.org, so everyone can check it out there. So just very, very finally, and I know we're running out of time as well, we haven't talked about, I'm going to do a little drum roll here, the awards. And we have announced some of our really sort of prestigious and special awards the last sort of week or so. Could you just give us a quick heads up on, you know, what we can expect and who's going to be who we're celebrating and how people can get involved?
Yeah, sure. So traditionally, for those of you who've been to IBC before, you might go to one award ceremony and all the awards are given in that ceremony. We're doing it a little bit differently this year. So the awards sit in their places where we feel like the content aligns with some of the content sessions. So we've got the Social Impact Awards, which are taking place on the Sunday of IBC, and that's at the end of the Changemakers programme. And we've got loads of amazing entries from the likes of Mama Youth, from BBC, from Women in Streaming Media, all focusing on things like sustainability, inclusion, accessibility, and that's really kind of intricate to the Changemakers programme and the content that we're putting on there. And we've got a special award which is the IBC Changemaker Award. It's the first time we're giving this award, but we thought that we can't go amiss in celebrating what is Eurovision and the way it brings nations together culturally, and the massive production project that goes on behind the scenes with something like Eurovision. And they are a change maker. So that'll be a first, and you'll get to hear from Martin Osterdahl, who is the executive supervisor of Eurovision. He's the man that comes onto the TV and goes, "The scores are in." So some of you might recognize him. But we're doing a fireside chat within the awards to talk about that massive undertaking of producing Eurovision and how it really does stay fresh and relevant. And then we've got the Innovation Awards as well, which take place on the Sunday too. And you will be able to see the International Honour for Excellence awarded within the Innovation Awards. And that this year has gone to Warner Brothers Discovery Pictures, who are celebrating 100 years of their organisation, which is a tremendous achievement. And I think everyone would agree that their contribution to creativity and entertainment is astounding. So this year the award goes to them, and you'll be able to see that presented in the Innovation Awards.
That's fantastic. I mean, thank you very much, Jessica and Mark. I think we have covered off pretty much everything that we're doing. There's, as you'll have heard, there's plenty to see, plenty to do. So please check out the website, plan before you go so you can fit it all in. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Joe. Great to see you. Bye, Joe.
Speak to you later.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Joe. There's so much going on, isn't there?
There's so much going on.
You could fill a whole show just listening to Jessica and Mark.
No, exactly, as well. And it's and for me and my team as well, the challenge is that it all comes in very, very late. So, we spend most of August.
There's a whole year of cultivating the content as well. It's not just a last minute.
No, exactly not. I mean, the planning start. I mean, we had a meeting yesterday. We're planning for 2026 already. But yeah, I mean, we come out of the show and we do some really detailed research, and we look at what needs to be done and what needs to be developed for the next year.
And particularly with although slightly different, the exhibitor steering committee as well. You've got that feedback coming aboard as well.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a great new group of people on board, and they're really helping drive and shape what we're doing and where we need to take IBC. And Mark, who's our new council chair as well, is also sort of looking at how we work with council, how we use them to sort of keep developing IBC, keep pushing it forward, looking into new markets and growing.
I think we're talking to Mark later on, aren't we?
We're talking to Mark later on, so I will leave you be, and you can get on with your next guest. Thank you very much.
We'll carry on. Thank you.
I'll see you at IBC.
Yeah, a couple of weeks. So
I'm hoping we've got Jeff.
Yeah. I think Jessica said it well, actually. She said lashings of content.
Lashings. I like that, lashings.
Lashings. So
Jeff
Stedman,
SDVI Corporation is on his way. So yeah, we'll be talking to them about their platform and what they'll be doing.
So we rattle through these.
Hello, Jeff. How are you?
Hello. Hi, gentlemen. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you. And also thank you for just producing this show. It's always great to have this opportunity for maybe an IBC. So I wanted to thank you for putting this on.
Yeah, a little pre-event heads up to what people are up to. So what can people expect from you guys on the SDVI Rally platform at IBC?
Oh, yeah, thanks. So we're super excited about IBC this year. And again, as our industry continues to get back together, the opportunity to showcase the platform. As the viewers might know, the SDVI Rally platform is a platform that helps media companies automate their media supply chain, essentially move their media operations and all of the technical infrastructure that supports it all to the cloud in a highly managed, highly efficient manner. One of the things about being a cloud-based platform is that you're continuously innovating. You're always adding new features. And believe it or not, since last IBC, we've done 23 releases for the product, incorporating over 140 new features. So anyone who saw
we haven't got time to go through all of them, I'm afraid.
Yeah. I'm not going to go through all of them at all. But needless to say, people who come by and look at the Rally platform will see a number of enhancements in the way we manage workflows, the way we've incorporated new job and task capabilities, new logic in the decision engine to move content through the supply chain more efficiently. We've enhanced the user interface to make it easier for operators in terms of doing the different jobs that they need to do. And we've added more media management features, like recently we added asset hierarchies. So the ability to describe relationships between assets and support different ontologies like the Movie Labs ontology. So lots of new features on Rally. We also are introducing a new kind of solution that incorporates Rally, and we call it the Supply Chain Accelerator. Now, we've been working with a partner named TMT Insights, and they've been a deployment partner for the Rally platform for 3 or 4 years. Very good, strong partner. And they've also developed their own product that sits on top of Rally to provide order management and kind of visibility across multiple systems, including what's going on in the platform. And so we're kind of putting together our two products into a solution, a fast-track solution, along with some professional services to help new customers get up and running much faster for a set of standard use cases, ingest, delivery, things like that. So instead of a deployment taking months, we're down to just a matter of weeks in terms of putting in a new media supply chain platform, moving those capabilities to the cloud, and getting up and running in production.
So,
brilliant.
Jeff, what are you doing with AWS at IBC? I hear that's some news that has come about.
Yeah, no, AWS is a great partner and has been a partner literally since the beginning of the company. One of the unique things about SDVI is that we didn't have an on-premises business that we had to move to the cloud. We started in the cloud, and we actually started with AWS. So there's never been a migration for us, but it's been a very good partnership. One of the things that's I think going to be kind of unique at IBC is not only will you be able to see the Rally platform in the SDVI booth, but we've also partnered and collaborating with AWS to be the official supply chain orchestration and business logic platform for the supply chain demos that are going to be in the AWS booth. So we're very honored that they've chosen us to help support their supply chain demonstrations. And we're working very closely with them to incorporate not only the Rally platform, but also all the other partners that they're bringing together. And that's one of the unique things about AWS is how they bring together multiple partners to try to create these solutions for customers. And we're very proud to be a big part of that. We're both in Hall 5, so if anybody's coming through Hall 5, we'd love for you to stop by either location to see the demonstrations.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Where do we find you? But you've answered it. The moment Hall 5, 876, and of course, I would expect on the AWS stand.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and they're right at the front of Hall 5. I think C90.
Yeah.
Cool. Jeff, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam in a few weeks.
Yes, absolutely. We'll see you there, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Not at all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jeff. Right.
So another company, Nix, who we spend time with, Imagine Communications, and I believe we're talking to Steve Reynolds. So he's
don't we know we spoke to Gladina before?
Gladina, we spoke to Gladina.
And yeah.
Welcome, Steve.
No, I recognise Steve as well.
Hello, nice to see you guys.
Nice, Steve.
Very nice to see you too. So obviously we're talking IBC. It's only 2 weeks away. Imagine have a big booth as normal, I guess. What do you be showing people on that stand?
Yeah, we'll have a booth in Hall 2. I'm just going to throw the booth number out there right now so people can take the note. It's 2.A15, so we're on the main hall there in Hall 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love to have folks come and take a look at what we're showing this year, because we have a number of exciting innovations that we're going to be featuring. A lot of what we're going to be talking about continues the theme of hybrid operations that Imagine's been talking about for the last couple of years. So hybrid meaning both on-prem and in-cloud hybrid operations, and that's around production and origination and playout, but also continuing to talk a lot about hybrid as that pertains to the move towards SMPTE 2110. So when you get over to the booth, what you'll see is a couple of primary demo areas. In that playout demonstration area, we're going to be showing the latest version of what we call Aviator Orchestrator. Aviator Orchestrator is a product that we actually launched at NAB earlier this year, but have continued to do a lot of work on. And what it is it's our multi-site orchestration platform to allow our customers to be able to easily deploy playout and origination operations across both on-prem and in-cloud topologies. So this really gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of where do you want to spin up ingest, where do you want to spin up new channels, how do you want to interact with things like fast channels, and how do you want to be able to source content, not just for traditional broadcast, but also for the emerging CTV, the cloud TV type applications. So Orchestrator is a really rich platform that gives folks full control over how they want to do that. The other big product announcement that we're going to be making for IBC, and actually this press release just went out earlier this week, is the latest version of our SNP platform. SNP is the Selenium Network Processor platform, which Imagine introduced about 6 or 7 years ago at IBC. And we've introduced a new product in that family, which is called SNP XL. So this is now going to be the industry-leading gateway platform and network processing platform in terms of density. So it's a 2RU unit that has all of the capabilities that people have used in our SNP line over the last couple of years to do SDI to IP gateway, to handle all the ST2110 processing, up conversion, down conversion, all the way up to UHD and high dynamic range, color space correction, all of the things that you would expect to find in a state-of-the-art network processing platform. So that new XL box is being introduced at IBC, and we're also introducing some new ground to cloud functionality for that family at IBC as well. So we're introducing a new product that we call Magellan Connect. So it's an extension of our Magellan control system that's going to give people the ability to set up routes between an on-prem installation. So this could be in an OB van, it could be in a sports production venue, could be for contribution up into cloud, to be able to easily set up IP-based routes using JPEG XS for contribution directly into clouds. So as I said, a lot of interesting innovation, both in the production area and in the playout area, really building on those themes of hybrid and the migration to ST2110 that we've been championing over the course of the last several years.
Amazing.
There's not a lot to. Yeah, it's the perfect presentation, really. You've given us everything there. You know, there's not. Yeah, we can't ask you much more. You've even told us where you are. Well, remind us.
Yeah.
Go
on. If you give me a second, I'm going to just plug one more thing, which is we will also be showing some new innovation in our ad tech portfolio as well. We announced our digital ad server for CTV and OTT content at NAB earlier this year. The name of that product is Surefire. And we're also going to be showing the latest innovations in that Surefire platform, as well as some new integrations. So the partnership that we announced with Amagi earlier this year, we're going to be showing the latest versions of our fully integrated solution for doing end-to-end CTV for FAST and VOD content all the way out to connected consumer TVs. So some exciting stuff on the monetization side of the portfolio as well.
Fantastic. Steve, thank you very much indeed. We will be spending some time in your booth as well at the show, so we can record some more content and share that with the audience as well.
Actually,
that's great. Yeah. We'll see you guys in Hall 2, booth number A15.
A15.
There we go. Thanks a lot, Steve. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
As you say, perfect presentation.
Yeah, that works. And so, Eugene.
Whistling straight on.
Operative.
Yeah. Again, I don't think we've...
see, I'm not sure we've met Eugene or Operative before, but we're going to find out.
Let's whiz Eugene in. Good afternoon, Eugene.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me properly?
We can hear you and see you perfectly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So, Eugene, we don't think we've met you and Operative before. Give us a very brief overview, and why are we going to come and see you at IBC?
All right, thanks for that. So first and foremost, thanks for having us at Kit Plus TV. My name's Eugene Sarmiento. I'm head of sales for EMEA, so handling Europe, Middle East, and Africa for the company. I'm in sort of like sitting in place of our CCO who got delayed in his red-eye flight yesterday night. Operative basically is a company that delves into ad tech, right? So we basically handle all the advertising revenue that media companies have when it comes to linear broadcast companies, as well as their digital channels, right? There's going to be a couple of key important things that we're launching in IBC this year, one of which is the first in its world converged advertising solution. So one platform that handles both broadcast side of advertising, but also the digital, right? So I think, what you're seeing now when it comes to the market is this fast growth in fast channels, right? I think we saw that growth happen in the United States. We're seeing that's also gonna happen in Europe. And we need a platform that can handle both, orders and campaigns from advertisers and agencies to handle both the digital and broadcast aspects of the business. So that's one area that we're launching. The other two key things that we're bringing into market is self-serve. I think this is one of the key things that our customers are asking for right now. Now, for us, we have customers like Fox, Discovery, all the big broadcasters in the US, and we also have broadcasters in Europe, and they're all looking for platforms that help automate how they do business, right? And self-serve is one of those areas, right? The ability for them and the advertisers to go look at available ad inventory, book their campaigns, execute their campaigns, handle the copy and material handling for those campaigns, and then of course then be built for those campaigns. So that's a second area that we're really looking at, and we're launching that at IBC. And then the third and last area that we're looking at is basically in the area of programmatic, right? So Stack, which we acquired 2 years ago, is a platform that allows customers in the ad space, right, to look at how they can take their remnant inventory, put it up on different SSPs, right, so that they can make revenues from that remnant inventory. And Stack is one of those platforms that can connect to over 200 different ad platforms. So those are the three things that we're bringing into IBC this year.
Fantastic. Eugene, where can people find you in the halls?
So we'll be at the Content Everywhere space, meeting rooms. It's in Hall 4, booth 4 at room 11.
Fantastic. Eugene, thank you very much indeed for explaining it so well.
Well, it was, again, it was not a perfect presentation.
Thank you very much indeed.
Bang it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Thank you. So, next on to, we use these products quite a lot ourselves.
They've been mentioned already on the show
already
earlier on.
Great
can only be Atomos, really, can't it?
Well,
and we are joined by Paul Scurll. Hello, Paul.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Very well, thank you. Very nice to see you.
Sorry, we're a little bit behind schedule.
Your name has already come up once from a previous guest. We were chatting to Neil from Axel AI earlier on about their
nice one.
About their integration with Axel Edit. So that's all cool. But yeah, the floor is yours, Paul. What can people expect to see from Atomus this year at IBC?
Well, we're going to have a very busy booth this year. We're in Hall 11 again in D25 is the booth, and we've got a whole presentation area where we're going to be doing some rolling presentations through all of our different tech, because obviously it's pretty vast now between all the products and the cloud services. And we'll then have some demo pods within sort of like a little tech village. So there'll be lots of areas where we break out to different segments of all the different products that different products and services that we offer. So there'll be plenty of time for hands-on. It'd be great to see everyone and catch up at IBC again in a couple of weeks. I guess some of the big news that we've got is, let me just patch up my laptop to see whether you've got that. Yeah, so our big news, which you may have spotted in the last week or so, is that we have 2 new Ninjas. We have 2 new Ninjas in a new Ninja series. They've got a brand new look and new feel. So they've got sort of physically, they're very different, and also a brand new operating system, OS 11. So we're very excited about that. They pretty much will be in customers' hands by about now, I think, in terms of shipping. So they'll be available to purchase anytime from now. And really, so we've got 2 new Ninjas. We've got the Ninja and the Ninja Ultra. So they're the 2 new Ninjas in the series. And the Ninja, for instance, we've got a whole bunch of new features with that product that people can come and see at IBC. I mentioned the brand new operating system. So OS 11 is across our new product range, and that's got a whole host of new features that we're unlocking. Codec-wise, we've got all of our codecs now are included as free. So H.265 is there with ProRes RAW and ProRes and DNX. So that's all included for free, and you just have to sort of go onto our website and activate them for free. Monitoring tools, all the things that you sort of know and love about having a Ninja. We've improved those with 2 new monitoring tools for false color. We've added ARRI false color now we've had Atomus false color in the past. We've added ARRI false color as an option. And we've also added EL Zone System, which is a very exciting and very well received already. Actually, we've had so many tickets in and people saying that they're really excited to have EL Zone System supported as well. So that really adds and bolsters our superb monitoring tools on our Ninja lineup.
Right.
And then we have some sort of like scheduling, like we have what's called record assist and playback assist, which links in with time lapse. So lots of tools for being able to schedule when you can start and stop recording, whether it's time lapse, whether it's not, where you can play back at certain times or count down to a certain time. So really lots of useful sort of organizational type of features. We've got a segment pro, which means which is just not available right now, but coming very, very soon. And that's where you can split the clips up. You can start recording, and as you're recording, you can set a time or a file size where you can chunk into different files. So you can break them down into smaller files, which has many uses in many different ways. Again, quite a requested feature of ours. And then we have a major feature, which is really for OS 11, where we have what's called remote view. And that's it is a unique way, actually, of being able to link all of our devices together. So you can have up to 4 devices that can be configured, and the layouts, whether it's side by side, quad split, singles, picture in picture, add watermarks, and then you can route them to any Atomus device on OS 11 as a receiver, as a source, or Apple TV, or Mac OS, or iPad. So it's a super simple way of routing sources around so people can view content anywhere in the world from their Atomus device and to their Atomus device, as well as Apple devices. Cool. So pretty exciting stuff for that. So that's a highlight of the feature of the Ninja. And if I very quickly whiz on, because I know we literally only got 5 minutes. So the Ninja Ultra.
Done that. Go on, carry on. Yeah.
Oh, have you done? Yeah. So we've got a dual record feature for ProRes RAW. So that's been asked about for a lot. So ProRes RAW and Proxy. And we've got now also a 4K camera to cloud mode where you can record a very high quality 4K H.265 as a single codec and send that to camera to cloud. So that could be to Atomos Edit, it could be to Frame.io, it could be to Sony C Media. So lots of different ways of either having high quality files to the cloud or ProRes RAW. We're now getting SDI file naming from Sony, Canon, Arri Red, so that we can match an original camera file with the proxy. And we've now unlocked Wi-Fi 6E for the Ninja Ultra, which of course is the best of breed Wi-Fi that you can get, because obviously this is all based on connectivity. So we figured that we get Wi-Fi 6E in there as well. So all pretty exciting times. And 4K NDI, I forgot that.
Absolutely. So last question, if you want to put yourself back to full screen, just very quickly, because perhaps a yes or no answer. OS 11, will that be available on any previous models, or is it only available on these new models?
It won't be available on any Ninja previous models, just due to the sort of the platform that we've got. But newer models, I'd watch this space on other models. That's we'll be making some announcements around sometime between now and IBC. So I would just stay tuned.
Yeah, there might be some hardware limitations, and that's fair enough. It's just always interesting to know when you've got new software coming out, what our options are. Look, nothing's ever that expensive. Brilliant. Where we find you, usual place, is it?
Yeah, Hall 11, D25, right in the centre.
Brilliant. Thank you, Paul. Lovely to see you. And I think we're spending some time on your booth as well anyway, so we can get hands on with those products in a few weeks' time. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
Cheers, Paul.
Bye.
Few, I think it's 2 weeks' time, actually.
A few weeks' time, yeah.
So,
two new ninjas. That sounds very good.
Let's look at Beam Dynamics.
To David now from Beam Dynamics.
So he's.
I'm not familiar with them, so hopefully.
Yeah, we've done Beam Dynamics news before, haven't we?
David, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Good to see you. So for anybody that isn't familiar with Beam Dynamics, tell us a bit about your company, what you do, who you do it for.
Yeah, so we are an enterprise asset management platform, but ultimately what that means is that we're creating a standard data lexicon on every product within the production industry. So I used to work for some of the largest manufacturers in the industry, and I'd visit 150 or more production facilities a year. So I think I win the award for the most studios visited a year.
Yeah.
But working with the engineers and operators and technicians, I saw virtually the same problem everywhere I went. And that's that these engineers are managing 10, 20, 30,000 different types of equipment and technology. There's hundreds of different manufacturers and vendors that they're dealing with. And they basically don't have a single place to access critical firmware updates, documentation, create service tickets. They have to go to those hundreds of vendors and manufacturers. And so we initially built a platform that allows production organizations to link the assets that they own. And using just the model number, we're actually able to pull in firmware and software updates, documentation and manuals, life cycle information like end of life from over 10,000 different industry manufacturers. But the real unique thing is that once we have this standard data across these vendors, we can now help production organizations actually understand more about what they're using on set. So we can actually understand service issues may be impacting them across their entire organizations, making it easier to report up to the operations and the financial team about what's the life cycle, how much we're expected to spend on this product. So it's really one half of kind of bringing data in and standardizing it, and the other half of providing a tool for, you know, the engineers and technicians on the ground to manage that technology.
Yeah, I think that's why I know it, because I think I've heard about it. And it's a lot about resilience. It's a lot about knowing the future. It's knowing what's going to happen. It's not getting in trouble.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
Yeah, know what your hardware's doing. It's not digital asset management. It's, yeah, absolutely.
So, David, what are you looking forward to with IBC this year?
Yeah, so I think from our organization, we're all about connecting and sharing data. So we really think that if the industry can come together and create more standards, it's better both for manufacturers as well as the production organizations that use that technology. It's kind of like the prisoner's dilemma, where if everyone contributes a little, everyone actually ends up better. And so that's really what we're trying to help the industry do, is kind of expose more of that so they can share information easier, helping both sides of the industry communicate better and faster. So we're just excited to kind of continue that mission, talking to both, the manufacturers, but also the customers that use that equipment to see if we can create a better link between them.
Yeah.
Where can people find you at the show? Where can people find you? Have you got a stand number? Are you exhibiting, or you want?
We're wandering this year, so we will be actually operating out of the IABM booth.
Cool.
And so anyone can find us there, and then you can book a demo with us on our website, beamdynamics.io, and we'd be happy to pull up a computer and show you a little bit more about the platform and how we're doing this for some of the largest production companies across the globe, both broadcast, OB, as well as professional sports venues.
Cool.
Absolutely.
David, thank you very much indeed. Have a great show, and hopefully our paths will cross in Amsterdam somewhere.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cool. One of the benefits of IABM membership, I guess, you get to use their lounge and meeting rooms and.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to engage with people at IBC, and you don't have to be an exhibitor. You do it. So we should have Gary waiting in the wings from Pliant. We speak to Gary reasonably frequently.
We do, yeah. Communications, telecoms, intercoms.
Yep. So
Hello, Gary.
There. We've just got to
Hello.
Get him in. There we go.
Nice.
Hi, gents.
Nice.
Very well, thank you.
Good. So we're just 2 weeks away, Gary. No doubt you'll be flying long distance to get to Amsterdam.
That I will.
Yeah. What can we expect this year from Pliant?
Well, we've got a few new offerings. So a little bit about Pliant. We're a wireless intercom company. We specialize in high quality headsets and high quality communications. And we have two different product lines. And in each product line, we have a couple of models. So in our high-end product, the CrewCom system, that's our scalable technology, and that's used by large broadcasters and large events. Very, very popular system. Multiple bell packs available and very scalable. So we've got that in things like opera houses in France and a lot of live tours around the world. And then we have its smaller brother, the CB2, and that's kind of the same technology, same radio module quality, but it's a scaled down system, something more akin of a small rental company. It's a great thing for small live theater, educational application, etc. The Microcom line, we've got a couple of new products that we're going to be showing. So Microcom is really a portable system, lots of options. We have auxiliary I/O connectivity. We have antenna options. This is a small system that has either 6 or 10 user operation, depending on which frequency. And that's one of the interesting things, because we're a broadcast technology company. Our frequency really depends on the locale. So, for example, in North America, we have a 900 megahertz frequency band that's quite good. We have part of that band for South America, Australia, New Zealand, Micronesia, very effective. We do all of our products also in 2.4 gig, not a Wi-Fi product, but compatible with Wi-Fi. And that's quite successful. That's great. It can be used any place.
Yeah.
But we're announcing at IBC a new product in the Microcom line, the Microcom XR version at 863 megahertz. So this is a 6-user system, legal for use in Europe. Europe has some interesting RF restrictions. So this is Europe license-free, doesn't require anything from the end user other than turn on, use it. It's a great band. It's got great RF propagation, meaning it goes far, it sounds great. And so it's a brand new product for us. We'll be showing that at IBC.
Okay.
Along with our headset selection, which is we have a variety from large over-the-ear headsets with our Smart Boom technology. That's both ambidextrous, so a single headset can work left or right microphone, depending on how you'd like to use it. I'm happy to say that our headset line has done very well. We've just received an order for several thousand from one of the major sports leagues here in the U.S. To deploy it amongst all of their personnel. So doing quite well. And we have one other product that we've announced for the US. It's not available yet in Europe, and that's the all-in-one, which is effectively a belt pack built into the headset. Very small profile, very lightweight, again, very high quality, 900 megahertz frequency band, and that looks like an exceptional product. So we'll have that there to show, but really the 863 for the European market is the new product.
Fantastic, Gary. Thank you very much.
Well,
yeah.
Go on.
No, I was just going to ask you, where can people find you during the show?
Okay. Oh, you know what? My apologies.
We could tell you if you want.
You have the booth number in front of you. My screen just went blank there. 010
C53.
There we go.
Thank you.
That's the
Thank you, gentlemen.
We always try to have some notes.
And more information, of course, plianttechnologies.com.
Absolutely. And we look forward to hopefully spending some time with you on your booth at the show.
Excellent. Looking forward to seeing you and everybody else. Thanks, gents.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Gary. See you.
Bye-bye. Cool.
So,
so we're actually using some technology from this next company, which is Studio Technologies.
Yep.
And we're going to be chatting to Gordon.
Somewhere.
To Gordon. Gordon's coming in.
Gordon. Yeah.
And hello, Gordon.
So hopefully, Gordon, hello.
I am here. Good morning, gentlemen.
So we were just saying how we're using your in-ear monitoring box here at you know, in the studio as we speak, or as we listen.
Oh, good. And is it working fine for you?
At the moment. At the moment, no complaints. No, fantastic.
Well, I'll hope it goes fine for your today and maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
So normally we look at the Studio Technologies booth, and you've got so much going on, Gordon. You've got a lot of products, a lot of boxes solving solutions. Tell us what the highlights are this year at IBC.
Okay, the highlights are we have one hardware product and a software edition. The hardware product is our Model 5312 intercom station, which is a one rack space unit, which has 12 channels, which can be used to join with our other intercom products, you know, our belt packs and other user stations. But the nice thing about using the Dante technology, as you know, is that it'll join other Dante compatible devices, now of which there are thousands. So you could have 4 of the 12 channels be intercom talking to camera positions or graphics positions for a streaming or live broadcast. But you can also then have a couple of channels that are, let's say, directly communicating with an audio console, with wireless microphones, with a, let's say, a bridge that's taking you over the internet to another city or another country. So by using Dante and with the features we put in, we think it'll integrate really well into what people want to do both locally and for REMI or at-home applications. That's the hardware product. And then on the software side, a major broadcaster came to us and said, look, we're going to have an event where we have a lot of commentary positions, both in a booth, let's say in a stadium or other venue, but we're also going to have people at the locker rooms and the side of the court or playing spaces. How do we in real time monitor those people to make sure their level's okay, that they're being routed, their cue, you know, IFB signals, talent queuing signals. So we added what we're calling VenueView to our ST controller application, and that's a free application available on our website. And ST controller started as a way of configuring our various products. So you didn't have to have dip switches or other physical switches on the units. You could use VenueView to communicate with the products and tell them how you wanted them to operate. We added VenueView so that now you can create different views. So you could say, you know, in Chicago, the United Center is a big venue where the Bulls basketball team plays. So you could make a view called United Center and then assign your different courtside and on-air commentators' physical units to be displayed on the screen, and you could watch them in real time. So an engineer in charge or an audio assistant could monitor all the live audio in real time and make sure that it's going okay. So The customer hasn't tried it yet. They have it now, so we were good on what we were supposed to do, and it's available free for download for everybody to try and give us their comments.
Brilliant. Gordon, that's great. So we've got a hardware product, a software product, and where can people find you at the show?
They're going to find our colleague Mark at the Studio Technologies booth.
We know it.
Hall 8.
It's in Hall 8, and I apologize.
That's
I don't have the exact
F93
number,
I've got written down, so Foxtrot 93.
Good. Mark Townsend's a good guy, and he'll show people the products. Well, I'm going to be on holiday.
Oh, Gordon.
That's just not right.
Bad planning.
Yeah.
I have to get IBC to change its dates. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for letting me tell people about what we're doing.
Yeah, no, always a pleasure. Yeah.
Always nice to see you, Gordon. And
we'll see you next time, we hope.
Enjoy your holiday.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. So
even I haven't booked a holiday during IBC.
No.
I mean, either side of it, fair enough. But
yeah, right. Yeah. 2 weeks to go and he's going on holiday.
Yang from Visual On. Hi, Yang. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Very good. You're new to us as a person and a company. So tell us a little bit about Visual On.
Okay, so Visual is a Silicon-based multimedia software company. It was founded about 20 years ago, so it's been a while for a long time. So we started up as a software codec company. We develop optimized software codecs on embedded devices. But we're best known in the industry as the player providers. So we serve the top tier customers, companies like Amazon, Verizon, and also China Mobile, Telefonica, etc. And we have the best expert support in the industry. So that's why these top tier companies come to us.
Cool.
So what's the so at IBC this year, what's going to be your big topic of conversation with people that come to your booth?
So we think there are several things that's important. One is as live streaming become more and more popular. There's many things we can improve on the user experience side, like latency, and also especially for larger scale scalability, and also more user cases like interactivity or joint watch parties, etc. And then on the monetization part, effective advertisement is also going to be very important. And also, even though streaming is becoming more and more popular, people are struggling to make profits. So reduce operation costs is going to be a big topic going forward, and there's urgency there.
Yeah, and how are you addressing those trends and problems?
So we're very excited to showcase our new product. We call it Visual Optimizer. It's a universal CAE solution. CAE stands for Content Adaptive Encoding. So this is an independent module, not built inside the encoder. So it's independent on the actual encoding implementation. That means it can work with any encoders and support any compression format. It works for both VOD and live, and whether you use on-prem or public or private clouds. So this will help reduce the video bitrate significantly. So we have a customer that already in production, and they measure the amount of video they transmit in the previous months. On average, is over 40%. So that also help to improve the user experience as well. So for example, to reduce the startup time or the buffering ratio, you also can support more simultaneous users. And we also, with the same bitrate, we can also improve the video qualities. So we measure it by VMAX, and the VMAX on average can improve anywhere from 5 to 7, which is very noticeable. In some cases, it's up to 20. So that's very, very significant. And what's good about it is also that the computational overhead is very, very small. For H.264, we're under 5% on overhead, 5% of the software encoder itself. For HEVC, we actually reduce the computation requirement because we reduce the bit rate, so this encoder runs faster.
Cool.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so for people who are interested in catching up with you, where do we find you at IBC?
So we have a booth at Hop5, booth B83. We'll be showing our demos and
Fantastic. Jan, thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure meeting you and wishing you a successful IBC. Hope to see you there.
Thank you, and welcome to join us for happy hour on Sunday, 5 p.m., the 17th.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Our next guest is just coming on in a second. We've got Spencer from Markham Europe, who are they the European distributor for Marshall? I believe they are.
One of, but yes, main. Yes, main European.
So we just wait for
Jan
Jan to disconnect. And Spencer, hello Spencer, how are you doing?
Hi guys, I'm doing very well, and yourselves?
We're very good.
We're getting lower in our chairs as the day goes on, but we're doing well.
Good.
Good.
So tell us what's new for, I guess you're going to be talking about Marshall, are you?
Well, that's probably the best thing for me to do whilst I'm on here. So Markham and Marshall. So this year is a year of NDI HX3 for Marshall and Markham, and that's what we're concentrating on at IBC this year. So it's going to see the European debut of some new cameras, namely these little black curvy boxes. I don't know if anyone can see that. It's very small. But that does a lot. And this in particular, this is a 5 series camera, so this would be the 570 or the 574. And what we've done is we've taken out. Oh, that's nice. Where's mine?
Cheers.
You could come in.
Join you.
Yeah, there you go. There's yours.
Okay.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Come on,
right,
carry on.
I was rudely interrupted there by the guys getting their tea. I'm sure they need it after a long day, but. We're introducing the 570 and the 574. That based on our miniature point of view cameras, and these are the new NDI HX3 versions. So we have a regular HD version, and in the 570 and in the 574 the 4K version. Likewise, we also have the compact cameras, slightly larger. The miniature cameras take the M12 lenses. The compact cameras take the CS mount lenses. So again, we've got the miniature 570, 574, and then the next family up, which is the compact one, the 370 and the 374. And again, with the 374 being the 4K.
Yes.
They've all been optimized to feature the latest sensor technology. It's a new Sony sensor we're using. Don't ask me what the name of the sensor is because I don't know.
Okay.
But that's where we are.
Sensor is enough.
Sorry?
The latest Sony sensor is enough information.
Good.
Yeah.
So how many would you like, sir?
Spoken like a true wheeler dealer. Now,
speak for yourself.
What else? What else we got on the stand?
Oh, we've got everything. So it's not just those new cameras. The NDI HX3. God, it's a lot for me. It's been a long week.
Yeah.
But we've got the regular cameras. So all the very latest in cameras, whether it's compact, miniature, zoom block. There's some nice zoom block cameras out there. Again, there's a new NDI version of the zoom block camera, which everyone should be interested in, which is the 420EN, I think it is. Named N, obviously, for NDI. And then we've got the PDZ cameras as well. So the full range will be there. Range of required lenses, accessories, grip, whatever you want, it's all going to be there. So Marshall will be there. The stand is in Hall 2 this year, so a bit of a change for us.
Oh, right. Okay.
We used to be up in 12. I think there was some miscommunication along the line between Marshall and IBC and vice versa, so they ended up in Hall 2. But the stand is A47, pop along. The Markham crew will be there as well as the Marshall crew, and we'll be there to answer any questions, show you the very latest technology.
We'll be there, and I would imagine, full-time manning the booth.
So who will?
Yeah, Stuart, your colleague.
Yeah, Stuart, my colleague, that's Stuart Watson. He'll be there. Tony and myself will be there as well.
Okay.
And there'll be a contingent from America over. So,
aside
I think
from,
we'll see Letitia and Bernie.
So, Spencer, aside from cameras, are you showing any monitoring solutions at all on the booth, or are you just sticking?
There will be some monitors, obviously, to show the pictures.
Yes, of course.
But what the models are, I'm not too sure. I wasn't informed. So I've seen a rough design of the stand. It looks very nice and compact. Very bijou, you might say. But well, that's the French one. But
nice.
No, there will be some monitoring stuff there. So yeah, we've got to show the pictures, and why not show the Marshall monitors? They're some of the best out there, and so are the cameras. But you guys should let me know if you want to test some. You've tested some stuff in the past and make good use of it. So
absolutely,
that's very true. Yes, we have, and we do like the cameras. We do like the solutions. So we'll have to be in touch.
Well, the applications are limitless. We find new applications for these cameras on a daily basis, from salmon pens in Norway through to reality TV, you name it, with supply, especially a load of sports demands at the moment. And being the summer, a load of events have been covered, the likes of Glastonbury and Reading, Leeds, etc. They've all had Marshall cameras dotted around.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Spencer, thank you very much indeed.
We'll make sure we come by.
You make sure you do come by. And can I suggest that you buy me a beer one night?
We might try. Depends how many cameras you get.
Was the mic failed there or something?
Right.
I think the chances of not bumping into you are remote, so I'm sure it's a strong possibility.
All right, guys. Listen, thank you very much for the time. Looking forward to seeing you and all the visitors over at IBC. And as I say, come and see the latest Marshall cameras and us.
Thanks, Veset. Good to
see
you.
You're very welcome. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Good luck.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So we've been talking about SSL during the day, haven't we? SSL are supporting what we're doing today, which we're very appreciative. They're exhibiting Hall 8 B81.
Yep.
So far we've shown 2 short videos that we pre-recorded.
On System T.
You spoke to Bernie in this next one that we're about to run now.
This is part 3. The others are available when you get it. So have a look at part 3 and we'll see you after this. Hi, we're back with Bernie Carpenter from SSL, and we've learned already today in 2 previous videos about their new Tempest Control app. And back to tell us a bit more about some applications now. So Bernie, could you run through some of the applications you'll be targeting with the Tempest Control app?
Hi Matt, absolutely. So yeah, with the Tempest Control app, it's suitable for a number of new applications and also existing applications that will help our use cases here. So things like remote production and automated news production, or really anywhere where a physical control surface is not required, this will help. We're seeing a push towards remote or distributed solutions for outside events still, so being able to deliver more content but without that physical impact, whether that's equipment or the carbon footprint of the travel, and also the travel requirements for the staff themselves. So we're still seeing a drive towards these remote production ideas and scenarios. And there are a lot of models, whether it's having the equipment on site, remotely controlling that equipment, having a centralized production facility, or using cloud processing. The need for all of them is going to continue. But what we try and do as a manufacturer is to help the broadcasters by providing all of these different building blocks in as consistent a way as possible. So an operator can be moving from one to another without needing to relearn the tools or worry about what's going on under the hood. And a system designer knows that they can take the right building block for the application that they're doing and build the best solution.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting that you say that there's still a drive towards remote production, and there are benefits over and above what initially made us, introduce remote production, if you like. So there's sustainability, there's efficiencies, etc. So it does beg the question: how does this new software help the customers with remote production?
Yes, well, the key thing is the reduced size and the increased flexibility it now offers. The software provides full control over our Tempest engines. Now, you'll probably need audio processing on site. Whichever form of remote production you're doing, there will be a need for low latency audio feeds. Yes. Now that you can run this control software alongside the engine, it means that the amount of equipment going on site is greatly reduced. You can still connect into it from a larger control surface in a studio if you want to. And that's that's really beneficial. It means that any surface, whether it's what's at the venue or in the studio, can control the mic preamps which are on site. It can do the AOIP routing and control all of the mix settings from both locations independently, with the reduced overall footprint of the on-site system running on the hardware that the customer wants it to run on.
Yeah, again, I mean, that's a big argument towards the sustainability. Less impact, full stop. You're not carting as many people or as much kit around. It's a big argument. But you also mentioned automated news production. How does the control app, the Tempest control app, help with automated news?
Yeah, so it's something that we've done quite a lot of already with existing System T installations using our Tempest control rack, the hardware rack mount control surface. With Tempest control app, what was that 3U box is now an application, and that can be run on either a dedicated small form factor PC or in a virtual environment on a shared server. So again, the hardware requirements are greatly reduced. And typically you might still want a fader tile that could be built into furniture in the operator position to allow them to have the direct control of the Tempest engine. Or you could have your faders remotely controlled. So a lot of production automation systems will have their own dedicated audio hardware section, and that could be driving the Tempest control app software, which in turn is working alongside the Tempest engine. So you can still have your hardware to control, but the overall footprint of the system has been greatly reduced with the control app.
That's brilliant, Bernie. It sounds like something we really need to direct people to come and find you at IBC. So where can they find you if they're at IBC this year?
We'll be in Hall 8 as usual, and we're in B81 this year, or you can also head to solidstatelogic.com for more information.
Fantastic, brilliant. Thank you very much, Bernie. And don't forget, if you've missed any of the other 2 videos that we've been doing with Bernie about this new announcement at IBC this year, then go and find them.
So that's System T from SSL. We've been chatting to Bernie. That's the 3rd one, isn't it, that we've done today? You can catch the individual ones on the channel, or you can just scrub backwards on this to hear.
Yeah, it's interesting. Go and see them at IBC, and of course, all of them will be available in their own right. And,
absolutely. So we're now talking to Tim from BST Technology. Hello, Tim. Great to see you.
Great to see you too as well. Thank you. And I appreciate being in between 2 really great companies, SSL and Matrox. That's nice. Nice touch.
There you go.
That's a bit of a monster stood in front of you, Tim. Give us a quick run through of what we're looking at here.
Got it.
Yes, of course. Well, this is about 1/4 of the equipment we're taking with us to IBC, so you can feel for us in that regard.
Yeah.
But what we have directly in front of me are our 2 newest cameras. These are our flagship outdoor EX Ultra and the new flagship indoor R9. So much to talk about. I could take the entire time to talk about these 2 cameras, but we'll come back to, I think, Fast Edge EVC here in a bit. To my left is our new blue line, which we're also very excited about. We'll have the entirety of it on display.
Yep.
And then to my right, Dante AV. So we'll have Dante AV Ultra and Dante AV H. All of these things will be up live for people to interact with. The way we've designed our booth is so they can come, put their hands on it, take a controller, operate the cameras, and then see the output on a monitor. So we're really excited. First time to exhibit at IBC. We're very excited about it.
Is this really your first time at IBC?
It really is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And so the highlights, we've seen the blue line. We covered the blue line in person at ISE and at NAB.
Right.
Can you give us some highlights of what's new at IBC?
Probably the newest thing for us, as far as the equipment for Europe, the EX Ultra, the R9 are brand new, as well as Fast HEVC. So those will be, for the European market, the first time they've been able to get up close and personal with this technology and with the power of these 2 cameras. So I think those will be the biggest draws.
And what is it, because obviously you're not the only PTZ manufacturer out there, what is it that sets BST apart maybe from your competitors?
so many things. The one I'll highlight that comes to mind immediately, our cameras, these two in particular, have 2 FPGA video engines. What that means is we have 2 up to 12G SDI, HDMI up to 2.0, IP stream, optical fiber, all available, all simultaneous with independent resolutions and frame rates. I don't think anybody else in the world does that. So that's just one. The other thing would be in the EX Ultra's case, the outdoor rating is IP67. The entire camera is.
Wow.
And even our indoor R9 is outdoor rated IP65. So those would be just a couple of the things that set Bolin's cameras apart. They're smooth, they're quiet, our motors are amazing, but those independent simultaneous outputs and IP streams, multiple ones, are really unique.
Brilliant.
Is IP67 submersible almost? Is that pretty much?
I feel so uncomfortable saying sure you can dunk it in water, but you know, in the certification process, that is in fact what they do.
Yeah.
And an IP67 rating means it has to spend a certain amount of time submerged and still be fine. I don't want to officially recommend that a person do that, but it is absolutely a beast of an outdoor camera.
Wow.
I think if you're in big storms and you're in, sort of in your places that get very wet, you need that.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Absolutely, yeah.
Whereas the other one probably fine in the UK.
Well, unless you've had a summer like ours.
Yeah, okay. So where are people going to find you when they visit IBC this year?
Our stand is 2 and then A29. So I guess that's Hall 2, right? And then A29, would that be right?
Yeah, that
and
is exactly
I see
right.
you've got a visitor code there for people that might not have registered yet. They can grab their free visitor pass, I guess, with that code IBC.
They sure can, and we'd love for them to. IBC extended that up until Friday, I believe, of this week. 2 other quick things, if we've got time. Let me just mention Fast HEVC, because that is a technology we are very excited about for broadcasters. SDI quality over IP on a 1 gig system in about 50 megabits. We're talking 4K 60, 444, 12-bit video with 2 frames of latency in about 50 megabits. It's a tremendously exciting technology. Both these cameras have that built in. And one more thing, we are announcing our new Europe operation. We have a launch event for this. Bolin has come to visit many times, but now we're building a home in Europe. And so we are very excited to announce Bolin Technology Europe Limited. So please come by, talk to us about that, meet Duncan Smith, who is the director of sales for that operation. We're very, very excited about that.
Fantastic.
So we know where to find you.
We do. And in fact, we're going to be spending time with yourself and Duncan as well on the booth. So we're looking forward to that as well.
Boy, so am I.
Good stuff. Tim, safe travels over to Amsterdam, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you. Bye. Great.
Well, it's odd to think, isn't it? It's their first IBC.
I guess so. I guess you just know Bolin.
We met them first at ISE in Barcelona, I think, and then NAB, and then here we are in Amsterdam.
Yeah, so now we're getting into Angus at Matrox Video.
Matrox Video, yes, indeed. We spoke to someone earlier on, didn't we, that was on the Matrox booth. My mind's forgotten who it was now. But Angus, hello.
Yeah.
Good day. How are you, fine sirs?
We are very well, thank you.
Not as good as we were at 10 o'clock this morning, but we're okay.
I bet. Well, just wait till how you feel at the last day of the show, right?
There you go. Yeah, good point. So let's talk about cloud for broadcast, is it?
Cloud to broadcast, absolutely. Well, there's a big move. Everyone has been looking at computers as a great way to increase flexibility and scalability, general purpose. You think, I can buy off-the-shelf components and make software do all its magic. That works pretty well, except that, of course, they're constrained by time. So having SDI-based systems, baseband-based systems that all need to be synced and genlocked together and coordinated is demanding, as we know. And it makes it hard to take advantage of all of the very interesting capabilities that the cloud offers. Everyone thinks about being able to just dial up your compute power, your processing power, use an OpEx model instead of a CapEx model, avoid all of the on-prem equipment if you can, and the requirements to keep it up and running and maintained. So everyone is excited about computers. Now, when you go and look at it, they introduce some problems. When you try to mix a computer world with the video world, you have latency issues and performance issues and a lot of coordination, orchestration issues. So Matrox, we're an OEM company as well as an end user company. And we provide a lot of core technology to many of the broadcast manufacturers. So we're working on a very interesting software development framework. I think that's what we should call it. It's a new way of creating SDKs, and we're going to offer those SDKs to the industry. And it's a really interesting new platform. We call it Matrox Origin. And the difference between Matrox Origin and any other existing platform is that it is native to the cloud. It's native to IT. It's an IT-based system. It uses computer principles for processing. And by that, we could use a term called asynchronous. If you think about asynchronous, the ability to have multiple CPUs, GPUs, different kinds of machines available to help you to get your render done, to get your production on air. So when you start to say, well, wait a second, we've been trying to go from the realm of video to the realm of IT, but those two worlds don't mix. Well, Matrox Origin redefines how we do it. Instead of trying to retrofit video thoughts into a computer environment, we're saying, well, why don't we look at this from a blank sheet of paper? Yeah. We're going to create a computer-based system for video. And this is very interesting because it's going to allow you to take advantage of scalability and flexibility in the cloud. But because it's on a general purpose platform, you'll also be able to have it on-prem or hybrid. And so there are a lot of people who are saying, oh, well, I want to move to the cloud. There are a lot of people who have said, well, we've tried the cloud and we appreciate certain benefits from it, but actually we wouldn't want to make it our sole platform. And so we'll keep some on-prem and then we'll scale up in the cloud if and when we need it for a specific project or event or particular production that might need it. So we're excited about this. We feel like this is what everyone has been waiting for years, the full promise of virtualization. The question originally was, well, how can we use computers to help us with video? And then it was, well, how do we, start using software to do things that were never before possible, visual effects and all this kind of stuff. And then VR and then game engines and all these things. And so we're working towards full virtualization. And so the question broadcasters have is, when can we virtualize? The answer is now. So come by 7B15 at the show and we'll tell you all about it.
Angus, you took the last question out of our mouths, where to find you. So 7B15 is where it's all happening. And obviously people can see all the other solutions from Matrox as well on the booth.
Absolutely. Streaming, encoding, lots of 2110, Convert IP, a new product that we're going to be showing some new features of at the show. So people looking for 2110 support. So thanks a lot.
It's a must drop by stand.
Yeah. Thanks, Angus. Nice to see you. And we'll see you over in Amsterdam. Thank you.
See you in Amsterdam.
Bye-bye.
Look forward to it. Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, Matrox is always a good one. So,
we're going to the home of the honey badger now.
Honey badger, yeah.
Which I hadn't heard of before NAB this year. The honey badger.
No, well, I don't think any of us. Oh no, we hadn't even heard of the honey badger.
No,
yeah.
I've since seen it attacking all sorts of animals.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the man.
So here's our silverback.
We're obviously talking about multi-dying, and it's Jesse Foster.
Yeah.
Hi, Jesse.
You guys
how you
been
doing?
studying up on the honey badger? Are you guys aficionados now?
I got it wrong, but I won't repeat what I was calling it earlier.
We are honey badger experts since NAB. Yeah. So.
Excellent. Hey, good to see you guys. I bet it's been a long day. So
it's been a long day.
It's been a good days, but yeah.
Good. Yeah.
The floor is yours. IBC.
Excellent.
What are you showing?
All right. Yeah. So I'll just go through what we have coming up at the show.
Yeah.
So we're stand 10 B40, Hall 10, stand B40. We have the NIA 9205 series, AVC, HEVC, HD, 4K encoder, decoder product line. We had it at the show last year, but it's been enhanced with some cool new features, including multi-destination, multi-protocol streaming. So simultaneously, you could do like RTMP to multiple locations, HLS, SRT, built-in down mixing for 5.1 uncompressed audio. So, PCM 5.1 audio in the HD SDI or 4K 12G SDI input. It'll down mix to stereo. So you can encode stereo for downstream devices that don't have support for surround sound. That's a cool feature. And also at the Texas Association of Broadcasters show earlier this month, we were showing live SCSI 35 insertions, so commercial insertion break messaging over IP right in the encoder. And that allows operators to basically monetize their streams live at the site, at the emission encoding site. So that's exciting enhancements for the NIA 9205. The HUT 8 product that you see up top here is a power supply that was initially developed to work with Grass Valley studio cameras. So it basically goes in between a CCU and a camera and eliminates the SMPTE hybrid. You run over single mode fiber, and then you use the box to go back to SMPTE hybrid. We could power a camera over multiple kilometers of SMPTE hybrid using this device. But we've developed a range of accessories and enhancements to our products to use this HUT 8 power supply, the first of which is this QS4 APE. So what you can do is throw this thing down on the end of, you connect SMPTE fiber to this port here, and then you connect SMPTE fiber to this port here on the other end. And then you have an array of accessory power outputs, including high amp outputs to power cameras, 24, 12 volts. And there's also 2 single mode fibers in there because the SMPTE fiber has 2 fibers. So you could opportunistically use those fibers however you want, right? So this is kind of like a utility solution. You can use any camera you want, 24 volt. You could do, film camera workflows with this. It's really agnostic. But now we take that APE and we integrate it to the Silverback. Now we have the Silverback APE. So the initial thought behind this was to enable us to power 24 volt cameras like the Alexa 35. So now you can use the Alexa 35 in multicam live, live workflows like we've been doing with the Venice or the Amira up to date, but the Alexa 35 needs 24 volts. So this supplies that in addition to a bunch of accessory power to power fizz servos, talent monitors, viewfinders, really a wide range of accessories people are throwing on these systems now, because this turns like a digital cinema camera into a proper studio camera, because the power extension is really extreme. We could do like 200 watts over 10,000 feet of SMPTE fiber. So it's really works like a SMPTE studio camera now, but with a cinema camera. So the other place you'll find the APE is in the VB series. So the VB series is our customizable product line for fiber extension that is used for PTZ quite often. So this one, you can customize the IO to fit the camera, and now you have the APE extension. You could do long haul power and all the fiber. It's all in band over that single fiber. So FR7, Sony FR7 is a camera that's being paired with this system. And we're also adding HDMI input cards to support the FR7's HDMI output. So you can see menu feeds coming back, and you get it back as SDI on the other side. Another advancement we have to show is a new range of silver bullets. So just better specs, better performance, quicker lead times, really streamline the supply chain for ourselves on this product. So this is it's going to be a hot one for us. And then last but not least, we have an American honey badger in Amsterdam situation coming up here, right? So we won the TV Tech Best of Show Award at NAB, and we took it to Cinegear, and that community thought it was awesome. It's just solved so many problems. But what it is a venue extension connection system, for stadiums and campuses. So it's got intercom, IFB, Genlock, multiple 8 videos back and forth, could be 12G or 3G. You got 8 mic pre's and 8 line level audios and serial data, Ethernet, so it's a pretty amazing system. So we'll have that at the show, and look forward to seeing you guys. I know we have some time scheduled to talk at the show, so I'm looking forward to that.
Fantastic.
Well,
Jesse, that's amazing.
I mean, it's complete. That doesn't really leave us much to ask you, apart from reminding us where you are. What's your, do you remember?
10B40.
10B40. Jesse,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you, the team, and the Honey Badger in a few weeks in Amsterdam. Thank you very much.
See you guys there.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Jesse.
Fantastic.
Yep, always good. So, Intera
Systems with Penny Westlake. We just wait for Penny to be patched through, and we'll have a chat to her about what she's looking forward to.
Yeah, it was impressive, that Honey Badger, I have to say.
Well, it's a beast, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
no, all jokes aside, it's very good. So yeah.
Hi, Penny.
Hi, Penny.
Hi.
Good to
How are
see
you guys? Long day.
Long day. We're here.
Yeah, we're good.
Fine.
We're good. IBC, Penny, what's going on with Intera?
Oh, we're pretty excited this year. Well, we always are excitable, but we're pretty excited because we're doing we're putting a preview up of our major release of Baton, which is our sort of flagship file-based QC product. You guys probably know, we specialize in QC monitoring, quality assurance. Version 9 of Baton will be out in a couple of months. It's going through our internal QC at the moment. Right. But it's really quite a big major release, whole new tech stack, lots and lots of new video checks, lots and lots of enhancements. So that's going to be a big one at the show. And there's a couple of other things as well, but that's one of the major.
Is that your highlight, really? And you say it's going through checks. Is it ready? Well, I mean,
Well, we're not planning to release it for a couple of months because at these shows we get such great feedback from our customers. So
that's good feedback for the people coming. Actually, they can come and talk to you and have an impact on how you
absolutely. Almost everything we do now, certainly on the Baton products, is based on customer feedback and customer request. But with this one, as I say, we've done a lot in under the hood, as it were. Because with people increasingly using high resolution video, 4K, UHD, and also HDR, it's important to keep working on improving performance and improving speed and improving connections to APIs. So it's not just about being better at locating dead pixels or video dropouts and things like that. It's also important that we we keep up with the underlying technology. So we're quite excited about version 9.
Fantastic. And where can people find you at this show, Penny?
They can find us in Hall 7, our usual spot, C09. We like to try and make it easy for people to find us.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing. I mean, we've got some other things going on with our Orion suite and also Baton Captions, which is our subtitling and captions system. We're going to be giving a sneak peek at Captions Live. So, we're going to have the full package, regeneration, transcription, multi-language, QC, of course, and review. And now we're going to be adding live. So we'll be, again, doing an advanced showing of how that's going to look. Again, because we want to get the feedback from our customers about exactly what they want.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Brilliant.
Absolutely. Well, Hall 7 is no doubt the busiest hall to be in, so I think you're in the right place. And
yeah, I think I've spent quite a few weeks of my life in Hall 7.
There you go.
Not just Amsterdam. But it's always a pleasure, this show,
That's good.
And I think it's setting up to be one of the busiest ones we've really seen since before COVID.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm sure it will be.
A lot of international meetings being scheduled already, and people in Europe have only just got back from holiday, so we're seeing an awful lot of interest.
Yeah,
excellent,
brilliant. So
good.
7C09.
Yep, thank you very much indeed.
7C09.
Hope to see you over there.
Take care. Thank you.
Yeah, hope so, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Bye bye.
Take care.
Brilliant.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, and I think
so we're gradually
got
catching
Jeff
up.
On a main concept is waiting in the wings. I think we met Jeff at NAB, didn't we?
Yes, we did do main concept at NAB.
Hello, Jeff.
If I remember rightly, they're the best secret behind the scenes.
Hey, you remembered.
Yeah.
Doing really well yourselves.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, are you still the best kept secret behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not as much of a secret, but we're getting there.
Excellent.
We're trying to keep it quiet, but
So
what's getting out there?
Cool.
No, what are you talking to people at IBC about this year?
Oh, this year we're super excited, of course, like everybody else is. So we are basically continuing to evolve what we showed about 6 months ago when I talked to you last. So one of the big things we have there is our codec-based advertising technology. NAB, we did more of like a really mock-ups of what we've got going on, but this time we are showing some true blue engineering type demos about ad tech. So we've got our HEVC codec in the background running with some real-time ad insertion there. So we've got some great sports content, and we've basically got some ads going in there. The great thing about our ad technology is that it's targeted, it's enhanced, and we're really focused on the server side for it. So what we're really trying to do here on the ad side is focus on codecs and how really there are a lot of ad tech solutions out there, but really codecs can be at the core of that, and how can we make those efficient, and how can we use those for enhanced targeting and efficiency and distribution. So that's number one. Number two is our next generation of broadcast. There has been a lot going on in the last 6 months. When we talked last time, there were these trials going on in Brazil. There's a lot of standardization that's happened, and our codecs are being used for both trials and real live implementations globally. And that even includes the brand new BBC codec. So I know the industry talks about how that's new and upcoming, but really it is here. There are trials going on. There's customers that are actually using it, implementing it, testing it. So that is becoming a reality. And then overall, we're just going to be talking about our codecs in general. As we talk about, we have the world's largest codec library. We are a sort of like a secret inside, but we don't want to be that secret. So we've got some cool features that we have within those codecs that we really want to shout out to the world.
Fantastic.
Cool. And the guy that's going to turn up, that's going to make your show, what does he do? What's just in very short, without going into too much detail, because we are short on time, but the guy that's going to turn up is going to absolutely make the show. What's the profile of this person, of this customer?
Well, I mean, we're really, really excited about the ad tech side. And so we're really looking at sort of like the CDNs and the overall distributors that are really that have gotten into the ad tech space, but are really looking to make their workflows a lot more efficient. How can they really enhance the targeting and things like that? So those are the people we really want to talk to.
Yeah, that's good.
And overall, just those people that come to Codex as well.
Cool. Get that message out there. And where can they find you?
We are in Hall 7, booth 7C27. We're right by Adobe and Avid, so you won't be able to miss us.
Fantastic. Jeff, thank you very much indeed for that. And apologies to cut you short, but I'm sure people can find out a lot more when they visit you at the show. So look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
A company that we've been speaking to more recently at shows is Magewell. We use their products.
Yeah.
And
we started using them a lot in lockdown. USB encoders for
HDMI. Yeah, absolutely. And we are joined by Mike Nan. Hello, Mike. How you doing?
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? You've had a long day already.
We're nearly done, actually.
We're nearly done, thankfully, but we are a bit behind, as always, but not as bad as last time.
So you need very little introduction, Mike. So the floor is yours for a few minutes.
Awesome.
Tell us what people can expect on your booth.
Well, you know, it's funny because I was thinking about it the other day. It's going to become a running joke between us that your countdown shows always come about a week too soon for me to give you the big news, right? Like at NAB, I was talking about teasing the fact we had a big upgrade to our USB Fusion capture and mixing device, but I couldn't tell you the details. This time around, we've got a brand new product in a brand new category for Magewell, but we're doing the big reveal next week. So I can't give you the scoop on that yet, but the good news is you guys are booked to come do videos on our booth at the show. So I'm looking forward to seeing you because I'll be able to show you everything then. But you know, that doesn't mean there's not stuff for me to talk about today. We've announced a whole lot of new things over the last couple of months. One of the big ones we're going to be showing is our new Control Hub software, which is our second generation device and stream management software. From a device management standpoint, it lets systems integrators, admins, IT staff, all of those folks remotely configure and control multiple Magewell encoding and decoding streaming IP conversion devices from anywhere in one dashboard. So it's perfect, for example, for a remote production setup where you've got feeds coming in from all sorts of remote sites, but you want to manage them all from back in the studio. You can configure parameters, monitor device status, preview the video, start and stop encoding, even do batch firmware upgrades in between events, all from one dashboard. The other thing it can do is streaming protocol conversion. So SRT is a big deal, obviously, in remote production for its resiliency, transporting video over the internet. But you may have some legacy devices in your workflow that only support older formats like RTMP. So Control Hub lets you do conversion between those streams, up in the cloud or in a centralized server, so that you can have a seamless interoperability between all these locations and devices without having to worry about it. So we actually started shipping that just under a month ago, and it's the first time you'll see it at IBC. So that'll be one of our featured demos. The next thing on the list, everybody knows Magewell for their capture devices. A couple of weeks ago, we announced 2 new ones. They're in our EcoCapture family of ultra-compact, power-efficient capture cards. They're tiny, 22 millimeters by 80, designed for portable and small systems where you don't have full-size PCIe slots or even USB ports available. So the 2 new ones we just announced are both 4K at 60 frames a second. One has an HDMI interface. One has SDI, whether that's 12 gig single link SDI or quad link 3 gig SDI for legacy 4K products. And those are going to be making their trade show debut at IBC as well. So those are the 2 things we just announced over the last month. Of course, we've got products that we announced earlier this year that are going to be seen at IBC for the first time in Europe. We've got, one of the first ones is our first Dante-enabled audio product, the ProConvert Audio DX. We brought it out earlier this year. It lets people convert IP audio between Dante, NDI audio, and SRT audio. It can also serve as an on-ramp or off-ramp to audio over IP networks by converting between those formats and analog audio. And it can even serve as a capture device. So the idea was really, it's a cliche, but the Swiss Army knife of IP audio conversion and capture all in one box. So it'll be making its IBC debut. And last but not least on the list, in our live streaming family, we've got upgrades to our Ultra Encode AIO, which is our flagship live media encoder. So, it's incredibly flexible both for IP production and live streaming. It can encode H.264, H.265, NDI-HX2, NDI-HX3, and transport it, across over about a dozen protocols. So we've continued expanding what we can do with that. It does 4K 30 encoding, recording to files, and so forth. So we'll have some new upgrades to it that we're going to be showcasing at IBC for the first time. So, anybody coming to IBC, we're in booth 7.A44. And, I'll be there myself. Hope you can come by, visit, say hi. And Simon and Matt will be at the show too. So we're filming some video. So if you can't make it by the stand, you can always catch up after the fact.
Mike, you've done our job for us. What more can we say?
That's right. Trying to make it easy for everyone.
We will see you in 2 weeks' time. Looking forward to it, Mike. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thanks again, guys.
Take care.
See you, mate. Right.
One take wonder.
Yeah, well.
And now another company we're using the kit for here, Netgear.
Netgear AV routers. Yeah. They're always part of the system somewhere.
Yep. And
we need some more, actually.
Well, the man to talk to about getting some more is John Henkel.
Yeah.
John, we need more.
Oh, good segue.
Yeah. So we're just saying that we're using the Netgear AV routers in here now. So and we need some more, but we'll talk to you about that later. So we're sorry to keep you waiting. So as you can see, we're a little bit behind time. So let's get straight on with it. And you can tell us about the new M4350 or 4350 series, and the upcoming support of SMPTE ST2110.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to talk about for us this year, and we'll be in Hall 11, stand B16, can't forget that. But we're happy. These new 4350 switches carry on the legacy we've started with all of our other AV switches for commercial residential. Yep. So there's 12 models altogether. 7 of them are out now. We don't just do one model. You got to do a dozen. Engineers and marketing and operations are like, really? 12 new models of switches. So 7 are out now. 5 will come a little later in the year. And the ones later in the year, 2 of those are going to have the 2110 support. So that took a new chipset, new engineering. It's not simple to pull off. So we wanted to make sure we took the time to do it right. And those will be out later in the year. We have lots of good beta customers lined up. So we're going to put them through the paces, of course, and make sure they're ready to go for quality high-end broadcast. So that's our M4350 switches. And those will have that AVOS for that same ease of use, the configuration, the profiles.
Yeah.
That'll be the same thing for broadcast too. So it's going to be a groundbreaking way to set up a switch for a broadcast. So we're looking forward to that.
So this was, one of the things, if you're using NDI, you really need to, as an example, you really need to use the right switch, especially if you're using PoE. You've got to configure it properly. Really, Netgear is the choice. Now, your the introduction of support for ST2110, is there something particularly different about this router now, about having to support ST2110 switch?
And first of all, minor point of contention. These are switches, not routers.
Yeah, switches.
We do have a new router out too. That's the other cool thing.
Yeah.
We have a new professional router coming out, or that's out now. The difference is it's different chipset. It needs a higher level of clocking, and I'm not the engineer to go through all this.
No.
But I know that there's higher requirements for making sure that signal passes through in a timely manner, of course.
Okay.
So we had to make sure we have all that set up.
And what else can people expect to see you shouting about on the Netgear stand, John?
Well, so we have that new, I mentioned quickly, the new router. It's the official model's PR460X. You can look for that. That'll be in distribution. That is not available on our website or from Amazon. So that's a new professional router. That's got some 10 gig, multi-gig ports. So as you're getting internet to the building or to a high-end residence, whatever, or broadcast facility, you got 10 gigs of input for that, which is amazing for a router. It's got dual WAN failover as well. So you hook up a mobile hotspot for the second WAN port, and if your internet goes down, you're good to go, like what happens where I live all the time. So that's new routers coming up. And we'll have our prime free Pro AV design services team there, led by Laurent Massia, who I call the founder of Pro AV at Netgear. He'll be there and doing a class like every hour on network design for AV. So we want to check that out and check out demos on demand of our Engage controller, that AVOS that has that profile-based approach. If you haven't seen that, here's your chance to go up and get your own demo.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
John, and as you've already said, we can find you in Hall 11, B16.
Correct. I will not be there, unfortunately, guys. I won't see you this year. But we have a capable staff who'll be there.
Well, we'll be spending time with those capable staff, with the crew from Kit Plus. So we'll be finding out a lot more as well and sharing that as well. So we're looking forward to it. Thank you for joining us, John.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, John. See you, bye.
Bye-bye. So I think we're going now to Quilt, and we're going to be talking to Mark Fisher. Who's going to be giving us an overview of the recent announcements. Everyone's got news coming out.
Lisa a couple of times over the years, and
hello, Mark.
Hello, good to be with you.
Mark, you're with us. Hi.
Yes.
You can leave.
I thought he was going to speak. I keep speaking over him, you see. So I guess, it's over to you. Give us an overview of what Quilt are going to be talking about and showing why people want to come and see you at IBC this year.
Yeah, great. We've got a lot to talk about. It's been a good year. We've announced partnerships with big internet service providers in the past year, like Vodafone and Telefonica, JCOM in Japan, Fastweb in Italy. And what we're doing differently is, as a CDN, or compared to traditional CDNs, we embed our CDN technology deep in service provider networks, which means it's closer to users than ever before, and it means our quality is better than anyone else. At IBC, we'll be showcasing our all-edge network, and that's through the lens of an open API that's developed based on Streaming Video Technology Alliance specifications, and it'll give the audience a sense of the capacity, the distributed network, where we operate around the world. And for content publishers, and I should say some of the biggest streaming platforms in the world work with us. I wish I could share their names, but they're ones you would immediately know. They're getting more capacity, better quality delivery, better experiences for their users. That's
the important thing. So, who are you? I mean, who would be your ideal visitor to come and see you at the show? Who do you want to see this year?
Well, if I could draw the ideal, right? We do live sports streaming like no one else. So you think about companies like DAZN, BT Sport, anyone who's streaming live sports, live events on scale to millions of users. These are folks we can help, and so that's the short list of the kinds of folks we want to meet with.
Cool.
And where do we send them then?
Right, so we'll be at the Cisco stand. We are one of 2 partners with Cisco. Quilt and Intel are there in the Cisco stand. You'll find that easily, and we'll have our demo there for you to see. Anyone can walk up.
Yeah, I think the Cisco stand is normally all 3. It's pretty big. As you walk in,
that's right.
There, bang. Yeah. You're not going to miss it.
Mark, thank you very much for joining us. Looking forward to hopefully meeting you again at IBC.
Excellent. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
So we're now talking to
Keith Buckley.
Keith Buckley from Zytec.
I think you're familiar with Zytec.
Yeah,
More
they
so
do. They do scheduling management systems. No doubt Keith will correct me.
Tell us.
But I think anything to do with staff management, planning, everything you could want in a production, they've got it.
I think he's here.
Keith, how you doing?
Hey, great, Matt and Simon. How are you? Good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Keith. So we've spoken to Zytec numerous times at shows, but just give us a quick elevator pitch for those that might not know what you do, and then tell us what you're doing at IBC.
Great. Yeah, Zytec operates a media operations platform. It's a software platform that provides end-to-end visibility and management of everything involved in effectively in creating and producing content. So it's an integrated single screen management tool for all parts of the media operations lifecycle.
And so that would include your staffing, your equipment, everything you need effectively to run the production.
That's exactly it. Resources, people, your physical facilities, your digital asset management, all of those tools and all those pieces that we would manage through the process. That's correct. Yes.
Cool. So what's new for IBC this year? What are you talking to people about?
Well, yeah, so, as we had discussed at NAB and such, our mission is obviously to create as many efficiencies and as much efficiency within the process of media operations as possible. So we continue to perfect and improve our software platform, the media operations platform. So since NAB, we've been really busy monetizing the cloud-driven platform. And that's included integrating all of that key functionality that Schedule, previous software that we acquired back a couple years ago. We've now incorporated and integrated all of the key functionality of Schedule into the media operations platform. Which has kicked off a huge wave of customers that are signing on with us to upgrade from Schedule to the platform. And so on top of that, then as some of our recent press releases have noticed and have identified, we've announced the next phase of the evolution of the platform, which addresses the increasing reliance on remote production teams, remote workers, and contractors. And we're addressing that with a new mobile native UX that enables the production crews and creatives to remotely manage, again, like you had mentioned before, the people, the resources, the assets, all efficiently with any smartphone or any handheld device.
Yeah.
And then continuing that leadership position that we have in end-to-end media operations by kind of paving that path towards mobile native workflows across the platform.
So what's leading the evolution of your platform, Keith? Is it feedback from customers with challenges that you're overcoming? How do you see?
Yeah, most definitely. The industry, as we all know, continues to move towards more remote workflows, towards remote talent teams, towards independent contractors that don't necessarily all focus in the same place. In fact, in our state of media operations analysis that we did and published a little while ago, more than 80% of all companies in the space that we publish, and we talk to the biggest of the names in the industry, are dealing with remote workflows. And so if you're going to have remote workflows, if you're going to be sitting in an environment where most people have become very, very attuned to doing their work on a mobile device, if they're not sitting in an office, then it's perfect to have that next evolution and that next stage based on what our customers and the industry are demanding.
Fantastic. So, Keith, where can people find you at IBC this year?
So, as the thing says behind my head, I think.
It does. Yeah, well done.
Stand 1, C50. So we're going to be in.
We've been here a long time. We're not quite as observant as we were 9 o'clock this morning.
I was going to say you guys have been at it for a while, and but you look fresh and you sound great, so that's all good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're looking forward.
Think that's quite true. Yeah.
I think we're going to be spending some time with Zytec as well at IBC. So look forward to seeing you there, and thank you for joining us today.
Really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Keith. Right.
Sometimes how it's staring at you, you can't see it, can you? Well, I can.
So I think we've got RIST coming up.
We've got Ciro from RIST Forum, Reliable Internet Streaming Transport. There you go.
I must admit, I hold my hands up. I do forget what the T is. I remember the rest of it. So, Ciro.
Hi, Ciro. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
We're good, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for joining us. So, what's happening at IBC?
Yeah, the RIST Forum.
Well, yeah, RIST Forum is actually an industry consortium of people who implement RIST and who advocate for RIST. So it's a group of companies, and many of us have booths at IBC. So we are going to have a get-together. There's a RIST cocktail on Saturday from 5 to 6 at the Zixi booth. Zixi is one of the RIST members, 85 actually. And on Sunday, there's going to be a LibRIST meetup. So if you're using the open source RIST library, you can meet the developers on Sunday from 4 to 5 at 5 F47, the SIP Radius booth. And actually, the author of LibRIST is coming in on this after me. So that's what's happening at IBC. Different companies are going to be showing different things, different features for RIST. But in terms of what's happening with the specification itself, we had good progress in the last year. The main stuff is mostly done. We released in November 22nd, a very important one, which is rate adaptation. There were some demos at NAB. So it's the ability of an encoder to change the bit rate based on network conditions. And you tell me, oh yeah, lots of people do that and have done in the past. But now there's a standardized way of doing that, so you can mix and match. So that came out in November. In January, we put a little one on using WireGuard with RIST. And in June, there's the RIST Relay, which is a service, or possibility of a service, where you can do firewall traversion. So it's like Skype for RIST. So that's all available. And the nice thing about that, it's all open. I'm not supposed to use the word standard because RIST is a specification, it's not a standards body, but it is an open spec for anybody to take. So you can implement that, you can provide the service, you can do whatever you want. It's all open and free.
How many companies are involved in RIST now?
The RIST Forum currently has over 250 members.
Wow.
There's a few that are very active. Cobalt's one of them. And I'm actually the editor of the specification, but we have 250 members.
Fantastic. And where can people find you? I'm guessing you'll be on the Cobalt booth at...
Yeah, you can find me at the Cobalt booth, 10F42. If you want to talk about RIST, if I don't know it, it's not there.
Well, funny enough, I think we are spending some time with you at IBC, so we will get all the inside information and share that with the audience.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much indeed. So that's 10F42.
10 for F42. Yes, come see me. I'll tell you all about RIST.
So thank you very much indeed for joining us.
We will be there.
Right.
Take care. Bye-bye.
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 Right. So now we're going to SIP Radius.
Yeah, no, this is a new one
to us,
for
something?
me. Have you come across SIP Radius before? No, I haven't. So
Sergio.
Hello, Sergio.
He's smiling in the wings. So let's find out.
Hello, Sergio.
Hello.
Hi, Sergio. Right.
So, Sergio, this is your first time, I believe, exhibiting at IBC. So it would probably be a good idea to give us a quick overview of SIP Radius, who you are, and who benefits from your solutions.
Absolutely. So SIP Radios and the CorelOS-based platforms have actually been around for over a decade. We were a behind-the-scenes OEM technology provider, focusing mainly on the streaming and delivery markets. So we've taken all this knowledge and experience and have decided to step out on our own and release an entire suite of products of our own making. So what makes us different than the large majority of other companies in this industry is our flexible Linux-based operating system that we've designed and compiled from scratch. And we've been doing this for many years. The operating system is built from a lightweight, operation-specific philosophy, which has allowed us to achieve the most efficient and scalable configuration possible for all the internal running processes. This approach also allows for any of our transcoding or media server functionalities or transport to be deployed on any physical or virtual hardware.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I use this as a little bit of a get out of jail question. Your ideal visitor, the person that's going to come to your stand, that's going to make your show, who are you targeting with your solutions?
Well, this is for anybody that wants to set up their own REMI application or mini CDN or point-to-point connectivity or a gateway on the cloud and doesn't want to hire an external provider, a cloud provider. Somebody that wants to manage their own network can use our software hardware solution end-to-end, even for distribution.
Okay, and so where do people go? Oh, do you know, I was just about to ask a question. I'm falling into the trap that Simon fell into a moment ago. Where do we find you? And your stand number is on the screen behind you.
There it is.
Well done.
Hall 5, F47. Is there anything else you'd like to add just before we say goodbye, Sergio?
Yes, the key that of our new product lines, besides having a REMI, tiny little device that fits on the palm of your hand, is that we added support for AV1 and JPEG access, even for our smaller device. So we have an AV1 over RTC, first industry ever to have that on real-time transmissions.
Cool, pretty cool. And okay, thank you very much indeed. So people can head to Hall 5, F47 and find out everything they need to know. Sergio, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
for everyone. Cheers, Sergio.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Right, so we've now we've only got about 20 minutes left. The
Not long left.
It's gone very quickly, isn't it, today?
Has it? Yes, it has actually. No, it has been good actually. In fairness, we've seen some interesting technologies. We've all been told about some.
Yeah, and we've had some well-behaved guests that aren't rambling too long. Yeah, so that's good. Short and sweet. And Evergent and Hector, welcome to the show, Hector.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Simon. I'll try to keep the continuity of going.
You're okay.
I don't want to go off the rails, guys.
Not now. Yeah. So over to you.
Not now. Not today.
Over to you, Hector. What's new? Well, I mean, firstly, I don't think we've spoken before. So give us a quick idea of what Evergent does and what you'll be speaking to people about IBC about.
Yeah. Sure. So, so Evergent, we essentially, are handling, the back end piece when it comes to the onboarding of the customer to the customer journey, right? That's associated with anything within, right? A subscription management platform, right? We are a subscription management platform. We specialize in monetization, but we do so much more than that, right? I think some of the items that we'll be discussing at IBC, right, 2023, our team will be busy, and it is going to be busy because of the things that we've learned in the last year, right? We've seen a lot of things kind of occur, right? When it comes to the reality and the economic of the industry, as well as the emergence of AI, right? At the Evergent booth this year, and alongside some of our partners, and I know that we'll talk a little bit about that, briefly, but our team will be speaking about several proven and highly scalable solutions that are enabling our customers to monetize their content, to create customer ease of use for partnering with them, right? And leverage technology that capitalizes on the data points that we feel are a source of strength for them, right? So as an expert and specialist in monetization strategies and analytics, right, for our customers, we're capitalizing on the benefits of AI. I believe, Simon, you had mentioned, AI and the technologies in the show earlier in the show in the morning, I believe. Well, we have an AI-backed enterprise suite that reduces, for example, payment failures, reduces customer collection failures, and through intelligent retries, and offers step-down charging. For example, if somebody needs to pause their subscription, instead of canceling and moving away from that content provider, they can actually pause it, right? So, our platform has seen some wonderful use cases this year. And, with that said, right, we're speaking to our customers and potential customers about enhancing the customer experience through AI and machine learning, right? Because that is at the forefront, but we have been working on it, right? So it's, how do you bridge the gap between offer discovery, your content discovery, and relevant promotions for a subscriber? In this case, right, we're also talking about a proactive approach to retention, as I mentioned earlier, whether it's with prediction analytics or if it's providing that best offer so that the customer stays with you, right? We understand that audiences, we all have thousands and thousands of different channels. I believe Nielsen just came out with some information on how many channels and how many titles are available to us as consumers, right? Well, we are answering the question for our customers: how do we enable our customer to create a better experience for their customer to subscribe to their content? And with that said, it's about personalization and delivering that positive customer experience, right? So, that's one of the big pieces that we're going to be speaking to. But our team is also going to be speaking about what we do holistically in subscription management, right? When it comes to that, we have two aspects where, in one piece, we actually help subscription management and all along the customer journey. And, imagine we're in the Netherlands next week, right? And someone has wonderful content that they want to go out there and spread throughout Europe, and they want to go and launch in EMEA or maybe in the Americas, right? And imagine having the complexity to go out there and launch in multiple countries with multiple languages, with multiple currencies, and then associating all of that with a offer that is needed for multiple customer segments, right? Our monetization platform here at Evergent takes care of that complexity. Now, imagine that piece going then and moving on to the advertising space, or how content is being delivered or monetized with partners of these content providers or streaming providers, right? There has to be a partner lifecycle management there so that you can optimize your business and keep on growing. I believe the last count that I saw was there are 2.7 million individual titles that are available right now for us as consumers. So imagine that ecosystem, right? So from that piece, that's kind of what we'll be speaking of, among so many other things, Matt and Simon.
Yeah. But it's fascinating stuff. Where can people find you, Hector? Which hall are you in?
Sure. At IBC, we'll be, our booth is in Hall 5. The location, I believe, is 5.G80. And, swing on by our booth, because we are also, with multiple partners showcasing aspects of our platform. And we are in with AWS, we're with Mux, with Microsoft and MediaKind, and To The News. So we have 5 partners that we will be showcasing, bits and pieces of our platform and partnering with them.
Brilliant. Hector, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. It's been really insightful listening to you, and wishing you a successful.
Yeah, no, look forward to the Stroopwafels and Bitterballen, man. I mean, I'm ready for Amsterdam. Take care, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Great, thanch you. So that was 8G50, I think you said. Cool. So
LTN is Rick
Young.
Yep, we've spoken to Rick before, I think.
Yeah, we have.
Hello, Rick. Welcome back to the show. Nice to see you again.
Hey there. How are you guys? Good to see you again as well.
Yeah, good to see you. So IBC, a couple of weeks away. What are the plans and what are you talking to people about this year?
Wait, IBC's coming up? I'm sorry, that wasn't my calendar. I might have missed that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you probably heard that joke already.
No, you're a first. Well done.
All right, there you go. Yeah. That's good. New material. Anyway, it's great to speak with you again. We got a lot of good stuff to talk about at IBC. As I think you guys know, we have a broad portfolio of solutions. There are two primary ones we'll be chatting about, really targeted at helping big media companies around the world, those in the European region, but all over the world, deliver content to a lot of different platforms in a lot of customized ways. We focus on solutions, which I'm happy to chat about, that help with linear or full-time channel delivery, which is still growing and blossoming in many different ways, and also live events. Everything we do is real-time. Everything we do is live, and we got a bunch to talk about there.
It's got to be said, you have seen quite a spectacular growth in your business, in your offerings. This is a bit of an on-the-spot question, but what do you put that down to?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I mean, it's a great question. LTN's been around for 12, 14 years or so, and we've built a global network that has really been the foundation of everything we've been doing and expanding over the last, as you're saying, the growth we've been seeing the last 4 or 5 years. So we have this global network that's the foundation of everything we're doing. So we've been lucky enough to acquire some technology along the way, equally lucky to be able to develop a lot of technology internally to add value to our the global LTN network to do workflows like content versioning, both on live events and channels. And really, there's some other macro trends in the industry. In the United States, C-band satellite capacity is going away. That's forcing folks to think differently about how they distribute content. We have a network that's ready to catch that. In the European part of the world, that kind of stuff has been done on fiber for many, many years, but fiber is not always the most flexible way to get content from point A to point B or anywhere else in the world. And if you can marry this network, which again has been around for a 12+ years, along with intelligent workflows, you can really allow our customers to think differently, big media companies to think differently about how they attack the market. And the one thing that's for sure, the biggest of all macro trends, is you have to think differently about how you get content to viewers, right? Because they're moving all over the place all of the time, and you need to right-size your products and your answers to how you deliver those products to the audiences you have to reach. And the network's been the foundation of it all.
Great. So at IBC, if they want to come and talk to you, if our viewers are going to come and have a chat, where are we going to send them?
You know what? That's the hardest question I've heard today, because I don't know that. You guys better have the booth number. I don't have the booth number. We will be at the RAI.
Do you reckon you're in Hall 5 somewhere?
We're in Hall 5. There'll be a big circle above the booth.
Right.
Come find us. It'll say
A76, I reckon.
A76. 5A76.
So that's at the front of 5.
That's my own lack of preparation. Just look, you'll probably hear me shouting above the dent, the noise in the hall, and lots of folks.
Over the AWS crowd next to you, yeah.
Rick, it's lovely to see you again, and I'm sure we'll see you in Amsterdam in a few weeks. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you there.
Our penultimate guest is now on. We've got Eric Black from Edgio joining us in a few seconds. And after Eric, we'll be going back to Mark at IBC.
Well, hopefully,
again.
if he's still available.
I think he was on a bit of a tight schedule. But Eric, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
No, pleasure.
How are you doing?
So let's get straight to the core of IBC. What are you showing? What does Edgio have to offer this year?
Well, we've got a lot to talk about this year. We're pretty excited. For those that don't know the kind of journey of Edgio, what started as Limelight Networks and two strategic acquisitions, one with a company called Layer Zero that does application and security, as well as the large CDN with Edgecast, and our end-to-end video solution Uplink. We're going to be talking about the combination of all of our products and services at IBC with a heavy focus on Uplink, our end-to-end video streaming service.
Cool. So out of everything you're doing, what's the sort of standout thing that you need your customers to see and hear?
Yeah, for us, I think a lot of the messaging for IBC will be around video and how you manage OTT and D2C. So that's anywhere from signal acquisition all the way to play out and distribution to your customers. How do we make that easier? Because it's still a complicated world to navigate. And how can Edgio help our customers deliver high quality video from an end-to-end perspective?
Yeah, and maybe give us an idea of what the main challenges your customers are facing right now.
Yeah, a lot of what our customers are challenged with, it's not just the technology around how you put it together, but all the different ecosystem partners that are involved in having an OTT service. Anything from how do you get the signal, how do you encode the signal, how do you distribute the signal, how do you monetize the signal, and really, I think a really keen focus for us is going to be on how do you monitor that to make sure that every customer is getting a very, very high quality service and experience with your offering, of course.
Absolutely. And I guess where can people find you is an important thing.
That's a great question, actually. I'm not exactly sure where our location.
Again, I think we can help if we have to.
We can help.
Oh.
We like to ask, but if you're not sure, you are in Hall 5 F18.
Thank you. I bet I have it in a note here somewhere, but I don't
sure.
want to click off of Zoom, so thank you.
Is there anything else you want to add just before we say goodbye?
No, listen, I mean, I think we kind of covered the main stuff. What I'd say is, not just on the video piece, but, all of our products and services from the distribution side to security is, industry world class, and something that we're excited to show to exhibitors at the show and ultimately our customers as well. So we're looking forward to being there.
Yeah, we're looking forward to see you too, Eric. Thank you very much for joining us. Hall 5 F18. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Eric.
So now we're going back to IBC now, and we are chatting to Mark, and we're going to have a quick recap before we close.
Yeah, very quick.
So when Mark's ready, we'll bring him in. And hello.
I think Mark's ready. I think it's just when John's ready to put him in. There we go. Yeah. How you doing, Mark?
Hello, Mark. Thanks for joining us again. We listened in on your very interesting chat earlier on with Joe, which could have gone on for hours. We could still be having that chat now, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Jessica has a lot of content to talk about. Yeah.
So for people that might have missed that, just give us a quick recap.
On the accelerator piece, or just on more broadly on what to expect at the show?
I think accelerator first.
Yeah.
Should we do?
You could do accelerator first.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we're into the 5th year of the accelerator program that will be delivered at IBC. Of course, we were impacted by the pandemic for 2 years, where we did everything online. But it was fantastic to get that accelerator zone back in at IBC last year. We've got 8 amazing projects that are coming together. That are going to be showcasing their proof of concept, their solutions for the challenges that they pitched back in February, and these are in areas such as, well, we've got kind of live, edge, and cloud production, and sort of an end-to-end IP workflow. The edge piece of that is going to be where the real sort of innovation is.
Yes.
We've got other projects looking at synthetic media and flexible media, that's sort of object-based media, if you know what I mean. We've got a couple of projects looking at metadata in terms of authenticated data specification, and another one that's actually looking at the responsive narrative, which is the personalized viewing experience that the audience can control themselves. Other projects around live and immersive performance art with motion capture and 5G, and then an XR, an extended reality 5G project looking at Sport Edge, and 8 fantastic projects. All be showcasing on the accelerator zone in Hall 3, and that's right next to the innovation stage. And 2 projects a day will be featured on the innovation stage in terms of a 1-hour kind of panel discussion about each of the projects. And Mookie, myself, my colleague Mookie will be chairing those sessions. And the full schedule of those is on the IBC Accelerator page on the IBC site. So some fantastic project coming up in the accelerator side of things. I was talking earlier, as Steve Connolly was, about the esports feature. I'm really excited about that. That's going to be 500 square meters, some fantastic kind of games and things going on in there. And working with Unlocked is brilliant. That's going to be an exciting part of the show. I'm interested, of course, in all of the content and the 3 pillars that Jessica talked about earlier today. I think that's been a really great structure around which the show has been planned, and I think on which it becomes a foundation for such great content.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, and you may have already answered it actually, Mark, is how do people get involved in the accelerator program? And I guess that's through the website initially.
You can register interest definitely through the website. But it's a 365 year-round program. It doesn't just culminate at IBC. That's when we kick off the next cycle of what the challenges will be. And so we'll have a process whereby people can actually start to think about a challenge for 2024 and submit that through the website. And then we'll have a Kickstart event. I can't say where at the moment, but it will be in February, probably next year. And that's where we get challenges pitched by champions or sometimes by the vendors who bring a champion along with them. And so it's not about 1 week of the show. The accelerator program it starts and it ends and it starts again at the show.
Absolutely. So what does go on? Well, what does it? So what does it achieve in the if it's a year's worth of work? That's.
Well, I have a mantra. We sort of talk about learning by doing, or hands-on experiments, and that's what it's. Whereas you might get the technical papers that really lay out the theory of a solution or a challenge that needs to be addressed. This actually puts it into action. So it's the next stage on from a technical paper, and sort of actually puts the kit in the hands of those that buy the technology at IBC. Yeah. So it's learning by doing, but importantly, valuable insights into what works and what doesn't work in terms of new architectures, new workflows, different use cases. So tremendous amount of understanding and learning from the broadcasters. They get to play with tech before they even get to IBC to see the new stuff, right? So it's actually they get some insights before they even get to the show. And they see how different vendors' kit works with different vendors' kit. They're all very keen on a sort of a multiple vendor cloud agnostic kind of platform where they can experiment with different things. It's never about comparing the technologies. We don't do that. It's about better understanding of them.
Now you might be able to answer this one a lot easier in 2 weeks' time after the show. but what
thanks for that.
I think we've spoken to over 100 exhibitors today, all with new technology. So what's exciting you about the emerging technology, and how is that going to align with the future accelerator projects?
Yeah, well, I'll answer that last question as well, because this is the poster child. I'll talk about the poster child for the accelerator program, in my view, and which actually answers your second question. And 3 years ago or so, we started a project looking at remote production, using 5G private networks, and literally the big vendors, the big tech telco vendors, were way behind the curve on developing something like this. And we developed it with the BBC and the Strathclyde University and Vodafone and a number of others that were kind of that were instrumental in developing live remote production, which really accelerated the interest in that, and the need to do that accelerated quite literally during the pandemic. Right? So we started work on this private network in a box that you could take anywhere. We started to learn about how we could flexibly get spectrum when we needed it from the regulators. We started to learn about what kind of backhaul we would need, whether we have fiber, whether we could do it via low Earth orbit satellites. And then we took that project and we took it to the middle of nowhere, and we did live productions from the middle of Kenya, middle of New Zealand, middle of rural Ireland, and then we broadcast live to IBC from Pitlochry, from the Highland Games last year. And then that was taken up by QTV, who was a production company for the Queen's funeral.
Yes.
That network was deployed at Edinburgh Airport, if you remember when the Queen died, and she was carried from Edinburgh to London. And that was used by the BBC, and it went to the world.
Yes.
And then the private network was deployed on the coronation all the way down the Mall by the BBC. And it was wireless cameras all the way up the Mall. I think about 8 of these radios were used. And we captured all those scenes from the coronation that went to about 30 broadcasters live all over the world. So from a concept right through to actual real world, real deployment on global live broadcast, and probably one of the biggest ones of the last few years. So that to me is says everything about what we can do with the accelerators by taking concepts to reality.
So Mark, I know you're acutely short of time, and we are closing at 6, but we're going to overrun by a few minutes, I'm sure. Let's finish off with your recent appointment as IBC Council Chair. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit more about IBC Council and what it aims to achieve for the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. So I first went to it when I really first came to IBC back in about 2017, I think it was, yeah. And I realized just how important a body it is for providing kind of insights and guidance and strategic understanding and feeding that into IBC. Sorry about my chimes. I haven't turned my...
Yeah, that's all right.
But and I realized just, the caliber of people that were on this council and the quality of advice that we were getting pre-pandemic certainly was really fundamental to building such a great and compelling show. And so I remember Naomi Clymer was the chairman when I went, and she's just, she's a legend, a fantastic entrepreneur and engineer. And she was the chair at the time. And then John Honeycutt took it on who's ex-Google, took it on for a while. And so I got some pretty big shoes to fill. But I see it really as absolutely fundamental to what we do in building a show. All these new segments that you've been talking about today, all these new players coming into the industry, whether that's direct to consumer, OTTs, whether it's telcos and providing that now becoming critical element of connectivity across IP workflows, and that transition to IP. And then you've got things like AI, and you've got virtual reality, you've got immersive tech, you've got new standards coming along, you've got game engines and gaming and esports and all these new areas that are coming into the world of IBC. And so we have to develop this show to be more reflective of this changing industry. We need to make it more diverse, the council, because we need to reflect what's going on in that side of things. We need to make it more regionally important. We've got some great regional representation on the council, but we need more from Middle East and Africa, from Asia, and I think from certainly Latin America, right? I think we really need to put the eye back in IBC in a big way. And I mean that not just in the council, I mean that in terms of the program and the conference itself. We need to make sure it's reflective of the industry, reflective of the regions around the world and what's going on, and reflective of change that's happening. And that's how I kind of see it. I'm not going to fix it myself, nor is the council, but we'll work toward that to build really compelling events as we go forward.
So should we finish, Mark, with just one final question? If someone is hovering over the IBC registration button now, not quite sure whether to push it or not, why should they push that registration button?
Well, we know the value and the power and the impact of meeting face to face, right? That's what fuels the industry. It fuels the industry. People don't want to do Teams all the time now, and you don't do deals over Teams, let's face it, right? People want to meet in face to face. They want to get their hands on the technology, and they want to hear from some industry and thought leaders. And there's a powerful combination of things there that happens at IBC. And of course, you've got the beach. Why would you even think about not pressing that button?
Absolutely.
Mark, thank you for your contribution all day today. And obviously that extends to the IBC team as well, who have been supporting the show throughout the day. So thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, my hat's off to you guys. That's a long and grueling day, and you do a fantastic job with this. And I watched a lot of the sessions and some brilliant stuff. Well done.
You've
got to have a go.
We will see you in Amsterdam in a few weeks.
Really looking forward to it, guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
See you there. Thanks so much, Mark.
So that's it. We made it till just, what 3 minutes over? It's fine, isn't it?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's better than the last one that was about an hour over.
So a huge thanks to the team at Manor Marketing for all their support leading up to the show. To John, who's behind the scenes. Look him up on YouTube, Streaming Tech, with some great insight into what he does here and what he does for a proper job as well when he's not doing this.
when he's not helping us. So and I think we can safely say that AI, sustainability, remote's still there. All the trends they're still going. So
So do click on the subscribe. Keep an eye on our channel over the next couple of weeks. We'll be producing a lot of content from IBC, from the show floor. And of course, check out the IBC show website as well, where you can not only register, but you can find out everything that's going on at this year's show.
Brilliant. That's it. It's done.
Welcome to IBC 2023. Transforming media and changing expectations, where the future of the global media and entertainment industry is defined and actioned. Changing conversations, where exhibitors from around the globe showcase game-changing innovations. Changing perceptions, bringing the most influential thought leaders and media brands together for groundbreaking discussions. IBC, Transforming Media, 15th to the 18th of September. Register now and start planning.